there you go. That's solved.
So,
And so now it should be good for the next 12 hours. It's just they will only do the recording of the 12 hours. So we would lose anything beyond that. So that's why, and now we're good.
okay, and then someone has to give me host duties back again.
Yes, I was gonna say, Betsy, you hand it back to,
Yep, I will. Just a sec here.
and then I will head out because I will see you a bit later.
Thanks, Joanna.
Thanks so
It's
much.
awesome seeing you. And don't worry about imposter syndrome. We all worry about that too much, I think, is the outcome. But thank you. It was awesome.
Thanks for inviting me.
No
Really
worries.
excited to be part of it.
Cool. And I'm glad that was amazing. I had no idea you'd been to the IPY at Montreal. That's a hoot. I will have to look back in the pictures. That was a blast.
Okay, Betty, I think I have
It
to
sure was.
draw your co-host and then maybe make you host.
Yep.
Nope.
All right. Did it work or no?
Nope, you're still the host.
Huh, it's not doing anything. Oh, I see. It's
Okay.
another screen. Sorry about that.
I'm glad you
All
guys
right.
heard that YouTube stuff.
So yep, now it should be fine.
Okay.
I will see you later, Betty,
Okay. Bye-bye.
and others.
And
Everybody, who knows who I'll see when.
welcome to the 13th hour of the PEI 24-hour share-a-thon. And that we just had a great discussion on environmental education and heard from 3 excellent speakers. And we're going to actually keep the theme of education going. I'm going to share my screen and I'll introduce my friend Diane DiNapoli. Before I show the trailer, I'm just going to show her picture first. We're going to be hearing from Diane, who's a penguin expert, a writer, a TED speaker, and she calls herself the Penguin Lady. And you're going to find that she came into education on a roundabout way. She didn't start out being an educator, but she certainly has become an educator. So I think you're going to enjoy hearing her story and her perspective. First, I'm going to show the PEI trailer to give you an idea of what PEI is all about, and also tell you about some upcoming events. Takes a moment for this to load up.
Polar Educators International is connecting educators, polar researchers, and communities for a better understanding of polar knowledge. Earth's polar regions are remote, beautiful, and challenging places, and they have a profound influence on every one of us. We know these vast amounts of snow, forming ice sheets, sea ice, and glaciers, together with massive currents of cold water, contribute dramatically to the climate and ecosystems of our world, systems which in turn drive the health of our local environments and communities. Research shows dramatic change in the Antarctic, in our mountainous regions, and particularly in the Arctic, home to over 4 million people, which is changing faster than anywhere else on Earth. Scientists are confirming that human activity is playing a significant role in these systems, increasing the planet's surface temperature in ways that cannot be balanced out by natural processes. It is clear the urgency to engage the next generation in polar research and to rise to the challenges that a changing climate will bring has never been greater. United in our passion for sharing the importance and value of the polar regions, educators and researchers from around the world have formed PEI, an essential global network developing polar knowledge to engage a global audience facing climate change. We are collaborating to strengthen this community, building resources and relationships, and helping local audiences connect polar research to their everyday lives. Polar Educators International amplifies the voices of all those dedicated to understanding and protecting our extraordinary polar regions, and all Earth's inhabitants, for generations to come. Join us.
We would actually really love for you to join us, join Polar Educators International, and also join us at our conference in Iceland that's going to be held in April 2022. It's going to be a chance for professional development and networking presented by educators and researchers. And we've got a lot of activities going on to kind of whet your appetite for that Iceland conference. So check the PEI website, polareducator.org, to find out more about what activities have already taken place and what things are coming up in the near future. Also, please post your comments or questions during or after this event on the PEI Slack channel. It's Equinox Share-a-thon, and we'd love to hear from you. So now, let's take a look at Diane DiNapoli's presentation. And I'm going to follow up with a short presentation on some polar books after that.
I'd like to introduce my friend Diane DiNapoli, also known as the Penguin Lady, and she's going to share with us today how she turned her passion for penguins into a career by being an author, a speaker, a penguin expert, and I'm so delighted that she's with us today to share her experiences. Welcome, Diane.
Thank you so much, Betty. I'm excited to be here. I am known as the Penguin Lady, and as you said, I'm a TED speaker, a penguin expert, and an author. And here's my contact info if people want it, and I'll have a slide at the end that shows this as well. But I'm excited to be here to share with you the story of how I did about saving penguins and spreading the conservation message, because what I do, my mission as the Penguin Lady, is to raise awareness and funding to protect penguins. And I donate a portion of the proceeds from all of the work that I do to penguin conservation groups. Because most penguins, what people don't know is that most penguin species are listed as vulnerable, near threatened, or endangered. So they're all at risk for extinction at some level. And most people are not aware of this. They think of penguins, they think of Antarctica, there's millions of penguins there. What they don't really know is that so many penguins are in trouble and their populations are crashing precipitously. So this is my mission, is to spread the message about what's happening with penguins throughout the world. And so here's a little bit of my background, my story of how I got to do what I do. The truth is, I have never really had much of a career plan, as Nicholas Stern said, and interesting opportunities kept cropping up. So I've had a very circuitous career path. It took me a long time to really figure out what I wanted to do. I had an associate's degree in liberal arts, but I didn't even know why I was in college the first time. I actually begged my parents, like, can I just take a year off and figure it out? And they said, no, you have to go. And I went for 2 years, got that degree, but didn't know what I was going to do still. So I did a bunch of different things. I went to Colorado and worked at Copper Mountain, and I was a ski bum for a season. I volunteered training service dogs for Needs, which is an organization here in Massachusetts. I became a silversmith. I made jewelry for 8 years. And at one point, I sort of late in that career, I developed a line of endangered species jewelry because I wanted to do something to give back to animals, and I donated part of that proceeds to environmental groups. And throughout all of it, I was a waitress, which was really how I sort of supported myself for the most part. And Barbara Scher said, what you're really supposed to be doing is whatever makes your heart sing. And all of these different things that I did during this 11-year hiatus from college were things that excited me or interested me or I had a passion about. And so I just sort of always followed my heart and did that thing. And I found when I look back, everything looks sort of like it doesn't connect. But when I look back, I can connect the dots of these things that I did. And the things that really have always, always, always made my heart sing are animals. For as long as I can remember, I've been madly, passionately in love with animals and the ocean. I was very lucky to grow up near the ocean in Massachusetts, and my parents were avid sailors. And so we were always out on the water. And so for most of my life, you know, being around animals and being around the ocean are what makes me the happiest and what I am the most passionate about. And when I was a kid, when everyone would say, you know, what do you want to be when you grow up? I never could answer that question. I never really knew. I just knew that I loved animals. And my big fantasy job was to work with dolphins, to become a dolphin trainer. And this was a picture of me going off for my first day of kindergarten. And there in my hand is my prized possession, my Flipper lunchbox. There was a show on TV then about this dolphin named Flipper who would save stupid humans from doing stupid things. And this is what sort of sparked my love of dolphins and my desire to work with them someday. But it just seemed like this impossible dream. No one could tell me how to do that. There wasn't a college training to go work with dolphins. And so it sort of went on the back burner, sort of in the back of my mind. But whenever someone would say, if you could do anything and money was no option, impedance, what would you be? And I'd say, I'd be a dolphin trainer. But it didn't seem possible. Now, one of the other things was that I was not a great student. I mean, my grades were all over the place between A's and D's. And this was the case all throughout K through 12. And what most of my report cards always said were not working up to potential and more concentration required in class. What I did not know until 15 years ago was that I had undiagnosed ADHD. And so I often mention this when I'm speaking with students because, you know, a lot of kids have this diagnosis these days, and I think they are afraid that that will stop them from being able to do what they want in life and have the career that they want. And you know, I think my career is able to serve as an example to them that you don't have to, your diagnosis does not have to define you. It doesn't have to stop you from doing anything. And really what I have found is that when you do find that thing that you're passionate about, I think a lot of people with ADHD have a more adventurous spirit, and they actually have very high intelligence. It's just their executive functioning isn't working as well as other people. So you can do anything other people do. You just have to work a little harder at it. And so this is something that I do like to share with students when I'm talking with them. So for my 30th birthday, my parents gave me a life-changing birthday gift. They gave me an Earthwatch expedition. So for those of you who may not be familiar with Earthwatch, it's a Boston-based organization. They have expeditions around the world, and they're mostly science-based. And you're essentially going on a working vacation, and you are helping a researcher to collect their data. And there was an expedition in Hawaii at Koala Basin Marine Mammal Lab working with dolphins, and of course I chose that. And I was there for a month, and it was the best month of my life. And while I was there, I realized it reignited this spark in me that, you know, this dream to work with dolphins. And it seemed unrealistic at age 30 to go back to college to do this, but I knew I had to follow this dream at this point, because I did not want to get to the end of my life and look back and regret that I hadn't at least tried. And so I knew they had a semester-long internship, which I applied for, but I was rejected because I had the wrong degree. So I actually went back to college for a second degree, for a Bachelor of Science degree in animal science with a concentration in veterinary nursing, so that I could apply for that internship, which I did then get. And I was there for 3 months, and I did become a certified dolphin trainer, and it was the most amazing experience. Now, I still had 2 more years of college, and so I had to do another internship in my senior year, and I chose to work in the penguin department at the New England Aquarium in Boston for that internship. And so when I graduated, I had to decide, do I go for the dolphin thing, because that really was my first love, or do I go for the penguin thing? And I ultimately decided on trying to get a job at the New England Aquarium because my parents were aging at that point, and I had a feeling I would be needed in the Boston area. And that did turn out to be the case. And what I never could have known or predicted in making that decision is all of the incredible opportunities that would come my way from deciding to work with penguins instead of dolphins. So this photo was taken, you see, 3 years after I was hired at the New England Aquarium. And this was taken just after I got back from Cape Town, South Africa. And the reason I was there was because this ship named the Treasure had sunk right in the middle of the penguins' breeding and foraging territory off the coast of Cape Town. And when the ship sank, it spilled its fuel oil, and 20,000 adult African penguins were covered with that thick toxic oil. Another 20,000 penguins were removed from their breeding island just before the oil slick hit their island to protect them, and they were transported 500 miles up the coast in trucks and allowed to swim back, which took them a few weeks. And luckily, by the time they returned, the oil had been cleaned up. And I was a member of the first team to fly to Cape Town from the United States. We all worked in zoos or aquariums with penguins. There were 8 of us on that team, and this was taken the first night that we arrived in Cape Town. And the next morning, we were brought to this temporary rescue center that had been constructed in 3 days' time in this abandoned or in a coal train repair warehouse in downtown Cape Town. And there were 12,500 completely inexperienced volunteers who came from Cape Town and Johannesburg and around the world to help us save the penguins in their greatest hour of need. And we truly could not have saved the penguins without them. They are the real heroes of this story. And so the morning after, or the night that we arrived, at around midnight, we had a debriefing meeting. And at that point, 2 of us were told that we would be in charge of running room 2. And this is about half of room 2. And at that time, room 2 had more than 4,000 oiled penguins in it. Now, 2 days earlier, we'd had 60 penguins under our care and 3 volunteers a day. And now we had 4,000 oiled sick penguins and 250 to 350 volunteers a day coming through our room that had to be trained and supervised. And, we've got to keep all these penguins alive until they have their turn in the washroom. And I can honestly tell you that was the most terrifying moment of my entire life. This was the largest animal rescue that had ever been attempted. It was twice as large as the previous penguin rescue 6 years earlier, during which half of the penguins died. And so we really didn't even know if what we were attempting to do was humanly possible. And so, yeah, that was a very, very humbling and terrifying moment. But we were able to do it, as I said, because of these amazing volunteers. And this is, in the pool here is Dennis, Isabella, Joy, and Dennis, who became almost room supervisors by proxy. They were there every single day. They were helping us to force feed the penguins. And this was part of the process, to keep these penguins alive until they could get bathed. So, of course, as I'm sure you know, oil and animals, that does not mix. And with penguins, that oil has a lot of negative impacts. It interferes with their waterproofing ability, so they get too cold and they get hypothermic. They come to shore and they start preening themselves to get the oil off, but they use their beak to clean their feathers. So now they're ingesting or swallowing that toxic oil. And if you look at this bird's eyes, you can see they're very red and irritated. And so the oil really burns the mucous membranes as well. So it's really important to rescue them as quickly as you can and start washing them. And that washing process is very labor intensive. It would take 2 people at least an hour just to clean one penguin, and they'd be dipped in baths of hot soapy water and going from bath to bath and bath until the water would run clear. And so that process, the whole rescue was 3 months. The core part of it, to get all those 20,000 penguins cleaned from the oil, was 2 months. The last penguin, I think, was cleaned on August 23rd. And so ultimately, 95% of those 40,000 penguins were successfully rehabilitated and released back into the wild. And it was the largest and most successful animal rescue in the history of the world, and still stands as such to this day, 21 years later. So it's an incredible conservation success story, and it truly was the greatest privilege of my life to have played a role in this rescue effort. And so I was at the aquarium for 9 years, and I ultimately left about 6 months after my mom had passed away. It had been a pretty traumatic experience, and excuse me. And so I left, and the following year I started my business, The Penguin Lady, to basically bring the penguin show on the road and to teach kids and adults of all ages about penguins. So I go to elementary schools, junior and high schools, universities, science centers, libraries, conferences. I speak to in assisted living centers and on nature cruises. And of course now everything is on Zoom, which, you know, it has its drawbacks, but it also has its benefits in that, you know, even though we could do this before, we weren't really as much, is you can speak to and teach anybody, any place in the world that has internet connection and the ability to get on Zoom or Skype or some other sort of platform. And so this was last April with a company or a organization called Edutopia. And I think there were 250 students on this call from a lot of different countries around the world. And I was speaking to students about, you know, pursuing their passion as a career and about penguins. And so, you know, normally this is what I would be doing in the classroom, speaking to kids and also speaking to adults in a variety of settings. And the story, especially with adult audiences, that is the most popular is about this penguin rescue. And it's sort of an evergreen story, even though it now happened 21 years ago. People are still very, very interested in hearing about it. And I think it has a lot of different elements. It's a very inspiring story. It's a story about science and STEM. It's a story about volunteering, teamwork, coming together and working as one, and what we can achieve when we do that. So it's probably for adults the most popular presentation that I give. And 10 years after the rescue, I actually wrote a book about it called The Great Penguin Rescue. This is a book for adult audiences published by Simon & Schuster and Free Press. And then Zahar in Brazil wrote it. They did a Portuguese translation the following year. And, you know, this was another one of my dreams as a kid. I had always loved reading and books and writing. And I thought someday I'm going to write a book. I just had no idea what I'd ever write one about. And I can still remember the moment coming back, flying back from Cape Town to Boston, being on the plane and being halfway across the Atlantic Ocean, and all of a sudden being hit with this flash, like, this is it. This is the book I am meant to write, because this is an incredible conservation story that has to be shared with the world. And so luckily Simon & Schuster agreed with me. And so in 2010 is when the book came out. Then what happened because of that was a local journalist who writes for the Boston Globe. He saw something about my book in the paper. I think I was doing a talk at the Newburyport Library, and he decided he wanted to write an article. He wrote this huge 2-page spread about my work, about the penguin rescue, and about my book. What happened as a result of that is the daughter of one of the curators for TEDx Boston saw that Globe article and said, "Mom, you should ask this woman to speak at TEDx Boston." And luckily her mom listened to her. So that was in June of 2011. I shared the treasure rescue story there. And that then was selected by the curators at the main TED website for the TED website. And that was actually featured on the front page of TED for 6 weeks in the summer of 2011, which I never in a million years thought that would happen, because at that time, really most of the talks were much more technology and medicine. And so I thought, who's gonna, they're not gonna be interested in this story about penguins, but they were. So that talk now has had almost 500,000 views worldwide. And that led to 3 more TEDx talks, 2 for TEDx Youth. And the one on the right, which is about heroes, role models, and mentors, has actually been picked up by a lot of mentoring organizations and has now had almost 75,000 views. which came as a huge unexpected surprise to me. And then I spoke again at TEDx Boston about penguin conservation in general a few years later. And then as a result of those, the folks at TED Ed, which is the educational branch of TED, asked me to write and narrate a video about penguin conservation. And so I know many of you here are educators, or most of you are, and so you probably are familiar with TED Ed, but if not, these are wonderful, like 3 to 6 minute animated videos, and they're intended for the classroom. And a lot of teachers use them as jumping off points for a lesson in the classroom. And now this one as well has had almost 500,000 views. So I'm so incredibly grateful to TED, because, you know, it's not about me and anybody knowing who I am. I don't care. What I care about is getting the message out about penguins and how their populations are crashing and what can we do to help protect them, and making people aware of this. And so the TED platform has given me the ability now to reach 1 million people globally with my message to protect penguins. So I'm forever grateful to the TED family for that. So a few other things, Guinness World Records. This was sort of a fun little surprise. I was obsessed with the Guinness World Record book when I was a kid. My best friend Amy and I used to, you know, every year when it came out, we'd get it and just read it cover to cover. And so in 2016, they actually featured a story about me and the penguin rescue, which was really kind of exciting. And then 2 years later, they actually invited me to be a writer for their penguin section that year. And then last year, they had an article about Women's History Month and 4 women who are making an impact in STEM. And I was one of those 4 women, which was really a surprise. I didn't even know this article was coming out, and very humbling, and another sort of cool full circle moment for me with Guinness. The Dodo has featured, they've interviewed me about the penguin rescue. BBC Witness did a fabulous story about, let me see, this was in 2013, about the penguin rescue, and interviewed me for that. And I've done a lot of actually interviews with BBC Live Radio. Whenever penguins are in the news, they call me up and do a brief interview. So there's been a lot of different opportunities to spread the word globally about penguins. And these are just some of the organizations that have either interviewed me, or I've written for, or they have, I've been on their podcasts or radio shows or TV shows. And so again, it's just a way to spread the message as much as possible and get the word out there about what is happening with penguins. You know, most of what I do is talking about penguin conservation, but I also do talk about pursuing your dreams and how to give a TED talk. So, but it all kind of ties back in to the whole penguin thing. And then last year, I spent most of 2020 writing my first book for children. And this is a nonfiction book about basic penguin biology and behavior called All About Penguins, Discover Life on Land and in the Sea. And this was Callisto Media had reached out to me about writing this book for their imprint of Rock Ridge Press. And it is beautifully, beautifully, beautifully illustrated by Ray Schul, who is an artist in the UK. And I love his illustrations. And it was really kind of cool to see these come to life, because I had sent him a lot of my photos that I've taken in my travels throughout the Southern Hemisphere to see penguins in the wild, and to teach people about them. I had sent him a lot of my photos as reference material. So if you look at this penguin on the left, and even just sort of the scene, you can see he took this photo and used it to create that image. And then if you look at this illustration that he did of this king penguin trumpeting, he used this illustration that I took on South Georgia Island as his inspiration for that. And so the other really amazingly cool thing that I have gotten to do is to go to different places around the world as a guest lecturer on ships bringing tourists to these locations. So I have been on a ship going to the Galapagos Islands to see the Galapagos penguins and teach people there about them on the ship. And my first trip to Antarctica was in 2009 on the Antarctic Dream. My second trip was actually not a trip that I was hired for. This was a project called Homeward Bound, which is a leadership initiative for women in science, and it's a 10-year initiative. And I was actually on the first year of this initiative, and it was it had a ton of press as the largest all-women expedition heads to Antarctica. And, you know, it made it sound like we were going to be doing science and research. We really weren't. We were doing leadership training, but we were all scientists in Antarctica. So a lot of us have parlayed that into what we have done since. And this is where I met Betty. This is a picture of her on an article about this event. The picture was taken on another trip that Betty was on, but I think it's an awesome photo. And there we are on the Zodiac going to one of the many landings that we did during the 3 weeks that we were in Antarctica. And so my biggest dream for many years, actually since I started my business in 2005, was to be a guest lecturer for Lindblad Expeditions at National Geographic. And a week after I got back, let me see, oh, they have this Global Perspectives speaker program. And that was, I'm like, I want to get hired as that. So a week after we got back from the Homeward Bound expedition, I was contacted by Lindblad and Nat Geo saying, we'd like to hire you as a guest lecturer for our next year to Antarctica. So that was, I think, getting my book deal and getting hired with Lindblad and Nat Geo were probably two of the most thrilling moments of my life. And so I actually now have gone twice with Nat Geo to Antarctica, 2018, and this is 2019. Of course, last year did not happen. And right now their guest speaker program is on hold, but they're just starting up their expeditions back down to Antarctica. So fingers crossed, I'll be going back again. And here's just to finish up a few photos of my favorite moments in Antarctica. A little Gentoo penguin chick coming over to greet me. And he actually tried to jump in my lap, but he kept sliding off of my slippery rain pants. You can't approach them, but if you sit in one spot, they can approach you and do whatever they want, and they will. And then in front of a king penguin colony on South Georgia Island, one of the most magnificent places I've ever been. And these three penguins came over to check me out, and one had just finished nibbling on my camera lens, and that's why you can see how excited I am in this moment. And so when I am speaking to either kids or adults, I like to always end by giving them some concrete action steps that they can take, because I think it's important to help people feel empowered, because I'm talking about a lot of heavy things about the different conservation issues that penguins are facing and about this oil spill. And you know, I think it's important to say, here's what you can do to help. So I have a number of different things that I talk about, but one of the key things is I will point them to this help page on my website. And then if you click on that, it brings you down in this window to a donate page. And there I have a very carefully curated list of all the different penguin research and conservation and rescue organizations throughout the Southern Hemisphere that people can donate to. Sandcob is the top one on the list. This is who we worked with during that rescue in Cape Town in South Africa in 2000. And over the last 50 years, they've saved almost 100,000 penguins, primarily from oil spills, because they're in an area, a locations that are very prone to oil spills happening. And so I support them every single year, and then I kind of spread through the other organizations my donations each year. And so I think that is all I have for you right now. And I'm going to end my share screen so we can chat, Betty.
Okay. Gosh, thank you, Diane. That's incredible. And I think as a fellow educator, I look at what you've done and the impact you've had on education, and not just young children, but people of every age group around the world. And I think that that's something, and you did it in a way that was not the traditional route.
Right.
Which I think is very cool, because I took the more traditional route, go to college to become a teacher, get a teaching job. And then I looked for that professional development and all of my science background outside of my school district. You had to do this, develop this on your own, which takes a lot of determination, a lot of focus on, what's next. And I think your advice to young people is really important. So what are some of the things you tell someone about developing their passions? And you've already touched on that a bit, but what are some of the key points you would like to tell young children about following their passions, or even your fellow educators who might be watching this?
I think, one of the things I always try to impart is, and this is a tough one for young people, is to believe in yourself and in your dreams. And that's tough when you're a kid, because all kids have insecurities. And I was a super insecure kid, and I didn't believe in myself at all. And it wasn't until, I did a lot of personal work, and finally at 30, I had the belief in myself to pursue this dream that I'd always had. And so I think if there's any way you can change your inner self-talk, because so many of us have this negative voice in our head that is telling us we can't do it, we're not worthy, we're stupid, whatever it might be. We all have that internal negative voice, that tape that goes on in our head. And if you can find a way, either through therapy or meditation, or for me, it was going to Al-Anon, because I was living with 2 alcoholic friends. And that's where I learned to change my internal thinking. And so however you can do it, and you can do it at any age, it's, I think, harder when you're younger, but you can, is to find a way to believe in yourself, to find some adults who would support you and mentor you. If it doesn't happen to be a family member, maybe it's a teacher, maybe it's a therapist, maybe it's someone else. But I think, for me anyway, it wasn't until I really believed in myself that I found the confidence to pursue these dreams that I had always had. So that's one thing. The other thing is to reach out and ask questions of people that do the work that you think you're interested in, right?
Yep, that's so important. But it's hard to ask questions. It's very hard for some people to ask those questions, but yet that can lead to so much other stuff.
Right. Because I was a kid who was too scared to ask the question.
Me too. I was definitely that kid.
Yeah. So again, this is one of those things, if you can find somebody who is supportive, that can be a mentor to you and that can help guide you through those things, I think it's really important to, speak to people that are doing something you think you might want to do. Because you might find in speaking with them that maybe it's not the right fit for you, or maybe it excites you even more and you're like, oh my gosh, I have to do this. And the other thing too, especially, for the type of work that I did, especially at the aquarium, is to volunteer your time and effort and energy whenever you can. So even if you are a young kid and you think you want to work with animals someday, start by walking dogs, start by cleaning cages at a veterinary hospital. When you're old enough, volunteer. If you want to do zoo and aquarium work, volunteer. Many places have types of volunteer positions for younger teenagers, and then for older teenagers. Usually you have to be 16 or older to work hands-on with animals, but you can be an education volunteer or other type of volunteer. You can help with food prep or other things. So to volunteer, to ask questions, and just to learn as much as you can about the topic that you are interested in. Don't just kind of sit back and wait for someone to show you or teach you. Like, read everything you can, watch YouTube videos, whatever it might be. Learn about that career, learn about that passion. And I think the more you learn, the more you'll figure out if it really is the right fit for you or not.
Well, and I think as educators, we don't realize sometimes the impact we're having on our students. And, something you say or something you teach them can be inspirational. And you might not know that right away. You might know that later when they come back to you and talk to you about it. But I think, we have the ability to look at our students and kind of read them and see who might have that question on the tip of their tongue and try to encourage them. I think that we stand as really amazing role models. And I think for you, it's funny because you aren't a researcher, but yet you've worked with researchers and you've worked with the scientists. And it's kind of what I did as well, to work with scientists and then share their work, interpret their work, and then share it and make it understandable for larger audiences, not just the science world, but also the student and adult student and even elder student world. Because I know you talk to all ages, as I do. And I think that's important to remember, that students they're not just kids.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, they're all ages. And I have to say that in doing the work that I do, I feel blessed because many times I will get an email or a letter from someone who says, I went to your talk about the penguin rescue or, pursuing your dreams, whatever it might be. And I was so inspired. I have gone back to college to pursue a biology degree.
Yeah.
And and it may not be to do what I do, but sometimes it is. It's just, and many times these are older adults.
Yes.
I had a guy who was 32 years old at a talk many years ago about the rescue. And at the end, he was sitting in the front row and he had a million questions. He said, I've always wanted to work with penguins, but I'm too old. I said, no, you're not. I'm like, how old are you? He said, I'm 32. I said, that's how old I was when I went back to college. He's like, really? I said,
well, then you inspire them to go for it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I learned as well along the way, because I was one of those quiet students. I know people would find that hard to believe. I was one of those quiet students who didn't ask questions and would never raise my hand and wouldn't approach a teacher. I was a good student, but I was a very quiet student. Yeah. And I think you never know who you're going to inspire with your talks. So your contribution to education has been enormous, in whether it's being the TED Speaker series or TED Ed, or whether it's been your books or working on one of the cruise ships, any of your presentations to schools or public venues. I mean, that's all education outreach. We need it. And I think that's what Polar Educators International, we really seek to pair up scientists and educators and get the word out about the polar regions, what's going on, and in both the Arctic and the Antarctic. And that's why this share-a-thon that's going on right now, or will be going on with this recording, is so important, just to show people a different flavor of what others have done with their career and with their life. So I thank you very much for spending time with me this morning and sharing your story. And I'm glad that we met as part of Homeward Bound, because you're an inspiration to me as well.
Oh, thank you, Betty. Vice versa.
Well, thank you so much, Diane.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to share my story with everybody. And it's been great to talk with you again.
And if you have questions for Diane, she had her contact information at the beginning of the program, but also that will be listed on the PEI website under her bio. And so you can go to that page, and you can also use our Slack channel to ask questions if you have them. So Diane, you may be getting some follow-up questions.
I'd be happy if that happens. Happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and following along after Diane's presentation, I want you all to think about books about the polar regions that might have been your favorites, or that might have made a difference in your classroom. I'd like to share a little bit of my perspective as an educator using some polar books.
Hi. We had a few extra minutes at the end of the session, so I wanted to take some time as an experienced classroom teacher to share some of my favorite books about polar regions, and also give you some tips about using them in the classroom. We're all looking for books to bring into our classroom that can enrich the experience for our learners. And as I noticed that our school district was cutting back the time for science in my classroom, I was particularly interested in what kinds of books I could bring in to bring in more science content. So Diane's book is an excellent example of a book that can be used in just that way. The book has a myriad of text features. She's got these did you know boxes, little text boxes off to the side. And it's important to show children to look at those boxes, not just read straight through the text of the book. She's got bold-faced print that showcases important vocabulary words, and then you can refer the children to the glossary in the back of the book to kind of make that connection if they can't figure out what that means by reading through the text. As Diane mentioned, her book is full of beautiful illustrations, but it's also great to point out the difference between an illustration or a drawing or a diagram compared to real photographs, as exampled in the bottom left-hand corner with the krill and the fish and the squid. So trying to make a comparison between photos and illustrations. Diane's book also has a double-page map of penguin locations around the world. This is a chance to bring in some social studies content and talking about geography a little bit as you read through the book. And the last thing I wanted to point out was that she's got a section in the back called Penguin Fun Facts. There are facts about each species of penguin, and I like the fact that you can look at the coloration or the shape of the beak or the color of the webbed feet,
or some other different habit that these penguins have that sets them apart from any other species. So these text features are important. You can use this kind of a book during reading groups, so small group time. You can use it as a read aloud for your class, or you could use it as part of a science lesson if you're studying habitats and animals or different geographic locations in the world. Another book that I love is called The Antarctic Book of Cooking and Cleaning, A Polar Journey. It's written by my friend Carol Devine and also a friend of hers, Wendy. They're taking this personal journey of a cleanup operation in Russia, not in Russia, but at a Russian base in Antarctica back in the 1990s. And it was a joint Canadian and Russian venture to go down and clean up the bases and make them more pristine, the way they used to be. So this is a really engaging book because it takes a twist, and she starts to also share the recipes of the food they're eating and pictures of the food that they're eating. So it's about the cleanup, her personal account, the history of these areas, the science, the recipes, and a really strong environmental message. Even though it's a book written for adults, you could certainly take excerpts and just bits and pieces from this book and do some really cool lessons in your classroom. The last three books I'd like to share are by my friend Coral Tulloch, who's an Australian illustrator and author. She's a tremendous artist, but she also knows how to weave in lots of facts into nonfiction books and even into her fiction books as well. This one, Antarctica, the Heart of the World, is a book full of facts. It's got maps, it's got diagrams and illustrations, photographs. It talks about everything from how do you get to Antarctica, what do you do when you're there, the science that's taking place, what do you wear, what do you eat, what if you get frostbite, some of these geographic features. It's a really interesting book. It's got lots and lots of text features. And again, this book was probably written with adults in mind, but I've used it with my fourth graders, and I would definitely use it with children older than fourth grade. It's a great resource. Now, this one might not be available in the US or in North America. I know that it's available in Australia and probably New Zealand for some of our listeners out there in those locations, but you can also try through a secondhand bookseller, try to obtain this book. So, The Heart of the World. Another book that Coral wrote with her friend Allison Lester and they illustrated is a book about one small island, and the island is Macquarie Island, which lies between Antarctica and New Zealand. Macquarie has a really interesting story because for centuries, the plants and animals lived in a fragile balance in this ecosystem. And again, we've got amazing text features that permeate every single page, as well as a kind of a message of encouragement and environmental stewardship, like teaching us that things can happen if we pull together and make them happen. Years ago, sealers came to this region, and with the sealers came their cats, their dogs, and on the ships, mice would have come with them, and that's probably why they brought the cats. But they also had things like rabbits and other birds and other animals, horses that would have come ashore with them. And eventually those animals overpopulated, plants that weren't indigenous to that area overpopulated and took over Macquarie Island. So when the Australian government made Macquarie a scientific research station back in 1948, the scientists were there to study the climate, geology, soils, plants, and animals that were indigenous to that island, and also the ocean and the atmosphere. But they realized it was overrun with pests. So the scientists and rangers worked together to get a plan to eliminate the plants and animals that were not native to this Macquarie Island region. She's got a nice timeline in the back of the book that starts out with the island being discovered back in 1810 and named Macquarie Island. And then she talks about the fact that Macquarie is only a little teeny part of the big world, but every little teeny part of our world is important, whether they're near, far, big, or small. And I love the last page because she says, for if we can save one small island, perhaps we can save them all. And I think that's a great message to give to not only children, but to give to anybody. Our part and we pull together, we can save lots of places that have been destroyed or overrun with pests or damaged in some way in this world. The last book I'm going to share is Coral's book, Sydney of the Antarctic. This is a really cute story I've used with my fourth graders and with older students for years. It talks about Sydney Walton Mouse, a little mouse that has a big adventure. And this is actually based on a true story because Coral brings Sydney Walton Mouse with her on a Russian icebreaker, the Captain Kalimnikov, and she's on an expedition to Antarctica as an artist and writer in residence. So she takes this animal and she leaves him someplace by accident. So Sydney is this mouse that has big dreams of going on an adventure. He plays in the ice box with the ice cubes so that he can practice being in a cold environment. He makes lists of things that he wants to take with him on his South Pole expedition. And when he finally does get to Antarctica, in Coral's knapsack, he meets other penguins and other creatures and has a grand adventure, but then is left behind and is scared to death. But he decides that he's been training for this moment. He becomes super brave and he makes his way back to Scott's hut at Cape Evans, where he had visited with Coral and the others from that ship. And he decides that he's not ready to go home. He makes friends with penguins there and other creatures, and he decides he's going to stay on this grand adventure. So you can have some fun trying to predict where Sydney is, if he's still in Antarctica, if he got rescued, if he left Antarctica, or what exactly Sydney's doing in this particular environment. But there's another story. She's got the real tale, kind of an autobiographical sketch, if you will, of her going to Antarctica and leaving Sydney out on the rocks. So that's a second genre of book that's in this same under one title. And then in the very end of the book, she's got a nonfiction page that talks all about the Terra Nova hut at Cape Evans on Ross Island in Antarctica. So 3 genres in one book: fiction, autobiography, and nonfiction. So it's not only a great story, but it's a great teaching tool. I hope that all of these books can give you an idea of using some polar education in your classroom. There are so many more books that you can choose from. There's not time to share them all. But when I went to Antarctica in 1998 for my first research experience, there were not very many books at all to bring into the classroom. So since that time, in over 20 years, we've added a lot of books to the mix, and there's a lot to choose from. So I hope that you'll take time to look for some of these and other books that you can bring into your classroom. Thanks so much. Okay, thank you for listening. I'm wondering how many of you out there have a favorite polar book that you might want to share, either in the chat box or briefly mention online on video here.
I just added it to the Slack channel too, so we can continue the conversation.
Good. There are
Since a lot of people are sound asleep right now in other parts of the world.
I know it's kind of quiet at this moment, but I think it will be a cool conversation to continue because we all have our favorite books and ways that we use them in our classroom. And I think that's a valuable conversation to have and a valuable sharing to take place. I could have listed 50 more books, but those are some of my favorites that I used before and I use currently when I'm talking with kids. So Betsy, I'm going to go ahead and make you the host.
All right.
There you go. And wishing you good luck. How many hours will you be on now?
3 hours.
That's how long I've been sitting. Actually, it goes quite fast.
Yeah.
And I love seeing what everybody has to say.
I know. So we still have a few more minutes and we're waiting for some people to come live.
Oh, your next one is live?
Yeah, it's supposed to be from Argentina.
Okay. I've lost track of where we are even in the schedule at this point.
100 hours now.
Okay.
Which hour is that? Like hour 14?
Okay.
Yes, hour 14.
Hour 14.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And I don't know if we have anybody. We have Hiroyuki on, unless he's just logged in and fell asleep.
Well, I stayed logged in most of the day just because I was afraid of logging out and then something would happen.
Yeah, I just did
I was
that this
leaving it on.
afternoon. So. Sounds good. Sounds good. So what was your favorite part, Betty, about reaching out to all these colleagues that you've worked with over the years?
It was fun to just, I mean, I'm in touch with all of them anyway.
Mhm.
So it's not like I hadn't been in touch, but just talking about their experiences again and interviewing them and kind of getting that recorded, that was really fun for me. Everybody that I interviewed for the Share-a-thon, I've worked with directly, whether in Antarctica on a project or Diane with Homeward Bound. Mateo and I have had a long association and collegial and friendship relationship. And I enjoy keeping up those networks. And I think it's important that we do as polar educators. I think it's important to keep the network going. You never know when you're going to find yourself in a different country doing a presentation with someone together. Obviously not now, no one's going anywhere, but like I'd love to get back to New Zealand. But we've talked about what other things we can do in education and outreach. And I think that in Joanna's presentation was Martin Jeffries was talking about how it's not just the scientists imparting the knowledge to the teachers that he was working with. He realized that the teachers taught him as well. And he wasn't a teacher, he was a researcher, but that really changed his perspective. And I think that's a huge lesson for all of us in PEI, especially. The researchers teach us, we teach the researchers. And I think that will be true of anybody that I've worked with all these years, is that we've taught each other. It's not a one-way thing. So there's a lot to learn. And events like this kind of showcase just that point. Because we've had a really nice mix of science and education today. And sometimes that's together as well. So Pia, you're still awake. What are you doing still awake? You and Peter ever sleep?
You're muted, Pia.
You're
You need
muted.
to unmute yourself.
Well, I had a little snooze, and well, it's Christian now, isn't he?
Yes, we don't see him yet.
Aha.
You're even kind of in the dark.
You're going to contact him. Yes. Perfect. Well, we'll let you get some dinner, Betty, and safe travels tomorrow.
Okay, thanks so much. And you guys, I will talk to you later.
All right.
all
Thank you. Thanks for everything.
Bye.
All right. Oh, here comes somebody. Admitting them.
Oh, Shadrin. He is one of the guests from Alona. So that would be okay. But
hello, have you just joined us? We're waiting for our next session to come on. So welcome. We'll get started in a minute or two here.
Yeah, but Wednesday.
It's almost sunset here.
Middle of the night.
It's almost sunrise for you, huh? Not quite.
Not quite. No, it's.
It looks like a pretty sunset too. We've got some clouds and we've had a little bit of smoke from the fires in California, but not too bad.
My goodness. So, okay, see what.
All right. I will go ahead and get started with our video. Could do that while we're waiting to see if Christian and the rest are coming. You are the co-host for me too, Pia. So if you see somebody in the waiting room, you can let them in if I don't get them.
Thank you.
All right. Let me share screen, share sound. I'll go over to here.
Hello, sleepy. We are ready.
All right. Welcome to, I believe it's hour 13, 14, hour 13 of our 24-hour Polar Share-a-thon. And let me introduce myself. I am Betsy Wilkening, and I am the president of PEI. And if I move forward here, let me share the video with you about PEI for those of you that are new.
Polar Educators International is connecting educators, polar researchers, and communities for a better understanding of polar knowledge. Earth's polar regions are remote, beautiful, and challenging places, and they have a profound influence on every one of us. We know these vast amounts of snow, forming ice sheets, sea ice, and glaciers, together with massive currents of cold water, contribute dramatically to the climate and ecosystems of our world, systems which in turn drive the health of our local environments and communities. Research shows dramatic change in the Antarctic, in our mountainous regions, and particularly in the Arctic, home to over 4 million people, which is changing faster than anywhere else on Earth. Scientists are confirming that human activity is playing a significant role in these systems, increasing the planet's surface temperature in ways that cannot be balanced out by natural processes. It is clear the urgency to engage the next generation in polar research and to rise to the challenges that a changing climate will bring has never been greater. United in our passion for sharing the importance and value of the polar regions, educators and researchers from around the world have formed PEI, an essential global network developing polar knowledge to engage a global audience facing climate change. We are collaborating to strengthen this community, building resources and relationships, and helping local audiences connect polar research to their everyday lives. Polar Educators International amplifies the voices of all those dedicated to understanding and protecting our extraordinary polar regions, and all Earth's inhabitants, for generations to come. Join us.
That was an excellent video. Thank you to Barbara Sousa for putting it together for us, and all the hard work that was done by Sophie Weeks and the rest of our council that helped us put that together. Let me go to the next screen here. Let's go. Come on. Forward. Let's get to this screen. We'll go back larger. All right. So we have, we're preparing for our conference that is coming up in April of 2022 in Iceland. And the very unique thing about this conference that we have coming up is that in addition to doing the workshop and learning from each other, we're going to be doing a small tour of Iceland. And it's a 4-day conference, and we're going to be touring different sites in Iceland. And then we'll be in Hofn, Iceland to learn. And please check us out on our website and stay tuned for registration information. We are trying to continue the conversation that has started with all of these wonderful presentations that we've had today, and we have a Slack channel, And you can enter it through bit.ly / PEI S LACK and join our Slack channel and continue the conversation. As I mentioned before, my name is Betsy Wilkening. I'm the president of PEI, and we formed PEI in 2012 as a result of the International Polar Year. I'm located in Tucson, Arizona, in the Sonoran Desert, not very close to the polar regions. And it's just about sunset here for me today. I want to thank Pia Casarini and Joanna Hubbard and Betty Tremmel for all the hard work they've done in advance and getting all of these presentations together and working with people to create this wonderful event. And there's our wonderful committee. And we also want to thank Ram, who was on earlier today and is getting some much needed rest, and the same with Sophie out of the UK. And you will see Sophie in the early morning hours for me, but towards the end of it today or tomorrow, whatever day you're at. And there's Ram and Sophie. So let me stop that share, and I'm going to check in with my co-host here.
We seem to have a problem with Argentina because of the Antarctic connection. So I just phoned up Christian Horton in Buenos Aires, and he is, okay, what does he say? He sent me something. Okay, to confirm it was Thursday. So, okay, so they are preparing for tomorrow at 10 p.m. Okay.
Oops. Oops. All right. Well, we could do something different.
Yep, I guess.
So I have, where is it? I have our Taste of Iceland. And what I will do is I will start with our lesson in Icelandic. And that's presented by Kolbrun, who is going to be one of our conference hosts in Iceland. So let me go ahead and share my screen. All right. Next we had on the agenda was a little bit of Icelandic words.
Okay, I'm going to show some papers. Can you see it, or have I?
Yeah, why don't you stop sharing your screen and then we
Yes.
can highlight you.
But I have 2 slides. I
Oh,
have 2
okay.
slides more to show.
Okay.
I'm going to show it to you now, and I'm going to work like that.
Okay, that looks good.
It's in the words and the pronunciation.
Beautiful.
And then I have another.
Golden dag, very good.
I have so. Okay, I have one more slide. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing, and now I'm going to show you this. Let's see, how can I? Yes, I'm going to teach you a few words before you come to Iceland, and I'm going to show you the words, although you have it on the slide. This is the first words I'm going to teach you because we use them always to say to people when we meet them on a walking or hiking path. Then we say góðan dag. You can mute your and try to say it. Góðan dag. Góðan dag. The next word I'm going to teach you is kennari. I'm a teacher, and I'm going to teach you Icelandic words to use when you come to the excursion or to the when you come to Iceland, visit Iceland, and you have to use some words. And I'm going to teach you, and this is teacher, kennari. Kennari. You come to Iceland with an airplane, and that's the Icelandic word about airplane. It is flugvél. Flugvél. It's airplane. Flugvél. And when you come to Iceland at this time, then you have to go to what's it called? Quarantine. Yes, you have to take a quarantine in COVID.
Hopefully not.
Yes, I hope not. But the bird is very, very cute. It's sóttkví. Sóttkví. We have two Icelandic words, letters, O and E. Sóttkví, quarantine. And then you will be asked if you have had vaccination. I have a word book here. Then you will be asked if you have been vaccinated, and it is bólusetning. Bólusetning. I see you are trying to say it. Good, Julia, yes. Bólusetning. Well, now you go from the airport and you try to get some transportation to Reykjavik because you land in Keflavik, or you have to go to Reykjavik because all hotels and everything is in Reykjavik. And then you have to get a bus. In Icelandic, it is rúta, rúta, bus, rúta. Yes. But if you don't want to go with rúta, with bus, then you will try to take a taxi. And the taxi is in Icelandic leigubíll. Leigubíll, it's taxi. Leigubíll. Well, now we have to go to the restroom, and we have to ask about the restroom in Iceland. Then you say, where is the restroom closet? Hvar er closet? Closet. Restroom. Closet. Well, off we go. We are arriving to Reykjavik, and we want to have some breakfast. And the breakfast is morgunmatur in Icelandic. Morgunmatur. Morgunmatur. It's not very difficult. Everything, not Icelandic letters or nothing like that. Morgunmatur. Well, we are getting our morgunmatur, and we come to the word you have already used. It is a buffet. It's hlaðborð. It's a table with a bunch of food on it, everything. Or then it's called hlaðborð buffet. Hlaðborð. We have a special letter here, F, which is special Icelandic letter, F. Hlaðborð. Well, we have to pronounce Reykjavik, right? Reykjavik. It's a little, it's a little bay with a smoke on it. The first, the smoky town, Smoky Bay, Reykjavik, our first land settle. Yes, named it so because it's so smoke on the land. Now we are getting hungry and we want to get some meat or meals or something like a dinner or something. Then we have to search for a restaurant. And a restaurant in Icelandic is veitingahús. 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 A restaurant. And in the veitingahús, in the restaurant, we want to get some water. This is a very difficult word because it has some special Icelandic pronunciation. We have to use our nose and the tongue, and it is vatn. Vatn. Use your nose. Vatn.
Water.
Water. Vatn. Okay. Now we are going to take a trip to the excursion place, and we see many glaciers. And you will have to know the word for glaciers in Iceland. It's also a bit difficult. It's jökull. You have to use your tongue. Jökull. Jökull. Yes, either left or right. Jökull. Glacier. It's one glacier, jökull. If we are using in plural, then it's jöklar. Jöklar. And I also had to try to teach you the most difficult word in 10 years. It was the eruption in Eyjafjallajökull. Eyjafjallajökull. You see jökull. Eyjafjall.
We have a question, Kolbrun, about the two L's together, the sound of those. It's
Fjallajökull.
Okay, thank you.
Fjallajökull. Eyjafjallajökull. And then maybe we will have the eruption when you arrive after 1 year. Then I have to teach you the word so you can get there. The eruption is in Geldingadalir. Geldingadalir. It's a bit different. It's like Eyjafjallajökull. Geldingadalir. Just a little bit easier. And at last we have to pronounce the place we are going to meet in Hofn, and try to say Hofn, and then blow your nose when you pronounce the last one. Hofn. Hofn. Blow your nose. Hofn. Not Hofn. Hofn. You heard the difference. Hofn. You have to practice before you come here because no one will understand you. When you're going to Hofn, you're going to Hofn. Okay? And then I say we have to learn that it is thank you. Takk fyrir. Thank you. Takk fyrir matinn. Hann var góður. Thank you for this meal. It was good. Takk fyrir matinn. When you leave the restaurant, you say, takk fyrir matinn. Hann var góður. Thank you for the meal. It was really nice. Okay? And when you leave, you say, góða nótt. You say, good night, góða nótt. And when you meet in the morning, you say, good day, not good morning. It's always good day, góðan dag, good day, góðan dag, góða nótt. Okay. I don't think I have more to teach you at the moment, but that's a lot. Yes.
Lots to learn. Okay. Thank you. We have to practice.
Yeah.
Definitely have to practice. Okay. I think we had a couple of other questions. Is it question officially time now? Yes. So we did have a question earlier about the glaciers and perhaps Icelandic people's thoughts about the glaciers going away. Yes. Let's see, where was that question? Why don't you want the glaciers to disappear? So besides just thinking about the climate change glacier disappearing, perhaps you would feel comfortable discussing that?
Yes. The glaciers are a very obvious and large part of the scenery in Iceland. And the large glaciers, the areas of the large glaciers would certainly not look right if the glaciers had disappeared. They are majestic. And they are beautiful in form, and they are extremely interesting as a natural phenomena. And they also contain history. You can extract climate history and volcanic history out of the glaciers. And when the glaciers have melted, none of this is left. It has run to the ocean and will never be retrieved after that. So it is a part of the identity of Iceland, of course, the glaciers. So we are fond of them now, but as I said before, about 150 years ago, when the glaciers were advancing, they were a menace indeed, and a huge menace. So at that time, almost all Icelanders would have wanted them away. Was there another question?
I think we had answered a couple of the other ones. I'm looking to see in the chat if there was something else, but if you
All right, so we had our lesson in Icelandic to get us ready for the Iceland Conference coming up in April. We did a whole series of tech events and other hlaðborð events, and I want to show people where they are on our website. So under polareducator.org, if you come out to the website, you'll be able to learn more about our conference here. And these were our pre-Iceland events that we had. So our lesson in Icelandic, we also had at the front end of that recording a very nice lecture on glaciers from our glaciologist, Oder. And we are in our share-a-thon right now. We have these tech taster ones too. So if we go to the pre-conference Icelandic events, and we have a page for each one of these things that you can hit. And yes, that's where I want to go. A lesson in Icelandic, and there's the video that we just watched. You can also find them under events. So we have our pre-Iceland, hlaðborð, and we also have it broken out by the different events. So the share-a-thon, tech tasters, the summer solstice sci art soiree, that was a very nice one that Sophie helped put on. And that video is out here also. Learn how science and art are intermixed and telling the story of science through art. The other event that we had here, the Tech Tasters events, there was 4 of these nice 1-hour little presentations that were given by some of our master educators that we have as part of PEI. And field trips with Joanna Hubbard. We had virtual field labs with Luis Hofn. Sustainable energy literacy with Giselle Aruda that presented earlier today. And then our interactive resources from Polar Education, which Ram, who also presented earlier today on something else, but there's another lecture out there that he gave us. So there's so many wonderful resources there that you can find on our website. Everything from this event is going to be on our Facebook, not on Facebook, on our YouTube channel at Polar Educators on YouTube. And the links are available and they're out in our Slack channel. I was going to go and show you a little bit more of the very first video that we had today, because I never got to see it. and so I will be selfish right now, and I want to show you some of our video from our council member that lives in Pond Inlet in Nunavut. So let me go to that video, and I will start a little bit of that video here for you. And let's see if we can share it full screen.
Hola, c'est Marguerite, au cœur de origin story of Ikarvik is that it really emerged out of a gap where so much research is going on in the north, but young Inuit weren't meaningfully engaged in not just the research, but in the whole way that research is being developed.
Youth, especially in the north, are not just sitting around waiting to inherit the planet. They are active now. Ikarvik is providing them an opportunity to get involved in issues that are important for their community and to take some of these kinds of leadership roles.
To be able to come into this program that shows you firsthand what the strengths of traditional knowledge are and the strengths of science, but not just those, the strengths of them both working together, is something so important that not a lot of people think about.
The way that Ikarvik bridges Indigenous knowledge and science is really critical for two reasons. I mean, one is just straightforward, you get better science. The other part of it, though, that I'm really passionate about is that it's not asking young Indigenous Northerners to stop being themselves. In fact, it's rewarding them for having a strong connection to their cultures and their communities, while at the same time giving them new transferable skills to help them answer the questions they have about a changing Arctic. To watch them light up, to see them recognize their value and their role and the gifts that they bring to it is just, every single day is a joy.
Shelley is one of our council members.
Shelley, can you tell us something about yourself, your life in the north? Introduce yourself to us, please.
Sure. My name is Shelley Elvram. I'm the co-lead on an amazing product or program called Ikarvik. And for myself personally, well, you'll hear some laughter in the background. Every once in a while, you're going to hear a kid.
Don't worry.
But that's the way it is in the north. If you're going to come into to work with Northerners, you got to expect that the whole family is going to be part of it.
That's wonderful.
I'm really lucky that I'm third generation non-Indigenous, but lucky enough to be living in Nunavut territory. I have been there now for coming up on 21 years. My background's in anthropology, but when I came up, I was firmly of the mind that the community was going to choose how best I could interact with them. And so when I moved there, I walked around, met people, drank tea, had some laughs, and the community was able to learn who I was as a human being, which is probably the most critical lesson in working with Northerners, is that you need to be a human being first. If you come in with your credentials, if you come in with your PhD, you're just not going to be seen as a human being, and therefore not able to actually connect in the ways that you need to connect. For myself, I was also coming in at a time where resource development and climate change were hot topics that were really evolving, and the people of this brand new territory were looking to see how they could best interact with these big questions. Typically, Inuit have always been studied and haven't been the ones that have been able to be doing the research themselves. And the community realized pretty quickly that I love research. I love the act of learning. But what became very clear was that Inuit were not able to be equal partners or to drive research themselves. And that's what I became very passionate about, was really trying to create time and space for young Inuit to be able to capture the power that is research and education and communication. Because if you can inform people about your reality, you can make people care about what is going on in the north. And so whether it's resource development or climate change, being part of research and part of communicating and part of education means that Inuit are able to tell their own stories. So that's my passion.
That's wonderful. And what about education in Pond Inlet and the area that you're familiar with?
Well, if you know anything about Canadian history, you probably have heard of something called residential schools. And that was a really catastrophic time for Indigenous people in Canada from the 1800s all the way through to 1996. Young Indigenous people were taken away from their families to become educated. So education became inextricably linked with things like removing your language, removing your culture, changing your clothes, shaving your hair, beating you when you spoke your own language, and sexual abuse. There is slowly coming to light the things that Indigenous people have always told us, which is children were killed, children were beaten, children were abused. And I think the world is finally coming to recognize these horrible truths that mean that, for the most part, Inuit have had a really poor experience with education. Now, education, though, if we take that and we put it back in the hands of Inuit, is a very different thing. Education is what you learn to become a capable human being. And I think that if... Hi. Hi. Excuse me just for a moment.
Okay, sure.
Okay, where was I?
That's okay.
If we put the word education into the hands of Inuit, however, you get something a lot more joyful and beautiful and holistic. And so when I think about education in the North, I'm not thinking about that very Western idea of what education is. I'm thinking about the things that Inuit have learned to become capable and able human beings. And so when I think of education, I think of a much more holistic picture of the things you need to survive. And that's kind of an exciting thing, because now in Nunavut, the things that you need to survive and thrive is as much cultural as it is about learning the things you would learn in the Western education system. However, in order to do that, you have to figure out ways to heal and work through the pain of the residential school system. So the current state of education in Nunavut, it's not great. It's a lot of struggle with understaffed schools, with a variety of different social issues in the classroom that frankly make it hard for kids to learn. And the cross-cultural reality of having higher level teachers always coming in from somewhere else. So at the elementary school level, so grades 1 through 6, most commonly you have Inuit teachers who understand their students and understand the language and can support the students in a different way. Whereas once you reach the higher grades, you're now confronted with people who don't know your culture, who don't know your language, and don't know your realities. And so the Ikarvik program seeks to provide a place where you can use the best of both worlds. And young Inuit and other Indigenous Northerners have a remarkable capacity for being able to be the bridge between two ways of knowing. So when I think of education, I'm thinking about it as these two ways of knowing. Whether it's your Western sort of education system or your traditional system, young Indigenous people have a remarkable ability to bridge those two ways of knowing and ultimately create research that's actually better.
Yeah. Do you actually have connections with scientists that then seem to put sort of education like an afterthought afterwards, while in fact what we in Polar Educators think about upstreaming, I mean putting education within the scientific research as well. Do you get scientists coming up to Pond Inlet and sort of do research there for
We have an incredible amount of research that happens around Pond Inlet because it's the entrance to the Northwest Passage. There's active resource development happening, climate change, social issues. So there's basically a flood of research that comes in.
Mm-hmm.
It's the younger researchers, the early career researchers that I find are recognizing that there's a different opportunity within research to not come up and study things and leave, but actually work with communities in a different way. And that's what we celebrate, that's what we encourage, and that's what Ikarvik seeks to bridge, is that when a researcher comes in, they're also bringing knowledge and understanding. And that if they use that time when they're researching to actually contribute to education in the community, then everybody wins. And the example I would use would be something like ocean acidification. When we work with youth in the communities, we ask them what their top priorities are for research. And the things that they prioritize are things that are really critical to the health of the environment, but also to survival of Inuit. Now, however, something like ocean acidification is invisible. How do you know it's there? How do you know what's happening unless you have access to information that is happening in the rest of the world? And there's definitely a huge disconnect between the kinds of conversations that happen globally about the Arctic and the kind of conversations that happen internally. And so again, Ikarvik seeks to bridge that because so many of the big global issues in the North are actually not accessible to people who live in small remote communities with crappy internet. So if you think, for instance, of those beautiful animations that NOAA out of the States has done with the ice moving and receding every year. If you live in suburban United States, you can easily click on the link and watch this. If you live in Nunavut and you're actually able to be out on the ice, you don't have the bandwidth and the internet infrastructure to be able to ever see that animation. And so there's so much knowledge about the North that isn't actually coming back into the North. So there's a huge disconnect there that we think research can also help to bridge.
Well, certainly the connection is the most important thing for getting together this kind of information, science, and also this indigenous knowledge that we are very interested in. Would you like to comment on the way that indigenous knowledge is being used by the community here, where you are, and also in the world?
Well, I would say that wherever you go in the Arctic, all around the circumpolar world, the indigenous people are the original scientists. So when you think about what science is broken down into, you know, your hypothesis, you're coming up with a methodology, you're testing it, you're questioning, you're curious. All these steps are exactly what indigenous people all around the Arctic have always done. So you have a hypothesis that the ice looks like it's safe to travel on now. Go out and test it. Sometimes you fall through and you realize that your hypothesis was not correct. But Inuit and other indigenous people have refined their knowledge of the North in such an incredible way that the status quo, oh, hello. Did I say Inuit? And look, my little daughter Naya showed up.
Hello, happy to see you. What's your name?
This is Naya. Now,
Naya.
I could tell you a little story about Naya that will also help you to understand.
I'm adopted.
She is adopted.
I see.
Like present indigenous.
Yes. And look how well we can get along.
Oh, wonderfully.
Naya was gifted to our family because we had lost twins. And indigenous knowledge, again, if you look at the strength of indigenous knowledge, it's also the things that help you survive as a human being. Okay, Emma.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Put it down. So the community recognized that my husband and I had gone through incredible grieving, and adoption is and has always been a really incredible part of healing in Inuit society. And so we had a lot of people telling us that we should adopt, which of course we thought, well, we're white. I don't know if that's okay. But Naya's biological family came and sat down and patiently talked us through it and told us how like really kind of stupid we were for ignoring Inuit knowledge because we needed to heal. And we were so fortunate that they understood us well enough to know that we were just being kind of stupid, and that healing really is about sharing and about connecting as humans. And so the community that I live in saw the pain that I was in and looked for ways that they could help me. And so that's the kind of thing that happens that never makes the news. That's not climate change, that's not resource development, but the deep humanity and love and joy that's in the North is also part of what needs to be connected to the rest of the world. So I'm just a living beneficiary of that. So I have this little girl that every day reminds me that when it all comes down to it, we're human beings on this earth trying to figure out how to do this together.
That's a marvelous story. Thank you for sharing it with us. And of course, you are much more aware of the Inuit ways of living and mentality that you have come to know by living in Pond Inlet, I guess.
Well, I feel like the longer I live there, the less I know. Just when I think I understand something or I've got the Inuktitut word, people are like, no. But on the other hand, everyone's been really patient with me. And I think, again, if we're talking about education, the greatest gift of education is understanding. And at least on a very small level, I think I can understand some of the issues in the North in a different way than I would have otherwise.
That's a wonderful thing. Now, you were telling me that you lived in the North long enough to see also the changes brought by the Nunavut that became the 11th province of Canada, although not with all the trimmings that the other provinces
Well, it's a
had.
territory.
It's a territory.
Yes,
right.
so it is still ultimately under federal government control. The interesting thing about Nunavut, I think, is the hope that was created when Nunavut was created. So for young Indigenous people growing up at the time when Nunavut came into being, it offered Inuit a chance to really see themselves as being actors in their own future. And unfortunately, again, if you know anything about history, you realize that often Indigenous people have been completely sidelined in those conversations. So legally, the creation of Nunavut meant that Indigenous knowledge would be equally considered in environmental issues. So, it gave young people hope, and that's a really powerful thing. So I think, in my experience, when we moved up, non-Inuit in the communities were teachers and nurses and police. So it was all authority figures that were there from the government to change people's lives. And so as Nunavut was created, there became more of a sense of being able to change your own life. And I think, again, research is a really valuable career choice because it allows you to not be anyone other than who you are. You are most valuable as a young Indigenous person if you are authentically being who you are in research and being able to balance science and technology with traditional knowledge and values.
Do young people sort of go away to study and then come back? How is the situation in that respect?
You would need a much stronger education system in order to give young people the confidence to go elsewhere for school. I think, though, if we back up a step, it depends on what you aspire to, and young people in the North don't necessarily aspire to leave. When you are a fully functional human being where you are, why would you go somewhere that's so vastly different that you would feel alienated and unsupported? The closeness of families means that you have such an incredible network and you have so much confidence in who you are as a person and your place in life, that leaving can be a really uncomfortable experience. So you don't often see young people desiring to leave the territory, except for, you know, maybe some holidays and short trips. On the other hand, there is growing understanding that in order to meet the needs of Nunavut, and Nunavut's needs are incredible. We need Inuit nurses and doctors and lawyers and engineers. And so with that need, young people are now starting to try to balance what it would mean to leave a really beautiful, functional life and go out and leave your identity to go into a different kind of educational system, which is, it's a difficult thing.
I bet it is. You told me that you have a daughter who's 18. How is she seeing her future?
Well, my oldest daughter is my biological daughter, so she is non-Inuit. But it's funny because she was actually born in Pond Inlet. She was premature, and so everyone in town sort of looked at her and said, "She's one of us." She also has dwarfism, so she's very small. And so I was told when she was born, well, of course she is. She doesn't want to be like you tall white people. She wants to be like us Inuit. And so she, until she was about 10 years old, actually identified as an Inuk, not as a Hadlunak, which is a white person. And so she's always being told by people in the community, you're Inuk. So she's grown up with, you know, again, this embracing society that supported her, that loves her, that doesn't see a person with a disability. They see her ability, which is also, again, a remarkable, the humanity in the North is absolutely incredible. I think when you live what other people might call on the edge of existence, you know, a very subsistence lifestyle, you find the beauty and the joy and the purpose of everybody's life. And so you don't segregate people out, you bring people in to be part of the group. And so she's grown up in an absolutely fantastic way where she's so confident of herself and her abilities that she's now looking at ways to be able to continue a Southern-based education in a way that can provide good benefits for the North that she loves so much.
That's wonderful. Now, you were telling me also how the practicality of life, like why are you in Ottawa now, for instance?
Yes, that's right. This is not the North. This is a quarantine hotel in Ottawa. The government of Nunavut has a system where you need to quarantine for 2 weeks before going back up because of the limited health infrastructure, the remoteness of communities. It's really critical to keep COVID out as much as possible, but I have to come out because I have to do my yearly resupply shopping, which means come down to Ottawa, which is, you know, basically flying almost, you know, the length of Canada down to do all of our yearly dry goods, canned goods, toilet paper, Christmas presents, next year's birthday cake for the kids. I have to figure out what flavor of birthday cake do the kids want in February, so that's all crated up and then shipped up on a ship that comes in at the end of August.
Well, you certainly need to be very well organized too.
Thank you, Excel chart that I've been keeping for 21 years. I'm pretty good at knowing exactly how many cans of mushrooms I need.
Oh, that's amazing. And what about Polar Educators International? What do you think we could do in... Okay.
I had a little shiver of excitement when I had the first email from Polar Educators International, because that's the goal, is to be able to allow Indigenous people to speak for themselves. And to do that, the best way possible is to obviously speak at a political level, but the thing that matters the most is making the rest of the world care. And education in the hands of a good educator means that people lean in and they want to know more, they want to know why, they want to know who people in the North are. And I think that I would rather have a school teacher in France who is making a class full of passionate young people care about the North than I would have a politician who is going to go make a political statement about the North. So I think that education really is the key to making the world not only understand the North, but care about it. And that's why I always caution people that climate change, resource development, social injustices, these are all huge issues in the North, but the overriding things that people need to understand equally are the joy, the happiness, the strength of families, I hate the word resilience because it always sounds a little like someone's looking down at you and saying, aren't you resilient? Mm-hmm. But the ways that people have been able to survive the climate, the harshness of the land in a way that embraces the beauty of the land and the beauty of their culture is just, it's every day is a phenomenal gift.
Right. So certainly we should keep going and be linking as much as we can with the North. And of course, as you said, it's the inability to communicate that can be very difficult. So you
Absolutely.
have a monthly allowance, you were saying?
I do. I have the grand total of 100 gigs of slow internet every month and no ability to top it up after that because it's bandwidth is such a precious resource. You can't actually lay cables to Baffin Island because of the icebergs. So the ice scour actually prevents us from being linked by any kind of landlines. So all of our internet is via satellite. So we are currently held somewhat of hostage to the current technology. And that makes it really difficult because ultimately a scientist who comes up to the North for 2 weeks has a stronger ability to connect with the rest of the world than the people who live there for 52 weeks of the year. And I think that is something that education can help to level that playing field, to be able to say that a scientist can tell you valuable things, but the people who live in the North can tell you why it matters.
Hi, welcome. Today we're going to be talking about Iqaluit, so please come in. Inuit Qaimai isn't probably what you think it is. From what we've seen, a lot of researchers tend to think it's just data, something you can collect and analyze. We know that researchers are always told to incorporate IQ into your research and meaningfully engage communities. But you might not have been told how to do these things. Don't worry, Iqaluit's here to help you.
What's a Karvik?
We're a group of youth from different Nunavut and Yukon communities who are all interested in improving relationships between researchers and northern communities and seeing more meaningful incorporation of IQ into research.
Okay, cool. So you guys can be field assistants and bear monitors for us researchers.
No. Bear monitors and field assistants aren't really what Inuit communities see as meaningful engagement. In fact, many Arctic communities don't feel like they've been meaningfully engaged, consulted, or informed by researchers. We know that meaningful engagement and incorporating Inuit Qaimai into research has been left up to you guys to figure out on your own. So we're going to help with that.
Okay, so what is Inuit Qaimai?
Inuit Qaimai Kujumajayugangit.
Inuit Kaina Matukwangwi.
Kaujimajatuqangit.
Okay.
Finally, someone who is asking what we mean when we say IQ. Inuit Qaimai is a way of knowing. IQ is more than just traditional knowledge because it incorporates knowledge, customs, and values. It is our way of life. It is as much about how we interact with each other, our behaviors, and our attitudes, as well as what we know.
We chose to use Inuit Kayamaitokangit as a guide to help us interpret what meaningful engagement of Inuit communities and research can look like. We believe that understanding IQ from our perspective is what will lead to better work in our communities.
When you really understand Inuit Kayamaitokangit, meaningful engagement of communities just happens naturally.
We created PSI-Q to help you understand that incorporating IQ is equally about how a researcher works with the community, not just the data they collect. We believe that by following our recommendations, researchers can incorporate IQ in a way that meets the needs of both communities and scientists.
So, how do I do this? In reality, how am I supposed to apply this to my research?
Don't worry, we're here to help you. Ecogvic Youth have created PSI-Q, which is our way of explaining how science and Inuit Kayamaitokangit can work together.
PSI-Q contains 41 recommendations for what you can do before, during, and after your research.
Oh, great. So it's a checklist. And if I do this...
Whoa, slow down. It's not a checklist. It's more about how you should work with the community. Maybe think of it this
is the
way.
checkers game.
Don't think of it as a
grandson and
checklist of
granddad will
IQ
bond.
actions, but having great IQ attitudes. This is what will result in better work with our communities.
It's not your fault because you probably didn't know this. When a scientist or researcher says that IQ is not valuable, you're saying that we Inuit are not valuable either. That our customs, our beliefs, and our way of life is not valuable. So because this is just a really big misunderstanding, we wanted to invite you in to work with our communities and provide you some recommendations for what we think it would look like to incorporate IQ into your research. And it might result in better research for you.
So you're telling me that we can create better research?
And it would lead for more meaningful engagement in our communities. All right, now let's look at some examples of our recommendations. So what you could do before your research is if you need a letter of support from the HTO or the Hamlet, please make sure that you try to get it way ahead of time. The HTO and the Hamlet are both very busy and the research is not their priority. So ensure that you have lots of time if you need letter support. It also depends on what time of year you might be trying to get your letter. Starting in the springtime and also during the summer, a lot of board members may not be available because they're spending a lot of time on the land. Things you could do during your research. Be a human first and a researcher second. So what that means is introduce yourself as your name first and not as a set of credentials. You could explain why you're here in Nunavut, but also share a little bit about yourself, like where you are from, your hobbies, and some of your interests. Just be human and just have regular conversations. And make sure you're friendly and ask the person you're talking to as well. Another thing to remember during your research is English is going to be a second language for a lot of people. So try not to use jargon and don't use big words because, again, English is their second language. I don't want to say simplify it, but like, don't use jargon. So if you're using jargon, it'd be like me saying, for example, you know that when you go out hunting and your kamutik, when you have a tea break, and then your kamutik freezes to the ground because you've been sitting for long, and the traction that it was building makes it warm, so that by the time you stop and you have tea, it's going to freeze, so that before you head out, you're going to have to kick the kamutik runners to make sure that they're not frozen, and so that when you take off, it'll be so much easier for it to take off. So if I'm explaining that and you didn't quite understand some of the stuff that I just explained, imagine how we feel when you talk about your research. You might know your research very well, but we haven't been studying your research as long as you have. So make sure, don't use jargon, and remember that English is the second language for a lot of us. I'm just gonna tell you an example of a researcher who actually went to present to the HTO in a community. And so this researcher was talking researcher introduced himself, and then he started talking about his research. And he was talking for about a good 5 minutes until he realized that no one spoke English. And so he spent all that time talking and no one even understood what he was trying to say. So if you're going to go to a community, make sure if you need an interpreter or a translator, make sure you can hire one. And when you come to a Nunavut community, make sure you involve the community in all stages of your research. So you could involve the community in determining your research questions to see what's important for the community members, the stuff that they want to know, what's impacting them, and also what they could do to help you and what you could do to help them to answer their questions. And then you could also have the community members help you collect this information, collect these data, collect the samples, and teach them the instruments that you're using and why you're using these instruments and what they're going to be collecting. And then you could also help the community help you analyze this data. One very good example is the Qaloktuk Modern River project that Iqaqpiq is doing with Rosie Smith. So Rosie came to the community. So the youth came up with this research question on developing the river monitoring project, because the river is a very important source of water for the community, also food for their char. And so they were able to contact Rosie Smith, who's very knowledgeable about sampling in rivers. So she went to Qaloktuk and then she helped train the youth on how to use the instruments and methodologies for this project. And then she taught them how to collect these samples. And so she let the youth collect the samples for a few years. And then all the information and all the data she collected, all the information, the data that the youth collected were brought back up to be analyzed by the youth. And so we're in the stages right now where we're going to add a few more instruments. Everything is being done by the youth with the help of Rosie. So that's one very good example if you wanted to do a community-driven monitoring project, or if you wanted the community to help you. So just a quick overview of what we went through. We talked about what Iqaqpiq is, what Inuit Qaimai is and how we interpret it, what our PsyQ documentation is, and some of our recommendations of what you could do before, during, and after your research. And I hope that these recommendations were helpful for you and that you'd like to work with us and the communities and have a better understanding of how you can interpret Inuit Qaimai and how you can meaningfully engage communities.
Hi, I've had the privilege of being mentored by Iqaqpiq youth for a decade now, and just wanted to share very quickly my biggest takeaways as I've watched the youth work on this concept of PsyQ. We all know that researchers are asked to incorporate IQ into their work, and we know that researchers are also asked to meaningfully engage communities in the process of developing and conducting that work. What I've learned from these youth is that those are not really two different things. That the key to meaningfully engaging communities is actually incorporating IQ. And the key to incorporating IQ is understanding that IQ is not just about knowledge of, about the land and the environment. It is definitely that, and that knowledge is tremendously important. But it's also about values, about customs, about principles for how we interact with each other and the environment. And that, to me, is the important part, because it isn't just about what we do. It's about how we do it that matters. So I have these truly amazing young people to thank for helping me understand what it really means when Inuit are asking that IQ be incorporated and that their communities be meaningfully engaged in research.
Speaking for myself, I can genuinely say that working with Inuit youth has been life-changing. I think it's made me a better researcher, a better human being, because I've learned how to actually stop and listen. And I think that PsyQ gives everybody the ability to tap into that amazing resource that Inuit youth have, which is the ability to bring joy and passion and equality into research. When I moved to Pond Inlet 20 years ago, I had no idea that I'd end up working with Inuit youth. I was a researcher, I was an anthropologist, I was going to do all this great work on traditional knowledge. And really the greatest gift of my life has been having the opportunity to work with these amazing young people who put their arms around my shoulder and basically said, all right, you kind of don't know what you're doing, but we're here to help you. I hope that you also see this as having that same arm put around your shoulders to help you do the most amazing job that you can do as a researcher.
So now that you kind of know what you could do to help improve your research within our communities, I'm going to invite you up. Make sure you use these recommendations. Let us know if they were helpful. If you have more questions, just reach out and we'll see you soon after COVID.
So in Pond Inlet, I work with the Akarvik program. And what I do on a regular or basically a daily basis is figure out ways to provide Indigenous youth with the time and space to determine not only what research is critical to their communities. So in other words, if research was completely up to young Indigenous people, what would they be studying? Sometimes it lines up with the things that scientists and government are interested in, and sometimes it's completely different. Then what we do is we enable the youth to actually create a research project driven by themselves and their communities that address those very topics that they have identified. What comes out of it is the ability for young Indigenous people to become the experts. Sometimes they partner with Southern-based researchers, sometimes they don't, but what comes out of it is really great research that actually addresses the needs of the communities. When we partner with Southern-based researchers, so for instance, if a researcher comes to us and says they have an idea and they would like to work with communities, the youth become the bridge to be able to say, how do we conduct this research? How do we create research questions and methods that actually produce results for scientists, but are equally relevant for the North? And so what comes out of that is science that ultimately is more relevant, more efficient, more effective, and makes better data for decision making.
Wow.
All right, we had a little change of our program in this last hour since our researchers and educators out of Argentina got the day wrong and they're ready to present tomorrow. So we showed a few different videos, and one of them was our very first video from the first hour that we had today from our PEI council person, Shelley Elbrum, up in Pond Inlet in Nunavut. We are going back to our schedule now, and on our schedule we have we are on hour 15, and in hour 15 we have some videos from Jefferson Simos, Dr. Sylvia Dota, and Ms. Akiko Murray. And we're going to go ahead and get those underway. So let me start with this one. Let's go back to the very beginning here. Let's go to the next one, and we'll get started with our PEI intro.
Polar Educators International is connecting educators, polar researchers, and communities for a better understanding of polar knowledge. Earth's polar regions are remote, beautiful, and challenging places, and they have a profound influence on every one of us. We know these vast amounts of snow, forming ice sheets, sea ice, and glaciers, together with massive currents of cold water, contribute dramatically to the climate and ecosystems of our world, systems which in turn drive the health of our local environments and communities. Research shows dramatic change in the Antarctic, in our mountainous regions, and particularly in the Arctic, home to over 4 million people, which is changing faster than anywhere else on Earth. Scientists are confirming that human activity is playing a significant role in these systems, increasing the planet's surface temperature in ways that cannot be balanced out by natural processes. It is clear the urgency to engage the next generation in polar research and to rise to the challenges that a changing climate will bring has never been greater. United in our passion for sharing the importance and value of the polar regions, educators and researchers from around the world have formed PEI, an essential global network developing polar knowledge to engage a global audience facing climate change. We are collaborating to strengthen this community, building resources and relationships, and helping local audiences connect polar research to their everyday lives. Polar Educators International amplifies the voices of all those dedicated to understanding and protecting our extraordinary polar regions, and all Earth's inhabitants, for generations to come. Join us.
This event today is leading up to our conference in Iceland in April of 2022. I'm going to quickly move forward through these slides and then start on our first presentation. If you want to join the conversation beyond these 24 hours in the Zoom sessions, you can join our Slack channel at bit.ly/PEI/Slack. And continue this conversation. I'm the president of Polar Educators International, and I reside in the Sonoran Desert in Arizona, and it is finally dark here today. Our coordinators that put on this wonderful event, Pia Casarini, Joanna Hubbard, and Betty Tremel. I believe Pia has gone to get some rest, and Joanna will be joining when I am done today, and Betty is off to rest for a bit. There they are. And Ram and Sophie led the way earlier this morning, so you'll see Sophie again at the end here. Let's move forward and start our presentations for today. So we'll start with Jefferson's. Professor Jefferson Simões, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing this wrong, is from the Federal University in Brazil.
Hi everyone, I'm Jefferson Simões, a professor of polar geography and glaciology at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, in the southmost state of Brazil. Presently, I'm also one of the vice president of the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, the SCA. I thank you, PEI, for the invitation to talk a little bit on education, science diplomacy, and of course, the role of SCA, how we can help you, the ECRs. As a professor of polar geography, my challenge is to teach about polar and subpolar environments, give a comprehensive view of physical, chemical, biological characteristics and interactions with the rest of the planet for those who will teach geography to middle and high school students. These include a wide range of topics needed for my students to understand the human presence in the polar regions, the geological responses to interactions with the global systems, the legal mechanism of environment protection in Antarctica and the Arctic, the issue of native peoples, the economic exploitation and sovereignty or territorial claims. But the main challenge is to overcome the myth about the polar regions, especially in a country that believes itself to be tropical and not strongly affected by processes occurring in the polar regions. A professor on the polar areas must undoubtedly deal with common myths, such as the issue of Arctic ethnicities. For example, persists among lay people the idea of just one ethnicity, the Inuits, of a homogeneously cold place, still distant and isolated from the rest of the world, of a 6-month polar night, and of course, the customary confusion about the polar fauna. For them, it's a place that doesn't affect our daily lives. But I believe that what is lacking is even more basic. It's the use of a globe in the classroom, of a primary education that teaches the spatial scale of the planet, of distance, of spatial interrelationships. At schools, I always remember that my country is the 7th closest country to the 9% of the planetary ice masses, not Russia or Canada. That our climate is constantly affected by the atmospheric and oceanic processes of the Southern Ocean, and that I live in the extreme south of Brazil and closer to Antarctica than the north of my country. So, when I talk about environment process and changes to my university students, I have to insist on the subject of spatial scale, exploring connections between the polar regions and the tropics. At the moment, we have, for example, in the palm of our hands, technologies like Google Earth. However, few students still explore the potential and beauty of the Earth and how the environment system is unique and indivisible. Or even hundreds of years to respond to interference by the human in the environment. In a complex nexus. These ideas are essential when talking about the impact of human activity in the polar environment, which, as we know, can leave traces for centuries into the future. We live in a period of rapid change, where the role of different professions is continually questioned, either due to the simple ignorance or misinformation. This is often deliberated by governments and political economic pressure groups. The naive idea of the 19th century that the scientists carry out his or her research outside the everyday life of a mere mortal in a selfless way is long gone. We are increasingly being asked to account for what we do, how we do, and what goals we have. So it is increasingly important for us to be fully involved in science and dissemination, in outreach activities, and for a more integrated professional performance with different parts of society, from politics to management from environment protection to support native peoples in the polar regions. Teaching on polar regions school is essential to form opinion makers who will support us and, of course, maintain funding for our research in the future. What about science diplomacy? One of the areas that we, as polar scientists, can contribute effectively is science diplomacy. Science diplomacy, or scientific diplomacy, is the use of scientific collaborations between nations to solve common problems and build constructive international partnerships, essential for a global knowledge-based society, subjected to rapid changes due to the scientific and technological development, and due to the impact of global environment change. Specifically, science will be increasingly needed for polar regions to help solve political problems caused by changing environment issues. An example is the disappearance of the Arctic sea ice in summers in the coming decades, and the rush to the region for new transport routes and exploration of oil and gas resources. In Antarctica, the issue of bioprospecting is an example, which already causes stress in the Antarctic Treaty system. Indeed, the creators of the Antarctic Treaty in late 1950s could not envisage this new problem. To call attention that is the quality of the science carried out in Antarctica that determines the status of a country in the Antarctic Treaty system, and not our simple presence in the region. In other words, Antarctic science is a political instrument. If, on the one hand, we contribute to the qualification of the discussions, in short, by giving science a central role in actions in the region, the Antarctic Treaty was a pioneer in the use of diplomacy of science, and the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research as the lead. In short, by giving science a central role in actions in the region, the Antarctic Treaty was a pioneer in the use of diplomacy of science. And the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, as the leading scientific advisory institution, has an essential role. Finally, I'd like to remind you that one of the functions of SCAR is to support early career researchers. This is done by different ways. Small grants, mainly researchers for underrepresented countries and developing countries, to participate in the SCAR Open Science Conference and Disciplinary Symposia. Our idea is to have more and more ECRs in these meetings, which will be facilitated by a new reality where virtual meetings or hybrid ones will be the norm. We also have a fellowship program for ECRs to enable you to join a project team from another country. And the SCAR website has also a specific education resource page. Just visit our homepage, scar.org. Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you soon in one of your scientific meetings.
All right, we'll move on to the next video when he was talking in there about ECRs, early career researchers. So that was an acronym that he mentioned. And then scar.org is the place that he said that you could get some more information. Let's go back to the next video. I'm going to go ahead and play the one from the, let's see here, it is from the National Institute of Polar Research in Japan, since I think we have somebody from Japan with us today.
Let's get to know about the Arctic and the Arctic Challenge for Sustainability too. We are ARCS2 Education and Outreach Team at National Institute of Polar Research in Japan. The Arctic Challenge for Sustainability 2, ARCS2, is a national flagship project for Arctic research in Japan. This project holds a team exclusively working on outreach activities to make more people get interested in the Arctic and global environment. This is us, ARCS2 Education and Outreach Team. In this presentation, we will introduce two educational materials, Secrets of the Arctic and Activity Map of the ARCS2 project. We hope you'll enjoy it. Secrets of the Arctic. Welcome to Secret of the Arctic. In this book, Paul, a little polar bear, introduces many things about the Arctic, where he lives. You will learn a lot about the Arctic as his friends, illustrated so cute, are talking in this book. Where is the Arctic? Actually, it may be a difficult question to answer. It explains that the North Pole is on the sea ice in the Arctic Ocean and that there are many different ideas about the extent of the Arctic. The column tells us that the biggest difference between the Arctic and Antarctic is that the Arctic is the region where people live their lives. The polar bear is the most famous animal in the Arctic, but many other animals live there. A little seal tells us that water coming from the land enriches the Arctic Ocean. In the column, you will learn that there once was a bird called penguin in the Arctic. When people hear the word Arctic, they often imagine sea ice that covers the ocean, but the largest area in the Arctic is tundra, where many beautiful flowers bloom in summer. Not only children, but adults will find it interesting that we can see so many flowers in the Arctic. This chapter tells us that long before explorers reached to the North Pole, indigenous peoples such as Inuit and Sami have lived in the harsh environment of the Arctic for centuries. The column introduces indigenous legend about the Northern Lights. Paul and his mother are talking about that the Arctic sea ice is melting and the area covered by sea ice in summer is getting smaller and smaller. The satellite image on the same page shows the difference of the past and present sea ice extent. You can also learn about the Arctic sea route that can be used when the area of sea ice gets small in summer. Climate change in the Arctic is a crisis for the whole world. What is going on in the Arctic and what is necessary to solve the problems? As you see in the illustration, scientists from all over the world are working together to deal with this situation through various researches in the Arctic. Paul is talking with an Arctic researcher from Japan. Paul is interested in Arctic research because he heard that if the research is advanced, it might be possible to save the Arctic where Paul and his friends live. He learned that Japan has been conducting atmospheric observations in the Arctic for many years and that these observations are contributing to weather prediction across Japan. The ice sheet in Greenland is made up of snow that accumulated tens of thousands of years ago, so we can get clues to know how the climate was in the past and how it has changed by deeply drilling the ice sheet to get ice cores. It can be used to study global warming at present. Biologging, a way to record behaviors of living things by putting a camera or a GPS device on them, is revealing many mysteries of wildlife. Using this method, the study found that Greenland sharks swim only as slowly as a human baby crawling, but they eat seals. The upper atmosphere at altitude of 60 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers above the ground has great influence on the global atmospheric circulation and climate change. The ESCAT radars, which observe the upper atmosphere, are operating on Svalbard in the Arctic. Global warming and climate change have impacts not only on humans but many things. Scientists are working on studies to understand what change occurs in ecosystems as glaciers melt and the plants grow on the Arctic land and how much phytoplankton is changing in the ocean. At the bottom of the Arctic Ocean, they found a seafloor mountain range called the Gakyo Ridge, where hot water is gushing out. Observations have been started to study the interior of the Earth with unmanned submarine vehicles. On land, studies to predict how the ice sheet would melt in the future are in progress by looking into the changes of the geography in Greenland. The Arctic is where the impact of global warming is most evident. Some predict that sea ice will be almost completely gone in summer from the Arctic Ocean by 2040. For the future of the Earth and the whole world, researchers in Japan and around the world are working on the Arctic research. As you see, Secret of the Arctic is a booklet that introduces information about the Arctic and Arctic research in a friendly way, aiming to make both children and adults interested in the Arctic and its environmental change. activity map of the ARCS-2 project towards the new horizon of Arctic research. This activity map of ARCS-2 illustrates the current environment in the Arctic region and key elements of ARCS-2. The Arctic region is where the impact of global warming is most evident. The rapid changes in the natural environment of the Arctic region are beginning to affect the global environment and human society. Thus, it is very important for all of us to understand what is going on in the Arctic region. The ARCS-2 project aims to foster the realization of a sustainable society not only through research activities of the natural sciences, engineering, humanities, and social sciences, but also through interdisciplinary cooperation, working with stakeholders, and international collaborations. The key elements of ARCS-2 include 4 strategic goals and 2 priority subjects and research infrastructures. These icons show which element is related to which item on the map. We hope you will be interested in the Arctic and the ARCS-2 project.
All right, there was some nice resources in that one, and I am going to put them in our Slack channel, and I'm including the link to get to our Slack channel here, and I will see if I can add them to the chat in a little bit. Let me move to the last video for today, for this hour, and this is from Sylvia Dota. She has been with Polar Educators for quite a while, and she was on the council for a while, and she's an educator in Brazil.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sylvia Dota, and I am speaking from Brazil. I am a professor at the Federal University of ABC in Santo André, São Paulo. Today, I'll talk to you about Interantar, a science dissemination program that I coordinate in Brazil. The Interantar program has different projects that aim to bring Antarctic sciences to many audiences. For example, Antarctica or Antártida, a distance learning course, a video channel on YouTube and TikTok, a fan page on Facebook, a profile on Instagram, another course called Polarcasters, some video games like Expedição Antártica, two podcasts, Antarcticando and Polarcast, and the Antarctic accreditation stamp. As you can see in this slide, that is our timeline. We started with outreach actions in 2014. To develop all these projects, we created a significant research networking involving Brazilian teachers and scientists. Some countries also collaborated with us, such as Portugal, Chile, Argentina, United States, New Zealand, etc. The Antarctica or Antártida audience is teachers. and the course intends to train them to introduce Antarctic sciences in schools. The course is project-based pedagogy, and all activities deal teachers to think about how to engage their students in the scientific literacy process. The polar projects are the main activity of the course. After applying the projects, teachers have to communicate in their social media what and how they bring Antarctica to their classroom. Another course that we offer is called Polarcasters. In this course, teachers learn how to mediate their students' learning through video production. After being certified by the course, teachers introduce the same methodology in their classroom. So the students engage in a video produce and research process. That means they learn about Antarctica during the process of making videos. One of the problems in the Brazilian education system is that Antarctica is not a subject in the official curriculum. As a consequence, didactical material is absent in the Portuguese language. So, we decided to create a range of different materials, such as texts, images, games, videos, etc. We have produced more than 80 scientific videos showing how scientists work on the white continents. Many of these
Vivem nos
videos
oceanos ou
are
dependem dos oceanos em pelo menos uma fase da sua vida, principalmente a alimentação. O que mais delimita a distribuição desses mamíferos marinhos no Oceano Austral são dois fatores principais. Primeiro, que o Oceano Austral é um oceano que circunda o continente antártico. E nós consideramos o Oceano Austral desde a área do continente até mais ou menos uma latitude de 60 graus. Todo esse oceano que circunda a região antártica nós chamamos também de convergência.
When the COVID pandemic came,
hay dos turmas. ¿Cómo es la organización de la escuela?
Bueno, la organización de la escuela, yo te iba a contar la aventura de cómo llegar a la Antártida y después te iba a contar, ahora vamos para atrás.
Muy bien.
Bueno, entonces, hay dos turnos porque es jornada completa. ¿Qué significa jornada completa?
We also bring our
Aqui mais uma vez a estação,
online,
está lá
showing
o
to
fundo do
our
bloco
public
técnico,
how
e
everything
aqui o bloco
works
leste.
em
Então,
Estação
o bloco oeste.
Antártica, Comandante
Eu vou caminhar
Ferraz.
aqui agora por debaixo e vou entrar na estação de tratamento de água.
We also work producing software, apps, video games to bring Antarctica to the public. Let's see an example, the Antarctic Expedition game. So at the beginning of 2020, we promoted the first Inter-Antar meeting. We could gather 16 lectures and more than 1,600 participants. The event took place on February 16th. On that day, in 1982, Brazil started our scientific Antarctic program and has started as well building our station. Also, in 2021, this year, we released Polarcast and Antarcticando, the first polar podcasts about Antarctica in the Portuguese language. Finally, in order to connect all those projects and keep our public engaged on Antarctic subject, thinking, asking, and looking for a way to build an Antarctic mindset, we implemented the Antarctic accreditation stamp, in Portuguese, Selo Antártico, to certificate schools that bring Antarctica to their classroom. As a result, we made more than 200 videos, more than 50 lives, 600 teachers trained, 600 polar projects, 150 polarcasters trained, more than 4,000 followers, and more than 20,000 students engaged in our outreach actions. So, what do we plan for the future? Create more outreach actions, connected more and more people, institutions, and countries, and collaborate to building an Antarctic mindset in Brazil. Thank you for listening to me. Follow us on social media and let me know what are you doing to reduce the impacts of climate change.
So I'm going to open it up if there's any questions. I think Hiroyuki, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I think you're the only one that's on live right now. And if you had any questions, we can open it up and we can share it out at the Slack later. Let me go ahead and escape full screen here. That was some amazing work that Sylvia was doing in Brazil to train teachers and get Antarctica into the curriculum for all the youth across Brazil, especially when we heard from the speaker at the top of the hour about how they are so close to Antarctica, and a lot of some of their weather, depending on where you are in Brazil, is driven by what's going on in the Southern Ocean. That resource we had from the first presentation today is now in our Slack channel, and that was a very nice resource put together out of Japan, and beautiful graphics in there, lots of great information. And one of the questions we have out on the Slack channel right now is, what kind of books do you use to teach? And this is another great resource for teaching about the Arctic. So feel free to share that and use that in your education. With that said, I am going to go ahead and get ready for our next presentation. That's starting at 0300 hours UTC. Let me go over to here. And we have a presentation on the preschool. Before we do that, I will go back to the very beginning introductory slides again. Let me go back all the way to the beginning here. To move this up to here and move this on over, and I think that's it. All right, so welcome. We are getting there. We are now on our hour number 16 of our Polar Educators Share-a-thon. And in this hour, we have a film from Nunavut, from a preschool there in Pond Inlet. And we have some Inuit poetry that we are going to be sharing. Let me do a quick introduction for you from Polar Educators. If we go to our website, so here's the Polar Educator website, and we still have the Polar Resource Book available till the end of this month for a digital download. And we want you to go out there and check that out and give us feedback on this book. That was a resource that we had since the IPY in 2010. It was created. More information about our Iceland Conference coming up in April of 2022. And these are all the different hlaðborð events that we have done getting ready for the Iceland Conference. And in each of these, you will find a web page for each of these. Let's see, we can go out there. And then there's videos of the different sessions that we had. So we had quite a few tech taster sessions from master educators that showed us how to use technology. And there are little 1 hour sections that are out there. We also had a lesson in Icelandic that we showed a little bit of earlier. And we had a very nice science art soiree, and that is out there. So you can get to all of these things through events, conferences, the pre-Iceland, and here's Equinox Share-a-thon page with our schedule for today, the tech tasters, the summer art solstice, polar sci art soiree, and a lesson in Icelandic. The other thing I wanted to share from this presentation today, I just showed the video last time. I'm going to skip it this time since we just saw that, was how to get to our Slack channel, and it's also in the chat. And we will continue the conversation out there and able to direct questions out there. As I mentioned earlier, I'm the president of Polar Educators International, and I live in the Sonoran Desert in Arizona, and it's very far from the polar regions, but what we do affects the polar regions, and the polar regions affects us. Our people that put it together is big thanks for Pia Casarini, Joanna Hubbard, and Betty Trummel. This event would not have happened if it weren't for all of the hard work of these three ladies. And there they are. I also want to thank all my fellow coordinators. Ram, who presented for quite a while this morning, he presented and he ran some of the sessions, and Sophie, who has been behind the scenes and running some of the sessions, and she will be back today. She's also one of the people that was very instrumental in creating our PEI trailer video explaining what PEI is. Let's go ahead and go to our session then. Let's start out in Nunavut.
The Peruvik Preschool opened its doors on January 14th, 2016, with the full support of the Pond Inlet District Education Authority and the Nunavut Department of Education. This early childhood education program is for children between ages of 3 and 4, and it comes during a time of great demand for ECE in Nunavut. ECE programming that is culturally relevant has a positive impact on the learning outcomes of children and youth throughout their education. Children who have a strong foundation in their cultural identity and language increases their sense of confidence and identity so they can become resilient and proficient students. The Peruvik Preschool provides early childhood education that is child-centered and based on the Inuit Kauyamatukangit principles. It is enriched through the use of Montessori materials. Our goal is to provide a culturally relevant learning experience. Students are internally motivated to learn based on their individual interest in each activity. This experiential approach to learning creates a classroom of very engaged and very happy children. This approach to ECE complements the educational values of the community of Pond Inlet, as it builds confidence and independence at a critical age of development. The staff guides the children to respect others and the objects in their environment.
I enjoy working here at the Peruvik Preschool. I enjoy working with children. They just seem to be happy to be coming here. They go through the routine pretty well. If the parents suggest that we teach them Inuktitut, we do that. So yeah, children learn. They learn pretty quickly.
Yeah, my oldest son attended preschool last year, and which I was really nervous for the first time because I thought he wouldn't leave my side. But once he was comfortable, he started doing Montessori all by himself, and I was really proud of him.
Start from the adults to teach the children, to form a good foundation for the children, have good education, promote education, and it should be offered in other communities.
Now that we have this preschool, the parents know more about it, and there's long line or a long list of people who want to enter their children to preschool. I'm hoping that we continue keep this preschool open for this community.
My child is always looking forward to come here. That's one of the good things. Excited to see her teachers and her classmates.
We want our children to love learning, and to love learning, we have to follow the child's interests. That's why Montessori method is one of the best ways to teach children to love learning, because Montessori method follows child's interests instead of giving all the children the same work.
These kids, what they learn now, they're going to carry for the rest of their lives, and it all starts from early childhood, eh? And so my appreciation and thanks to all those people who give their time to programs like this.
We approached the DEA with regard to that, wanting a Montessori program in the community that was actually reflective of Inuit Kauyamatukangit principles and practices with regard to education. The DEA was very supportive and interested in the idea, but everybody just wanted time to think about what is this Montessori. So we went back several times and had meetings with the DEA to say, What is Montessori? How does it apply here in Pond Inlet? What are some things that make it reflective of Inuit Kaima Tukangit principles? How do they match? And how can we make it applicable to our children? So that was a really interesting negotiating process or sharing process between the DEA, Karen, and myself, and along with support and input from the parent committee at the time. Before we even opened up with the preschool, we had a parent committee that got together and we just talked about ideas on how this would work. And through that process, we came up with the Inuit Kaima Tukangit principles that guide the preschool.
Inuit Kaima Tukangit tafana pitakaktilugu piwittiartara pitsutigillugu maannaulertoq pitaqauttiaqattarmata tamakkua sanayoqattartu uteqpallia qoyiyuannuulermata maannaulertoq sananiuqattartu qisileqinillu tamanna akauittiartara tamaani pitaqartutaujunnerma perorvimmi ilinniarimmaksarvimmi tavvani perorvimmi ilinniarimmaksarvimmi pitaqartutauqattartuanniumma tamakkuninga tupinguartaqallarpoq qamutinguartaqarlunilu ammalu qisi taakkua nivingayo qisi pitaqaurilluni amautertaqarlunilu taakkua inunnu sanaruayuvini pitaqaurtutauttiarmata taffani ilinniarimmaksarvimmi piugittaartakka taffani ilinniarimmaksarvimmi inuktitu oqalluusiuna uvanga atoqlugu taakkununga nukappiakkulugnu marrugnu oqallagun tukisivaallertuarertu valliayu inuktitu.
The teachers are seeing kids who are able, who are calm, who are learners that are coming from Bibbulvik preschool. So I think we will have very successful children who's come through our doors.
People, parents, teachers have all commented to say, how come you have so many little kids in one room and how come they're all so quiet? And we just say they're really engaged with hands-on, minds-on resources. When you get kids, they're fully engaged with their hands. They are so engrossed in the materials, and so much can happen as a result of that. So much learning, so much confidence grows as a result of that.
Just after 2 weeks, we started hearing positive feedback from the parents, and that was amazing. Like, really? This can really happen in a very short time? It actually did, and this year, again, we hear positive feedback from the parents. Seeing their children changed in a very short time, and to me, that's powerful.
Mason loved preschool. He would look forward to preschool all the time because for him it felt like he was actually going to school.
We noticed a huge change after he started preschool. From very shy, quiet kid to more outgoing and like kind of just enjoying everything about school and education. I do know for a fact that he learned a lot in the preschool, and that was only for half a year, half a day. So even if they could do it full days, like that'd be incredible.
When children are placed in an environment with developmental materials, they engage in learning activities of their own choice because they're able to choose which materials they want to work with and when they want to work with them. The materials were developed by Maria Montessori and are arranged by subject on child-sized shelves, which are all easily accessible to children at all times. They can do these activities independently rather than depending on adults for learning to take place. All of the Montessori materials have educational value. Children are essentially always working, but they see this work time as playtime because all of the materials are hands-on and children enjoy using them.
Ilinyari maksaniko imini ayungin sauna susu amati trawtemi tigumeron naksiyare simaso amma kisutin nang atora kaktingin ilinyara oksimangito naraqoilune kapeso koisu kapeso mikaraqlati narunak saqqoisu kri ilisu minawaraqilugi
He started doing a lot more role playing at home, hunting, pretending to be just like his father because his father is a full-time hunter. I did notice a lot about his confidence as well. We didn't teach him how to write his name in both in Inuktitut and English, but he was already starting to write his own name, both Inuktitut and English. At the age of 3, he was already recognizing some words. Like when we're reading books, he will already know the book before we even start reading because I guess he had already read some of them here. His reading skills grew quite a bit within that very short period of time.
It didn't take long for me to realize that if I had the option, I would pay for a preschool service over a child, like a daycare center. Didn't take long for me to realize as a parent the difference, the impact of the two different services had for my child.
Ilinerne pimmariummat ikayuti närman inusittinno sooserne ilinea limmaksarne pivictuang ngugikakkuri uvanga ilineatiarsimakattuarpata piyunnarninga anginersoyunnarmat soosi innarorlutik piyunnarnerso yunnarmingmata ilinearaartittiaqattaruttaqautamaa ilinea vingmaartitteqattaruutta sorusse uirittunnarma ilinearnermu upaktittiaqattangillutigu upaktia rumayunneeqattarmata sorusi teimanna kamagittiartigiyaraaqarmata sorusi aaqqiksu simanasuglutigu inuusinginni qanuingittiaquguttigu qanuinnangittiartumi perorlutik angeqqami amma ilineariartittiarpaklugi kamagittiarlugi kamagiyariaqarningi qanuingittiartuni teimanna piruiyunnaratta.
What I love about Montessori is it teaches principles of respect, it teaches principles of order, it teaches ways to come to a task, to begin it, to do the task, to finish it, to put it away. It trains the mind to be very methodical about gaining skills. When you gain skills, you are then able to become more creative because you have the basic knowledge already there. So a child learns mastery. When a child learns mastery, they feel good about themselves.
This partnership between the Pond Inlet DEA, the Department of Education, and the Nunavut Arctic College has created an exciting opportunity for education, childcare, and employment opportunities in Pond Inlet. The ECE students who appear in this film are set to graduate from their 2-year diploma program in April 2017 and are still in training.
My students, they have said that their lives have changed at home. They want to be better mothers. They're spending more time with their children. They have changed their perspective of motherhood.
Early childhood education can mean, I think, different things to different people. And I think early childhood education needs to fit in the community where it's at and the geography it's at. And I have been down to our little program here, and I see children learning about themselves, about us, about our environment, about our land. And it's a feel-good story because it's true. These kids when I went to school, I learned about Dick and Jane and trees and elephants and everything foreign to me. I go down there and I see these kids playing with little seals and whatever, toys that they can relate to. It must mean so much more. Sure, I might be biased, but I don't mind being biased when I say, come and look at our program here. I don't think you'd have to go pretty far to find anything equivalent to the program that these fine people are doing here, and the success that it's having in our community and with the kids.
The consensus within the education research community, supported by vast long-term preschool studies, have shown that preschool participants score higher on literacy tests as adults, are twice as likely to earn post-secondary degrees, are more likely to hold steady jobs, have a savings account, and less likely to rely on government support, and have reported to have fewer mental health issues. Clearly, the benefits of these lifelong impacts are aspirational objectives to strive towards for a territory struggling with these very issues. Proving sustained, authentic, and standard basic ECE programming in Nunavut is a proactive means of improving the standard of living for all Nunavummiut. The ripple effect of what a 3-year-old child experiences early on in life is clearly evident well into middle age. Indeed, early childhood education is a key component of territorial suicide prevention by providing children with support early on in life.
I believe the Montessori teachings and the way in which this course comes together will mesh with the powerful women that are going through the early childhood program now to provide a solid base for education.
The preschool would not be off on its feet if it wasn't for the Nunavut Arctic College program, which has helped us to train over the period of 2 years 6 fantastic future graduates of the ECE program. And it would not be anywhere it is today without them and the input they've had into the preschool. They have built this preschool from day one, and they have seen it grow to where it is today, and they are all wanting to continue to be a part of that growth in the future.
My future goals is to apply at Pelvic Preschool and to keep Pelvic Preschool open for the generation from our children's children.
The love, the care, and the responsiveness to the children has been very, very powerful. I feel very lucky to have been part of this process. What I think has made this educational program such a success in the community is that it has had community input from day one, and it also has materials and an energy and a spirit that is all about the kids.
Education is the way for a successful life. We need to promote Inuit. We have to have healthy children, healthy future leaders. These children will be our future. They will be our leaders. They will be our doctors. They will be our lawyers. My hopes and dreams for early childhood education is that one day all communities will have a preschool with funding, because right now we don't know really don't know who's going to fund us.
We can talk about it, but if we don't give it the due process, the tools and the resources, then we have failed. And that's why I have been very adamant about if you're going to give a responsibility to anybody, such as if you're serious about early childhood education, give it the tools and the resources that it deserves. This program, the way it's run, is a great success, and don't let anybody destroy that success, because it's a role model that is working fine. Don't let the government or anybody for that matter take its funding away, because if we do that, we are doing injustice to our kids. Here we are, we always say, you know, the kids are our future, the kids got to do this, and that's great. But if we don't give them the tools at an early age to start learning, because nobody can ever learn enough. You can never be overeducated, in my humble opinion. So if we can give them that head start, we will be blessed. Kids deserve it. Our communities deserve it.
I would definitely recommend this approach to other parents, young parents. If we were able to have like a full-time preschool, there's a lot of us that would want our children in the program.
Ila ikayok tu tiakat tigo na ilinayok sak rasuktu sivunik sarigat tigo nutare kuri soko si sivunik sarigat tigo tamanna atu tiakat tama ilinayok tinu ilinayok saktu ilinayok nayok tilugi kawi mavadla katang mata soko seo katigi tunilukating nga katakatyagon nakpaklutik tamanna kayo siya ko yung minaktuaro ilinayok sakto tawo nga ikayok tuktaw kan na rumanaklo nilo kinaw yatigo pivarle gutityaro katang ma takuno nga ilinayak tukuro ilinayok sakto no amatako kanayak ti piliritiyak tuaro ningino kayo siya katang ma kuya na.
I believe that education can change lives, and ultimately I feel that education can change the world. We need to do a better job at supporting our children, and we need to do a better job at providing resources and opportunities to children that matter to them, and we need to follow their lead and provide them what they need.
I think government of Nunavut should support ECE program and support them with more fundings available to them, because a lot of times their funding is very limited, and sometimes they stop because their funding, there are no longer any funds for them. It's very important that government supports it. The children are our future.
I want to tell the whole world that it really benefits the community and the schools.
When it's community-driven, community-based, with the community involved, you can't help but make it success. 99% of the time it will succeed.
When a person learns to love themselves, when a person understands that they can learn something and that their learning leads to a mastery of a skill, which then allows them to become more creative and do more things with that skill. We train brains, we train children, we allow them to feel good in the world. When people feel good in the world, they don't lash out at other people. They learn to be more heart-centered. They learn to be compassionate. They learn to have empathy for others. They learned that when they struggled to learn how to do something, it was a way of moving through. Montessori allows that to happen in the classroom, and you will see children turn around. You will not see the same feelings of depression and overwhelm and sadness when children learn to love themselves better, when they learn to understand their value. You will not have the teen suicides. You will not have the hopelessness, because you will light a fire within a child that teaches them how to show up in the world, to be part of community, and to be strong. And I wish all of these children and this community every success to do that.
All right, what a very nice program. Let's move on to the next video for today. From Bob Headland, and it's on Inuit poetry.
A wonderful occupation making songs, but all too often they are failures. A wonderful fate, getting wishes fulfilled, but all too often they slip past. A wonderful occupation hunting caribou, but all too rarely we excel at it, so that we stand like a bright flame over the plain. And I think over again. And I think over again my small adventures when the shore wind I drifted out in my kayak and thought I was in danger, my fears, the small ones that I thought so big, for all the vital things I had to get and to reach. And yet there is only one great thing, the only thing, to live, to see in huts and on journeys the great day that dawns and the light that fills the world. Charm for hunting caribou. Great swan, great caribou bull, the land that lies before me here, let it alone yield abundant meat. Be rich in vegetation, your moss food, you shall look forward to some and come hither. And the soul-like plants you eat, you shall look forward to. Come here, your bones, you must move out, and into me must give yourself. Day and night, how they came to be. In those times when just saying a word could make something happen, there was no light on earth yet. Everything was in darkness all the time. People lived in darkness. A fox and a hare had an argument, each saying his magic word. Darkness, said the fox, for he wanted it to be dark so he could go hunting. Day, said the hare, for he wanted daylight so he could find good grass to eat. The hare won, his word was more powerful and he got his wish. Day came, replacing night. But the word of the fox was powerful too. And when the day was over, night came. And from then on, they took turns with each other, the nighttime of the fox following the daytime of the hare. Ecstasy. The great sea has set me in motion, set me adrift, and I move as a weed in the river. The arch of the sky and the mightiness of storm encompass me, and I am left trembling with joy. Glorious it is to see. Glorious it is to see the caribou flocking down from the forests and beginning their wanderings to the north. Timidly they watch for the pitfalls of man. Glorious to see the great herds from the forests spreading over the great plains of white. Glorious to see. Glorious it is to see early summer's short-haired caribou beginning to wander. Glorious to see them trot to and fro across the promontories, seeking a crossing place. Glorious it is to see great musk oxen gathering in herds. The little dogs they watch for when they gather in herds, glorious to see. Glorious it is to see young women gathering in little groups and paying visits in the houses. Then all at once, the men do so want to be manly while the girls simply think of some little lie. Glorious it is to see long-haired winter caribou returning to the forests. Fearfully they watch for the little people while the herd follows the ebb mark of the sea. With a storm of clattering hooves, glorious it is when wandering time is come. Great grief came over me. In the Eskimo, the word to make poetry is the word to breathe. Both are derivatives of nerka, the soul, which is eternal, the breath of life. A poem is words infused with breath of spirit. Let me breathe of it, says the poet maker. And then he begins, I have put my poem in order on the threshold of my tongue. Great grief came over me. Great grief came over me while on the fell above us I was picking berries. Great grief came over me. My son quickly rose over it. Great grief came over me. The sea out there of our settlement was beautifully quiet, and the great dear paddlers were leaving out there. Great grief came over me whilst I was picking berries on the fell. Here I stand. Here I stand, humble with outstretched arms, for the spirit of the air. Let glorious food sink down to me. Here I stand, surrounded with great joy, for a caribou bull with high antlers recklessly exposed his flanks to me. Oh, how much I had to crouch in my hide. But scarcely had I hastily glimpsed his flanks when my arrow pierced them from shoulder to shoulder. And then, when you, lovely caribou, let the water go out over the ground as you tumbled down, then I felt surrounded with great joy. Here I stand, humble with outstretched arms, for the spirit of the air. Let glorious food sink down to me. Here I stand, surrounded with great joy. This time, it was an old dog seal starting to blow through his breathing hole. I, little man, stood upright above it, and with excitement became quite long of body until I drove my harpoon into the beast and tethered it to my harpoon line. I am but a little woman, Kiv Karyuk. I am but a little woman, very willing to toil, very willing and happy to work and slave, and in my eagerness to be of use, I pluck the furry buds of willow, buds like beard of a wolf. I love to go walking far, far away, and the soles of my worn through, and I pluck the buds of willow. They're fairy, like the great wolf's beard. I arise from rest. I arise from rest with the beat of a raven's wings. I arise to meet the day. My eyes turn from the night to gaze at the dawn, now whitening. I call to mind. I call to mind and think of the early coming of spring as I knew it in my younger days. Was there ever such a hunter? Was it myself indeed? For I see and recall in memory a man in a kayak. Slowly he toils towards the shores of the lake, with many spear-slain caribou in tow. Happiest am I. In my memories of hunting in the kayak, on land I was never of great renown. Among the herds of the caribou was an old man seeking strength of his youth, loved most to think of the deeds whereby he gained renown. Invocation. Spirit of the air, come down, your shaman calls. Spirit of the air, come down, bite bad luck to death. I rise among the spirits, I see the phantoms of the dead. Child, great child, child master of the air, come down, great infant spirit. Little song. And I think over again my small adventures, when the shore wind I drifted out in my kayak and thought I was in danger. My fears, those small ones that I thought so big, for all the vital things I had to get and to reach. And yet there is only one great thing, the only thing, to live, to see in huts on journeys, the great day that dawns and the little light that fills the world. The earth and the people. The earth was here before the people. The very first people came out of the ground. Everything came from the ground, even caribou. Children once grew out of the ground, just as flowers do. Women out wandering found them sprawling on the grass and took them home and nursed them. That way people multiplied. This land is ours, has become habitable because we came here and learned how to hunt. Even so, up here we live. Life is one continuous fight for food and for clothing and a struggle against bad hunting and snowstorms and sickness. But we know our land is not the whole world. The joy of a dance. My arms, they wave high in the air. My hands, they flutter behind my back. They wave above my head like the wings of a bird. Let me move my feet, let me dance, let me shrug my shoulders, let me shake my body. My arms, let me fold them, let me crouch down, let me hold my hands under my chin. A song from Herschel Island, sung by two women from the Mackenzie River region, from Roberts and Yennis, Songs of the Copper Eskimo. There is fear. There is fear in turning the mind away, longing for loneliness amid the joyous people's throng. There is joy in feeling the warmth come into the great world and seeing the sun follow its old footprints in the summer night. There is fear in feeling the cold come to the great world and seeing the moon, now new moon, now full moon, follow its old footprints in the winter night. Where does it all go? I long for the East, and yet no more shall I see my uncle, to whom my mind would gladly be revealed. The Mother's Song. It is so still in the house. The snowstorm wails out there, and the dogs are rolled up with snouts under the tail. My little boy is sleeping on the ledge. On his back he lives, breathing through his open mouth. His little stomach is bulging round. It is strange if I start crying with joy. Thunder and Lightning, Part 1. Once in a time of hunger, the people were on the move, looking for better hunting grounds. Coming to a wide rushing river, the men made a ferry out of the kayaks by tying them together with thongs and brought the women and children across. There were two orphans whom nobody would bother about. In the hungry times, people only had enough for their own children, so no one took them, and they were left behind on the shore. They stood there, little boy and little girl, watching the people go off without them. How would they live? They had nothing to eat and did not know how to take care of themselves. They wandered back to the old campsite to look for something to eat. The girl only found a piece of flint and the boy an old leather boot sole. The boy said to his sister, "After the way we have been treated, I can't bear to be a human any longer. What can we turn into?" "Caribou," his sister suggested, thinking of the warm herds and the moss they eat. "No," he answered. "The men would spear us to death." "Seals?" she asked. "No, for then they would tear us to pieces for food." And in this way they named all the creatures, but there wasn't one that wasn't a victim of man. Thunder and Lightning, second part. Finally, the sister proposed turning into thunder and lightning. "That's it," said her brother. And they became airy spirits and rose to the sky, the girl striking sparks with the flint, and the boy banging his piece of leather like a drum, making the heavens flash with thunder. They soon revenged themselves on the people who left them to starve. They made so much thunder and lightning over the camp that everyone died of fright, and that way people discovered that thunder and lightning could be very dangerous indeed. Northern Lights. Dance, dance across the night skies, dance, dance to a tune unheard, to a tune uncomposed, seemingly mystical, drawing fear to a child's mind, drawing curiosity to a man of science. It is believed you will behead me if I whistle intrude in your dancing games, but still we do not understand why you dance so. Fathers who said you light their paths during their travels through the night. Mothers have said you have beheaded and played a game of ballet with the heads of the foolish one. Oh, may I hear the tune you dance to, or may I know why you exist? Dance, dance across the night skies, dance, dance to a tune unheard, to a tune uncomposed. Communicators, 1951 to 1979. Born in Iqaluit, Nunavut, in the poem he draws upon several legends about the aurora borealis.
All right, we are back. That was Bob Hedlund reading Inuit poetry for us. And we're getting close to the end of this hour. Let me go back to our schedule here. We have got coming up next, Hearts and Ice, 18 months on Svalbard. Before we head to the next section, we still have a little bit of time here. I wanted to share, since we have been in Nunavut for a little bit and learning a little bit more about Nunavut, I have an older YouTube video that I want to share with you. Let me pull it up here. It's one that always makes me happy.
You booked a cozy Verbo mountain cabin with a kitchen where everyone can chef. But the thing they'll
bets. There we go.
lagi. Okay, that's good enough. Friends would walk up to me and just be like,
All right, so there was a video, I believe, that was filmed in, it was over 9 years old, in Iqaluit, and it was called Feel the Inukness. And I need to do that a little bit to wake me up. We are close to, we have about 10 minutes, 12 minutes before our next event. And so just a quick reminder of, I'm gonna head out to our website and remind you on the homepage. If you go down to the bottom of the homepage, you can click on Get Involved and join PEI today. And it's just a simple form to fill out and become part of PEI. You can also follow us on Facebook, and we have our Facebook page and a Facebook group out there at Polar Educators, and on Twitter at Polar Educators. So we are in our conference page, we're in our pre-Iceland, we're in our Equinox Share-a-thon, and we're finishing up here our Share-a-thon today. We are heading next to our presentation here, Hearts and Ice, and we are on close to finishing up our first ever 24-hour Share-a-thon. There are links on here where you can reach out and find us on Facebook. And there is also the link to Twitter and our YouTube channel. All right, I still do not have any other new people, and I am running out of things to talk about. Our Iceland conference that we have planned for, let's see here, go to conferences, and let's go over here. So it's in our pre-conference. So if we go to events, we go to conferences and pre-Iceland. And this just gives a little bit about our conference is going to be in 200 days. It's going to be in Iceland. And it's a 4-day conference, the 11th through the 15th. The first day we'll be touring various glaciers in Iceland and making our way from Reykjavik to Hofn. And then we'll have 2 days of workshop, and then we have a little bit of a tour on the way back to Reykjavik. So stay tuned, and we will be putting out more information about our conference. If you'd like to see what we've done in previous conferences, we have our Cambridge UK conference, and you can go out there and you can see all of the online content, and it's available for you. The same thing is true of our conference that we had in Rovereto in 2017, and all the content are clickable links out there. Yep. Anyway, I am about done for my day. And I don't know if my next person wants to come on and chat, and we can see where we're heading next. Joanna.
Hey, Betsy. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. What's the weather where you are?
It froze last night overnight, and it's been about 40 degrees today. There's snow in the mountains.
All right.
So, very different than your neck of the woods.
Yeah. I was just talking to my daughter who's in Northern California, and they're all set to try and go backpacking this weekend, but everywhere they want to go, it's so much smoke right now with forest fires. It's been hard.
Yep, the heat just makes the wildfire season longer.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing. If you want to bump over to having me be the host, I can tackle that, and then you can go take some well-deserved rest.
Yeah. How did your school day go today?
Went well. Yes, you were on the panel that was directly after the school day.
Yeah.
Right at the end there. So I kept my mask on since my classroom was full of 150 or so kiddos. Yes, we're masked, but no, they're not always very good at it. So
yeah, I know my coworkers are not always very good at it either.
Yep. So it's just easier to keep wearing it inside. Plus, then that's my habit, and I don't mess up with it. So.
I think so too. I think if you just keep it consistent instead of allowing people to take it off at certain times, it's harder to get them to put it back on.
Well, and then you have to figure out, is this the moment for it, or should I not have it, or where did I put it? Yeah, I'm like, just put it on in the morning, wear it the whole day, then you've got it, it's done. I'm not even thinking about it anymore.
Yes, so true. So true.
Anyway.
So
the next hour session is a recorded session that PEI has collected, but I think we are still over in Canada by Sunniva Sorby. And I do not know a whole lot more about it than that, but I will be finding out with you guys. Hearts in the Ice. Oh, no, it's not in Canada. It's up in Svalbard.
Oh, we get to move. Yes.
So we switch locations, still northern end of the world.
Anyway, I replayed the 0 hour one, the very beginning one from this morning, 12 o'clock UTC, I should say, in Pond Inlet with Shelley, and that was really nice. I was glad I got to see that.
Very cool. Yeah, I'll have to use that if I need to. I like there was a number of the ones I was interested in that I didn't get a chance to see. So
yeah. So anyway, yeah, and the Argentinians thought it was at 10 o'clock on Thursday.
Yep. So we will have an additional part that we get recorded, and we'll have it for people to watch in the recording.
All right.
So
well, I am going to sign off. My dogs already went to bed. They're going, where are you?
Yeah, well, I shut my dogs in another room because they're heathens who will bark at the least notice in the night. So.
All right. Hang in there. Adios.
Have an excellent evening or good night. Bye, Betsy. Oh, and you don't share your screen anymore. There we go. All right, so let me pull mine up so I've got the right thing that I'm starting with. All right, so welcome. My name is Joanna Hubbard. I'm the treasurer and current ex-com member for Polar Educators International, and I'm a long-term member. I've been involved in education around the polar regions since 1999. That makes you feel old these days. So I'm going to go ahead and sort out this. We'll get ready to start at the top of the hour. All right, so that we're all ready to go. so we are going to be getting started here in the, oh my, I should have done my math. We're getting close to the end, so probably around the 18th or 19th hour. I'll figure that one out. Of our Polar Educators International 24-hour first ever Fall Equinox Share-a-thon. We're running on UTC time from noon on the 22nd of September to the 23rd of September. And if you would like some more information about us, you can go to that www.polareducator.org. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful morning or afternoon or evening wherever you are. We have members all around the world. I'm in Anchorage, Alaska, where I can see snow on the mountains and migrating waterfowl flying past as it gets pretty darn dark. We had our first frost down in the main part of the flatland of Anchorage. We've had snow up in the mountains for a while, but when it starts being frosty down here on the flats, we start paying attention. We want to thank you for joining us today, and we want to encourage you to stay connected for some of our other content and other events. You can find lots of info on our website, but I also want to share this trailer of giving a little bit of background about who we are and what we do as an organization.
Polar Educators International is connecting educators, polar researchers, and communities for a better understanding of polar knowledge. Earth's polar regions are remote, beautiful, and challenging places, and they have a profound influence on every one of us. We know these vast amounts of snow, forming ice sheets, sea ice, and glaciers, together with massive currents of cold water, contribute dramatically to the climate and ecosystems of our world, systems which in turn drive the health of our local environments and communities. Research shows dramatic change in the Antarctic, in our mountainous regions, and particularly in the Arctic, home to over 4 million people, which is changing faster than anywhere else on Earth. Scientists are confirming that human activity is playing a significant role in these systems, increasing the planet's surface temperature in ways that cannot be balanced out by natural processes. It is clear the urgency to engage the next generation in polar research and to rise to the challenges that a changing climate will bring has never been greater. United in our passion for sharing the importance and value of the polar regions, educators and researchers from around the world have formed PEI, an essential global network developing polar knowledge to engage a global audience facing climate change. We are collaborating to strengthen this community, building resources and relationships, and helping local audiences connect polar research to their everyday lives. Polar Educators International amplifies the voices of all those dedicated to understanding and protecting our extraordinary polar regions, and all Earth's inhabitants for generations to come. Join us.
And we want to give a shout out thank you to another of our wonderful XCOM members. Oh heavens, no, we don't need it twice. Sophie, who was the voice behind that. She's done a marvelous job with that. We do want to make sure that you're aware of all of these events we've been running since this summer, actually, have been part of the hlaðborð for our online hlaðborð, or loaded table in Icelandic, as we head towards our PEI Iceland Conference that's happening in April of 2022. It was, of course, postponed from PEI 2021 in April, so we've been spending the intervening time doing online events to help whet our excitement and appetite for our Iceland Conference that will happen this year in 2022. There's more information on that on the website if you are interested. We encourage you to get involved and continue the conversation either now or later on the Slack channel. I will be dropping that there. You can go to bit.ly/PEI Slack. I can also drop the link so that you can join into the chat. So you have that option there. And this conversation will continue, so you're welcome once you join to keep an eye on that and see what's happening. So for this hour, we have, as I said, a recording from Svalbard, and we're going to be listening to Sunniva Sorby from the Hearts on Ice program.
Okay, well, welcome, Sunniva, and we are all here happy to hear what you want to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with especially you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's I've had quite a career, I would say. I remember going to a high school career day, and I was asked to share, the path that got me here. And I was horrified looking at all the other speakers that had one career, that they had done for 20 years, and that's not been my life. I am blessed to say that I've had a lot of things that have all woven back into the polar regions. So if you'd like, I can just share a tiny little clip of the South Pole, which is pretty much the catalyst to get me to where I am today. I'll just do a quick screen share here.
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I actually have called myself, and Hilda and I, who is my co-partner in Hearts in the Ice, we call ourselves CEOs. We thought we would like to rename what that title represents. And that means now Climate Engagement Officers for a Better Tomorrow. I think that works quite well. So what I'm going to share here, I'm going to actually fast forward to a certain clip. And you'll see I was part of the first team of women to ski to the South Pole in 1992-93. And it was an expedition that broke me in many ways. And I'll just share a little bit about, a defining moment in the expedition when it looked like I simply could not go on anymore.
Day 44. The ankle is definitely aggravated by the weight and climb. I can't change the uphill, but I can change the weight. I tell her there are different types of weight: sled weight, emotional weight. She keeps Sue and Ann going, and I need her for that, and it takes energy. I would be out with the radio, and everybody would have already had dinner, and I'm still stringing the antenna. If she was my tent mate, it would never fail. I would come crawling into the tent, cold and miserable and sort of feeling sorry for myself, and there'd be a cup of hot soup. She always did that. And the others did not, myself included, that we were in our hunker down survival mode. You can get it yourself. It became very spiritual in a sense because, when things happen to you physically, you don't have control. And so it becomes bigger than you are. And when you let go, I think the process of change starts to happen in you. You see things differently. You allow yourself to grow. But what I didn't realize was that me being changed would be through all this pain.
As we get closer, we begin to realize what looks like a little tent is actually a 3 or 4 story building. You have no perspective whatsoever. At one level, I was absolutely ecstatic because as a navigator, I found the South Pole in the middle of nowhere.
I first hear the noise, and then I see the figure of the snowmobile, and then I smell the diesel. And so you talk about your senses being reawakened.
There were 3 people on the snowmobile coming out to greet us, and we were amazed.
There are people there.
Wow, this is a big event.
And so these people filtered out of these buildings, this research station, and they came and they were cheering us on.
We were very much, I think, like horses heading for the barn. I mean, we just started going faster and faster.
All of a sudden, you weren't in control of your thoughts anymore. You just had to let things happen to you.
This is taking us a while to sort of plot our way to the pole, the visual pole. We're seeing it, we're going there. At this point, I've got the group shoulder to shoulder because I want us to come in together to signify this team.
And these people come out and they're shaking your hand. They're just so excited. And you've got to be the first people to come out and meet you guys. It's just the neatest thing.
They're walking with us. It's almost like a parade.
So I just share that because, you know, we have this image of people that summit mountains and go across ice caps. And, you know, in this day and age, those expeditions are entirely meaningless unless you actually learn something and you come back with some value of the expedition, right? So we had on that trip connected with kids from all over the US, all over the world through push pins on a map. And it became a little bit of a turning point for me personally to witness how powerful a real-time experience can be. And this is pre-internet, to actually bring youth from around the world, but also adults into the fold to understand that, number one, we are far more capable of people than we give ourselves credit for. And number two, we all thrive in community with one another to solve problems or to get from point A to point B. And that's really, truly what the, sorry, a little background noise, what the expedition was for us. I was 30 years old and I was very, very sick on that expedition. A documentary came out, that clip that you just saw, and Anne only told the press when we came back home that she feared that I would fall into a hypothermic coma and not wake up. And that's a pretty bad thing. But I was a fighter. I'm born in Norway and we are stoic and strong and proud. And I thought that my physical self would be what would take me from the edge of the Ronnie Ice Shelf, named after Jackie Ron, to the South Pole, when in fact I was the weakest of the 4 of us physically because I was so sick. And so my strength became that I was the emotional glue for the 4 of us. I was, you know, a caretaker. I was the one who actually encouraged communication and brought us all into the fold. So I just wanted to share that piece because we have ideas of people who explore and do things as, you know, strong despite all odds. But we all have different weaknesses. And if we're willing to be vulnerable, embrace those, we are much stronger than we give ourselves credit for. So I just wanted to share that piece.
Yes. So after the South Pole, it was all women, wasn't it?
That's right. We were the first team of women to even attempt to ski across the entire length of Antarctica. And you can bet that we had a lot of people around the world that were just waiting for us to quit before we left or stop before we finished. I remember one time Anne Bancroft, the expedition leader, told us that she walked into a boardroom with all men. And one actually came up and squeezed her bicep and said to her, "You really think you can do this?" And it was just, you know, that's 1992. And so we've come a long way, but I think we still, as women on the front lines, really need to, as much as we hold a hand up, we need to hold a hand down to someone and help them up. And I think women have become far better collaborators over the last few decades. Strength in numbers.
Absolutely. And then from the South Pole trip, you went to do this major expedition of Hearts EPIs.
Yes, what you're doing now is fast forward, gosh, I don't know how many years. It's sort of strange that my life has been woven into the Arctic and the Antarctic. And I have worked as a history presenter, a naturalist guide, Zodiac driver, been in charge of different programs on ships that are either from Canada or from Europe or the Bahamas in the polar regions. And I've had the opportunity to sit next to a lot of very smart people, all the scientists out there, and that was not my forte. And so I have come to understand and collected a lot of data over the years that shines a light on how much we're losing the species redistribution in the Antarctic and how much ice is being lost. And you know, the ozone layer is sort of a success story since the 80s. Yeah. And then you fast forward, and I've had many things in between the South Pole and now, but in 2016, I go to an adventure travel trade show in Alaska, and I meet this woman by the name of Hilde Forenström, who lives up in Svalbard. And I just have to take this off and show you because maybe I can just show you like this. We are next to each other at a hot chocolate station, and on one of the pre-event days where it's a day of adventure. And we both discovered that we had the same little polar bear ring.
Oh, wow.
From an artist on the west coast of Greenland. So a very instant bond was formed. And as I come to know her and she comes to know me, we find that we have a lot of things in common, including our passionate interest to engage people in the natural world by physically getting out there and exploring, or physically going out there and being curious about what we're seeing. And so you take that background and her desire to want to overwinter in a trapper's hut, and we created Hearts in the Ice. And so we lived in this uninsulated trapper's cabin. The plan was 9 months, and it turned into 18 months. And we were connecting students from around the world. We reached out to 100,000 students over the course of 18 months on various topics, all related to climate change. And we also collected data for about 9 different research projects during our stay. So it was a very powerful way to shine a light on our real-time observations with the public out there, many people who would possibly never travel to Svalbard.
So in fact, so the idea, how did you start the idea of the Hearts in the Ice?
Well, it's a great question, because it's sort of an amalgamation of 2 women who have had almost the same amount of time, one in the Arctic for 25 years, another one on and off in the Antarctic for 25 years. We meet, we're no longer in our 30s, and we're trying to, we understand that our world is in a climate crisis, and now on top of COVID. And so we were sitting in a room asking ourselves, what can we do to be relevant in the conversation as 2 women? And so we started folding in all the people we knew that were doing research in Svalbard, that Hilda already knew and that I knew from the US, Scripps and NASA. And then we already had a location that was entirely off-grid, no running water, no electricity. And we just folded in partners, and we created this little citizen science education hub 140 kilometers away from anybody. It was, you know what, I just have to say, it was us working in perfect alignment to be part of the solution.
So who was the owner of this cabin?
It's owned by 3 very much older Norwegian men who actually signed the title of the cabin over to Hilda's husband. So they've been able to use it for long weekends over Easter for the last 20 years, but nobody has ever lived there for an entire winter season. So we actually, I'm proud to say that we made history as the first 2 women to overwinter solo in the Arctic of Svalbard.
Wow, that's amazing. How did you get organized with food, with all your needs? Because you were in the dark months as well as the light months.
Yes, and great question. And it's almost difficult to express how logistically complicated an expedition like this is, because number one, you're far away from anyone. You're off-grid, you have no electricity, no running water. So we need to bring in all our food, and we need to count on ourselves for every problem that goes wrong, every solution that needs to be solved. So we had 2 snowmobiles from BRP. We had boats, 2 boats, one both with a very a flat, wide bottom. They're called a riverboat. And to answer your question specifically about supplies, we went out in the polar night with our full survival suits and a waist belt that had our flare gun and a revolver, headlamps, and we first we have to pull this boat into the water, which is something that should have taken 4 people, but it took 2 of us. Pull that in the water, we hop in the boat, and then now we're going out into the fjord in the dark, in the complete blackness. And we're going out to meet a huge cargo ship that can't come in any further, that's docked out, not docked, but he's just he's not at anchor, he's just holding steady. And he's dropping now a huge pallet of food on a wooden pallet into our boat. We have to steady it, we pull this in the boat, and then they wave goodbye and we go back to the shore of Bumsaboo and unload everything. I look back at this and it's astounding how much work we had to do just to get coffee.
Well, not just that, but the danger as well.
Yeah.
What was the thing that you feared most when you were there? What was something that you felt less comfortable with?
Oh, you have all these great questions. I think to be vulnerable and to be fair and honest to your question, I wondered who I would become in the darkness.
Wow.
I have never lived through a polar night. Hilda has done that for 25 years. And for some people, they thrive in the darkness. It's a form of forced hibernation. And I found that I wrote a lot. It's when you meet yourself in the darkness, you're asked, you're invited to go into the deepest parts of who you are as a woman and clean out all the stuff that's not working, whether it's the little tapes that go off in your mind that tell you you're not good enough, or, you have an opportunity to actually go in there and reach in and hold the very core of who you are as a person, which is strong, capable, kind, caring, compassionate. That's all of us. But we get so preoccupied with overstimulation that tells us otherwise, whether it's media or what have you. And we had no TV, we had no internet, we were on satellite. So it was a very profound experience to sort of meet myself in the darkness and understand how very powerful one person can be. But I worried about it in the beginning because it was an experience that was entirely unfamiliar. So I was sleepy for 3 months. I had this really heavy cloud hanging over me that I wanted to sleep in the middle of the day, but we kept the routine. Every day, we got up at a certain hour, we trained, we did yoga, we went for walks with our rifle and our safety belt, always with our Ethida, our Malamute, our 4-year-old Malamute. So we stayed active and busy, and I actually really enjoyed the darkness.
Well, that sounds amazing. And then because of COVID, you stayed much longer than you had planned.
That's right. Our plan was to, a ship dropped us off with 120 family, science partners, guests. Joss Stone was on board playing music for us, dropped us off at Bumsaboo, which is the name of our trapper's cabin. And they left, waved goodbye, and just the 3 of us at the point. And that same ship was supposed to come back in May of 2020 to pick us up. But he couldn't, there were no ships because of COVID. And so we went back to Longyearbyen, an 8-hour ride on our snowmobiles with a sled behind us with Ethida. 8-hour ride to Longyearbyen, and we stayed for a few days, and then we resupplied more food and equipment and decided to go back to Bumsaboo for the summer, and then stay for another season. So it was not an easy decision, but we felt, given what we were doing, that it was about encouraging dialogue and conversation around climate change and providing positive storytelling and inspiration, that we were far more relevant back at Bumsaboo than we would have been in lockdown somewhere.
Oh, that's amazing what you did. Now, how did you connect with the satellite in order to reach these people that you wanted to reach?
Yes, great question. We had just a few weeks before we left for Bumsaboo in 2019, we were able to get a Tails mission link. It just looks like a round white dish. And that was our satellite using the LEO band Iridium satellite. It's the Certus. And we were lucky to get a partner that sent us this just in time. And then we set it up, and we had so much data every month to use to be able to connect via satellite to these kids. And then we had Joe Grabowski, who sits in Canada, in Ontario, who hosts a platform called Exploring by the Seat of Your Pants. So he hosted all of our calls, and we would call in via satellite. And then we had schools on video cameras. We had 7 schools from around the world on every phone call, and we had 2 phone calls every month. It was an unbelievable experience for us to be able to feel like we could have such an impact from such a remote location. And it was the most spirited and fun for us because the kids always stumped the experts with their questions.
Right. And you did some research as well on climate change.
Yes, we did.
Like to share some of it?
Yeah. Yes. And if I may, I'm going to just share.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm going to just share very quickly here. Sorry. Get the right screen up. Okay. And we will do this one. Super. Just get this going. So we already had friends that worked with Scripps Institute of Oceanography in California, the University Center of Svalbard, Norwegian Polar Institute, and BCIT. And so really it started like, hi, you know, I am going to the Arctic for X amount of months. And I wonder if there's anything that we can collect for you around any data that you're currently analyzing in the Norwegian Arctic. And so these became our science partners, and we set up a lot of, they gave us lots of equipment and lots of protocol. And it became a very, very powerful part of our purpose at Bumsaboo. You can see in the bottom right corner, that white dish I was speaking about, that's our MCD mission, like our satellite dish. And so we became, you know, citizen science is not a new word. It's also referred to as community science. And it's a way for, you know, the average person out there to collect observations and data and give it to the scientists, because they can't be everywhere at the same time. So that was our Bumsaboo. And we did all of our work and all of our communication from that tiny little cabin. We replicated a couple of fun things. This is a 1920s photo by a Norwegian aurora photographer called Carl Strømmer. And so we recreated that photo. Here we are in the field, and it was sort of fun to have us doing the observations, sort of modern day aurora photographers. NASA, and I won't read all this, but it became very interesting. We were collecting cloud observations for NASA. We were also collecting aurora observations. And because of where we were, there's a very special type of midday light show that happens, and it's called a cusp aurora. It happens around 12 to 2 p.m. up in the Arctic, and you can only be in Svalbard to really see it. You have to be very, very far north, away from any light pollution. And so we contributed to that. We also became rocket citizen scientists for NASA. We found out that we were also in the prime location to take time-lapse photography for a rocket launch that was happening from an island in Norway to an island in Svalbard to an island north of Norway. So this text message came in, ready to launch in 7 minutes. We got dressed like firefighters and went outside to record this. And then the other thing is drone photography for BCIT. We were having a pre-programmed flight with a drone that would fly over the same landmass every time we flew. It took 15 minutes, 2 drone batteries to change. And that would give us almost 500 images that Eric Saksuk from BCIT would turn into 3D models. And it was very, very important to understand the change of glaciers over time and the land mass. And then Scripps Institute, we were collecting ice core samples, actually for the University Center of Svalbard, excuse me. They're interested in the last 1 to 3 centimeters of the very bottom of that ice core, all the little microorganisms. And on the right slide, you see a black and white Secchi disc, a measuring tape, a little bottle, and a phytoplankton net. We would drag that behind our boat or kayak for 15 minutes and collect saltwater samples and phytoplankton samples. We also collected plastic. We collected dead fulmars, pelagic seabirds who unfortunately ingest microplastics. And when they mistake that for food, and so when they eat that, it actually makes it such they can't digest anything and they die of starvation. So 10 years ago, 1 out of 10 that were found dead had microplastic in their stomach. Now 9 out of 10 are found dead with microplastic. So we became citizen scientists by collecting trash, marine debris, the dead birds, measuring the ice cores, flying the drone in the polar night, in the sunshine, in storms. There was just no weather that stopped us from doing all this.
I can see the polar bears as well.
Yes, I'll share that in a second. That the change up in the Arctic is happening, they say 3 to 4 times faster than anywhere in the world. We know this to be a true fact with all of our polar educators community. And what's astounding is to actually be a physical presence in a land that's dominated by ice and wildlife and feel like you are such a very potentially insignificant piece in this puzzle. And so what we wanted to do was to find a way to tell the story of all of the changes that we're seeing. And so I'm going to share the screen again, because one of the very profound experiences we had up there was observing the polar bears. We had, over the course of 18 months, over 100 polar bear encounters. And the closest one, a meter away from where we were. And we were able to, in year 1, become extremely valuable for the Norwegian Polar Institute, because they couldn't go into the field because of COVID. So we were the only ones that could actually tell them if this particular polar bear they were following in our area, N26131, did she give birth? They didn't know. And so we were able to find out that, and then, and I'll tell her story, and then fast forward, we see her again this year. And again, they could not land this year in April because of extreme weather. So the helicopter couldn't fly. So permit me,
Please do.
Go back.
I'm sure. Fascinating.
Yeah, so we found her, N26131, with her baby little cub in April of 2020. She's about 4 months old, and they estimate she's about 15 kilos. And oh my, if you don't want to just pick that little thing up, it was just amazing. And it was such joy for us to be able to report back to Jon Ors from the Norwegian Polar Institute that we saw her. And yes, she gave birth. So we were able to get GPS locations from her and, at a distance, record, her behavior and movements. And then sadly, fast forward, so that these images are in April of 2020. And because we decided to go back to Bamsebu, our location, we were able to be there throughout the summer. And she showed up on July 13th of 2020 alone.
Oh.
No cub. And that actually turned out to be Hilda's birthday. And it was a very, very sad thing. And so you can see it's a very big GPS locator around her neck. They only tag the females. And so we were able to say, yeah, she looks healthy, but because she came out of the water and went for such a long swim, the cubs can't handle that. So had likely lost her cub way before July. We got all of the movements. They have been tracking her for almost 13 years. And So that you can see all these red dots are where she spends a lot of time, and then her movements are all around the area. And our location is the red dot to the very left, top left. That's where we were. And so they were wondering this year, okay, she lost her cub, and they were wondering, they gave us GPS location, which is very confidential. And we didn't, give that to anybody. And we rode our snowmobile out, and just by chance, sure enough, there she was. With 2 cubs. And this was such a joyous moment to be able to tell Leonors that she looked so fat and happy. She looked extremely well fed. And we noticed the day before we saw her with her 2 cubs that she had actually eaten a seal. And this is not our image right here, but this is a friend of Hilda's that took this. We saw her feeding off a seal and the 2 little cubs playing and just enjoying all that they do. And at one point, the last day that we were able to photograph the 3 of them, she had eaten the seal, the 2 of them had been eating the seal, and she was so tired. And so she sat down and with 1 cub under each arm, and she had 1 cub under each arm, and she was sleeping. And to be there and experience that was absolutely amazing, and to record it on the front lines, because it's very difficult to understand how the polar bears adapt to the lack of sea ice. We did come upon a scene where we saw 5 reindeer. It's like a slaughter area, and they had all been hunted and killed by a polar bear. So they've been observing that more and more, that they're changing. Perhaps part of their adaptation is looking at reindeer, despite the fact that there's not a lot of meat or blubber on them, as an alternate food source.
Yeah. Did you have some other close encounters with polar bears?
Yes, we did. And I will just share that one more time, because show you right here, sorry. That's our close encounter.
Oh, my.
And that happened a week before we left Bumsaboo. We were packing up, and we had the only way we could leave Bumsaboo was with support from the Norwegian Coast Guard. And they came in, and they actually helped us, take everything down and leave. But we were packing up, and anytime someone came from Longyearbyen with a snowmobile, because there was still ice to come to us, we would have them take supplies back. It was a true community effort. And as they were taking all the equipment back, we left a bag of trash outside by mistake. And so this polar bear shows up, got into Etheris food, and ripped apart the bag of trash. So we had to spend the next few hours running around the tundra collecting the trash. It was quite something. But it was a very, very powerful experience from a wildlife perspective, to observe and collect the data and connect the students and connect people around the world. Over 100,000 kids, as I mentioned. And Hearts on the Ice as a platform is still strong and still growing. We continue to still do what we're doing. We're not stopping, because, as we say, climate change isn't taking a break, so neither are we.
That's a very good point you're making. One question that I think people will be interested in is, what about financing this trip? How did you manage that?
Yeah, great question. And we are not, Hearts in the Ice is Synnøve Sorby and Hilde Follenström. We are 50-50 owners in the company that we started in Svalbard. We have set up a foundation, but we're not employed by anyone, so to speak. We left our full-time jobs. I left my job at Polar Latitudes. He left her job at Hütteruten. So we could become sort of volunteers for this effort. We wanted to show up and walk the talk. We had to be leaders and really be on the front lines and do what we were asking others to do, which is participate. So we wrote hundreds of emails to companies and got hundreds of no's. I think it was difficult for people to understand the relevance of supporting this project. But we did have enough success to have companies support us with food, clothing, equipment. And then we did have some cash sponsors come in that really understood that aligning with a community science project like ours and 2 women leaders on the front lines of change really helped to elevate what their efforts were. So we were able to bring in good collaborators. And we had some companies that wanted to simply give us cash without collaboration, and we didn't want that. We wanted people to actually put some skin in the game and actually show up and help work with us. So we've been very careful to fold in the right players.
Well, that's remarkable. And you are carrying on this activity. Are you going back to Svalbard?
I am actually leaving to go back to Svalbard in a few days. I'm going up there for about a month. We're hosting a community science panel in Longyearbyen with some of the researchers from the Norwegian Polar Institute, Eunice, and one of our psychological researchers that was studying us on coping and isolation. And we're going to be christening a ship up there and other things. And then we're going on an Embrace the Planet road trip with an electric car up the west coast of Norway. And so people can follow along with that. And then in 2022, 2023, we plan to go to the Canadian Arctic. And really what an opportunity for us to actually weave in the potential and the experience of the elders and the Inuit that live in the Canadian Arctic. I mean, all of the science out there backs up what the elders are saying. And the indigenous people really are the only ones that protect us from destroying their land, our land, because they're on the front lines. We think of the pipelines that want to move through all of their sacred biodiverse land. And they're the only ones who are actually standing there putting up barricades to prevent the developers from coming in and creating something that will forever destroy their habitat. So we have an interesting opportunity in the Canadian Arctic to bring their stories to the front line.
Mm-hmm. And of course, with COP26 coming up now, I don't know what you think about whether it will help the planet or not.
Well, I spoke to a friend of mine who's been going to that for I don't know how many years. And he said to me, don't expect too much. Mm-hmm. He said much of the planning will be done in Italy. Much of the decisions will be made pre-COP26 in Scotland. And he said it is an amazing opportunity for networking and a platform for giving greater voice. So fingers crossed, I plan to go and show up and lend my voice. And I did learn that there are many, many indigenous groups from the Canadian Arctic that will be there as well. So I feel like, it's sort of like the March on Washington when I thought Hillary Clinton was going to be elected. And instead some other person came in that shall remain nameless right now. I thought it was going to be a time when I would go with my sister to celebrate the first female president in the US history. And instead it turned out to be a march. And I feel like COP26 is much the same.
Well, hopefully we'll be there together.
I hope so.
And of course, your interview will be shown at the pre-COP in Milan. So with Polar Educators International, we are. And maybe we would like just to share with people that you also carried the flag of the Society of Women Geographers.
Yes.
A wonderful institution that we both belong to.
I'm honored to be part of the Society of Women Geographers, and also Wings World Quest, 2 female-run organizations that support women in exploration. And it's so it's interesting being so far away at Bamsabu for so long without internet and no access to anybody, predominantly just the 2 of us alone. It made me personally feel so very supported by groups like the Society of Women Geographers. And we sometimes don't realize how important it is to endorse other women, but words and carrying a flag and representing what the group stands for was a very proud thing for me.
Yeah, I felt very proud when I carried the flag on an expedition actually starting from Svalbard in the Barents Sea in 2016. So we've been working in the same area for a...
Yeah, you are a phenomenal woman. My God, the stories you have. The stories you have.
Nothing like yours, I would say.
They're just different stories, but they're all really meaningful and relevant.
Well, we all, we like to keep the world a better place, or make it, or coming back to be in a better place. So there are various directions in which we can go. When you talk to the children, to the students, do you have a message for them, or do you just let them ask questions?
Well, we let them ask questions. We had different themes throughout our time at Bumsaboo. Technology, weather, food, agriculture, power of community, polar bears, wildlife, all of this. So it's different. But I will say, it's a luxury for all of us in the modern world to actually have time to reflect and think. And kids should not be the ones to bear the brunt of our problems. So it should be everyone's responsibility out there to help solve a problem and actually become part of a solution. Take only what you need and give what you can. It's not rocket science. So what we are trying to share with the kids is that we are at a point right now, as they know maybe greater than anyone else, that when we cross the tipping points, when the elastic band of the earth is stretched so far that it can't come back to a place of resilience, we unleash irrevocable change that can't be corrected. And it means that the planet will go from our best friend to tipping over to a point where it actually could become a foe. And I don't think anyone in this world thinks of our planet as anything but a friend, but we're not being nice to our friend. And so what we're trying to tell kids to do is to hold their leaders accountable, hold their parents accountable, hold the leaders accountable. Leadership is knowing where you're at, knowing where you need to get to, and then developing a plan to get people along to do that. So kids have an extremely powerful voice. They're smart, they're curious, and that's what we all need to become too. I mean, the only thing that one person can actually do is to become part of a global effort. And citizen science is not going to save nature, but it's a really good tool it's a very good tool for saving nature. So we're trying to encourage kids to maintain a sense of deep curiosity around the natural world, get outside and explore, and become real-time observers to the change. From a butterfly to a little slug to, maybe some aren't going to be seeing polar bears eating reindeers, but there's a lot happening in our backyard that's changing. And so we're encouraging kids to hold the leadership accountable and to become active citizen scientists.
Well, that's a wonderful message, really needed to pressurize people. That's the main thing. And
that's right.
This is also with Polar Educators International. I hope you join our network, because
I will join. I will absolutely join your network.
We need people like you, and thank you so much for spending time for this initiative of Polar Educators International.
It's my pleasure. I'm honored to join you, Maria.
And we'll be, that's okay. And we'll be in touch, certainly. And thank you very much for having shared only a minute part of your amazing life and your amazing group things that you did with Hearts in the Ice. And I hope we can get you to tell us more what would be your next engagements as well.
Thank you. And we're very excited that our book is coming out in less than a few weeks.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and that's available on our website, heartsintheice.com. So yes, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. And as long as we have people like you leading the charge, we're all in good company.
Well, we all need to do that, and we need people with your enthusiasm and your putting yourself in first person, making these sacrifices as well, because I don't expect that it was always plain sailing, put it that way. So,
No, it was it was fraught with its hardships, but we are as women, we are exceptionally resilient, aren't we?
well, yes, we try to be, but you certainly show the world what you can do. Thank you very much.
I give you a big virtual hug.
Virtual hug too, and we'll certainly be in touch and follow and share with us as well with our website of polareducator.org what you are doing.
Great, thank you. And I can't wait to meet you in person.
Thank you. Possibly in Glasgow.
Oh, I'd love that.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, so that was Sunniva Sorby with the Hearts in the Ice program. Some really wonderful bits from both Svalbard and a little bit at the top of the Earth, bottom of the Earth in Antarctica as well. We're going to go ahead and get reorganized here for our next hour, and then I'm going to share a few pieces of information about our website. So if you'll hold on, we're going to just get everything sorted here. And our next section is going to be going back to Northern Canada, going to Nunavut, for which we will be also watching a recorded interview from Pia with her wonderful connections. So we are looking forward to that. Before though, I wanted to pull up our website to show you a couple things. So as we've mentioned a couple of times, our website is, hello, Pia, good to see you. I wanted to share the screen here and point out a few things on our website before we move on to the top of the next hour. As we've pointed out at a couple of the ends of other hours, our polareducator.org is our website, and we hope you'll be encouraged to check out some of the other content there. Some of the things that we have coming up, as we said, the conference in Iceland is coming up in April, but as you'll notice under our pre-Iceland loaded table of things, there are many past events, and hopefully there'll be a few more things coming up to get involved with as we look towards hopefully an in-person conference. But there will certainly be a few virtual opportunities there as well. As if you want to look back though, there are also some information about our former conferences as well. There is information about our calendar, and if you would like, the Polar Resource Book is a wonderful source of information for both formal and informal educators at all levels. And currently that can be downloaded and viewed free of charge. So I strongly recommend checking out the Polar Science and Global Climate Resource Book, which can also be found on our website. All right. I'm going to just step away for just a moment, and then I'll be right back. All right, so I just wanted to make sure we had everything sorted there for our next hour. We've got about 5 more minutes coming up. And in the meantime, I wanted to point out there is our Slack channel. I wanted to bring that up so that you can take a look and see what people are saying. And so there are some questions coming in from YouTube and other ideas here. So please definitely go ahead. I will be sharing just shortly the link to join our Fall Share-a-thon Slack channel, but it will also have other things going on after this 24 hours is over. Yeah. So as we are coming up to the hour, we've talked also about, please do go to the Polar Educators website. And as you, again, find the opportunity to look at the Polar Resource Book, which is a digital item that's still available, but also we have our conference information here, as well as many of our pre-events. But our membership is absolutely a volunteer and interest-based group, so we would love to have you join us. So if you go to polareducator.org and you can scroll down to the bottom, we would love to meet you and find out what you're interested in the polls. So pulling up, let's see. And Pia was just there. Let me find out if she wants to run this next one. And welcome, Ellie Duffy. Great to see some folks joining in again as part of the world wakes up and other parts go to sleep. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up our information for the beginning of the time here. All right, so let's go ahead and get this organized. All right. So we are coming up to the top of the next hour. We're going to be hearing from Nunavut this time and some interesting things happening there. But wanted to give you plenty of time in case you haven't already gone to our website, www.polareducator.org. And that's where you can find the Polar Resource Book. You can join. You can also look at a number of the other things happening or having happened in the past with our lead up to our Iceland Conference in April, hlaðborð, which I'm sure I'm butchering. I need to watch the how to pronounce things in Icelandic again, but that's our loaded table of educational events that we've been holding since this summer as a lead up as we all get very excited about meeting, hopefully in person again in Iceland in April. Oh dear. All right. So just giving it a couple more minutes to let anybody else who's going to join us on the hour come in. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started in there. Wonderful. Yep, Maria, Pia, that's fine. And welcome, Ellie, joining us from Missouri. That's fabulous. You're up even later than I am. Oh dear. We just want to make sure you do know this is also being live streamed on YouTube, where we will have it archived. So these will all be available, both linked on our website and on our PEI YouTube channel. So there's lots of different ways to get back to this. All right, well, we are at the top of the hour, so we're going to go ahead and get started. My name is Joanna Hubbard. I'm currently a treasurer and a member of the Executive Committee for Polar Educators International. I'm a longtime member, and I've been involved in polar education since 1999, which at this point makes me feel a little bit old, Pia. But anyway, this, as you notice, we're well into our 24-hour fall equinox share-a-thon, ending on the 23rd of September at noon. So we're getting close to some of these last nuggets of great information, many of which Pia has gathered from her wonderful acquaintance for us. The website, again, is www.polareducator.org. We do want to thank you very much for joining us, but we want to tell you a little bit more about our organization. I'm going to share the trailer with you, and please do consider staying connected and participating in more of our events. We love to meet new people. So here is our trailer.
Polar Educators International is connecting educators, polar researchers, and communities for a better understanding of polar knowledge. Earth's polar regions are remote, beautiful, and challenging places, and they have a profound influence on every one of us. We know these vast amounts of snow, forming ice sheets, sea ice, and glaciers, together with massive currents of cold water, contribute dramatically to the climate and ecosystems of our world, systems which in turn drive the health of our local environments and communities. Research shows dramatic change in the Antarctic, in our mountainous regions, and particularly in the Arctic, home to over 4 million people, which is changing faster than anywhere else on Earth. Scientists are confirming that human activity is playing a significant role in these systems, increasing the planet's surface temperature in ways that cannot be balanced out by natural processes. It is clear the urgency to engage the next generation in polar research and to rise to the challenges that a changing climate will bring has never been greater. United in our passion for sharing the importance and value of the polar regions, educators and researchers from around the world have formed PEI, an essential global network developing polar knowledge to engage a global audience facing climate change. We are collaborating to strengthen this community, building resources and relationships, and helping local audiences connect polar research to their everyday lives. Polar Educators International amplifies the voices of all those dedicated to understanding and protecting our extraordinary polar regions and all Earth's inhabitants for generations to come. Join us.
I do always enjoy hearing her voice on that. Sounds very posh. And I know she'll give me grief for saying that, but that's all right. So as I've mentioned, if you're listening at the end of the last hour, this is part of our hlaðborð, or loaded table in Icelandic, effort to share some of the excitement of getting back together and working on polar education, professional development, and networking with our educators and researchers in April of 2022. It was postponed, of course, from last year, so we are all looking forward with great enthusiasm for it. But there have been a whole series of really excellent events, everything from a science art soiree to a polar fun run to tech conference mini-series. So there's all sorts of things that I would definitely encourage you to take a look at on our website and reference. And all of those are in fact on our website and on our YouTube channel if you wanted to take a look at those as well. We are using a Slack channel that will continue to be available after the Equinox Share-a-thon is over for people who want to stay connected and keep the conversation going. You can get there by either going to the bit.ly with /PEI-Slack, or I will drop the slack.com invite into the chat. So you can just go ahead and hit the invitation there. Either way, we would love to hear from you. The hashtag specific to the Equinox Share-a-thon is hashtag Equinox-Share-a-thon. So you've got that going on. We also have other discussions there. So once you join the PEI Slack channel, you've got some options at that point. I want to introduce our organizer for the hour, our wonderful Pia. So if she wants to say anything for a moment. And you are still muted there. There you go.
Sure, thanks very much. Yes, well, the next speaker is somebody that I got to know very, very recently through another friend who was supposed to give her contribution, but she was just changing jobs, moving from San Diego to Seattle just during this time. And also she was one of the organizers of the Sedna expedition, which is in itself changing. So she suggested this friend of hers, which is in a way very much the line of Polar Educators International, because Mary Ellen Gucciardi, who's actually of Italian origin, her parents are both from Italy, and she is in Toronto, and she teaches a very interesting school. It's kind of halfway. It's for problematic young people, and it's halfway between a high school and a college. So what interested me as a polar educator is that she collaborated in a book which is actually free online to anybody, and she'll talk about that. And she has even translated, being in Canada, it's been translated in French and in Inuktitut, which was a huge undertaking because of finding the translators that could, in fact, produce this book. And her idea was it has to be free to everybody. And so that's how she got a publisher. It's published online, and the link will be shared with everybody. And I really would like also to have, she's perfectly happy if Polar Educators International wants to have that book available to public. And so she relates her stories, she shares amazing videos. So I wish you a happy viewing with Mary Ellen Gucciardi.
Fabulous. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and share her screen here. Let's get that going.
Lovely, thank you.
There we go.
Good.
Hello, my name is Mary Ellen Gucciardi, and I'm an educator from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I'd like to say thank you to Polar Educators International for inviting me to be part of this share-a-thon and to share some of the work that I've been part of throughout my career. Currently, I work at Humber College, and I am part of a program called SWAC. It stands for School Within a College, and our our kind of format of this program is that we help students transition from high school to post-secondary learning. And it's really a program for students who are at risk of potentially not graduating high school. So our job is to help guide them through that process. Previous to this role, I was an Indigenous education consultant for a large school board, and my job was to help support at the system level educators and students alike. So that role really allowed me to kind of delve deep into the rich learning within communities. And in particular, today I want to focus on the work I was able to do with the Inuit and in the Canadian Arctic. Throughout that time in that role, we managed to figure out a way to allow some teachers and some students on several different learning excursions to travel to the Arctic from Toronto, from the Peel region, really from Mississauga, Brampton area in Ontario. And we started with, our first time up there was with a group of students, and it was completely blind, but so eye-opening when we got there. And what that did really was give us a taste of what the Arctic is about and what Inuit are, what their communities are like, how they're living. And it also allowed us and afforded us the privilege to kind of start building those relationships with people. And that led to a teacher excursion. And as a result of that teacher excursion, where we took some educators from across the system to be part of a 1 week kind of cultural learning immersion, experiential based and land based, we created our first documentary, and it was called On the Land. It is called On the Land. There will be a link for that provided here as well. The second documentary we created is called Iqaluit Dawn, which is a documentary about a student experience when we took a group of students to Iqaluit Nunavut for a week of learning. And it was a wonderful experience. It is so humbling to see young people on these learning excursions because their eyes are wide open. They're just open and willing to engage in new learning and to connect with community. It was a really beautiful experience. Less than 10% of Canadians travel to the Canadian Arctic, and less than 1% of youth. So I firmly believe that many of these opportunities are transformative. And I have seen that in some of the lives of our young people that have gone to the north, or even some of the educators, how it has completely informed and transformed their practice when they return here to the south. Whether it sparks a curiosity to continue the rich learning, or it can look like bringing new aspects to their classrooms based on what they've learned firsthand. So I am truly grateful for many of those experiences that I was able to take part in, and I will forever really cherish them, and they have completely transformed my life. There is a part of me that will be in the Arctic forever. I think Canada's Canadian North is majestic. It's pristine, it's beautiful. The people are so generous and giving, and there is much for us to learn and engage with. So I would like you to, within this talk, I believe there's a short clip embedded. It's 8 minutes. It's from our student documentary called Iqaluit Dawn. And it's a part of the documentary near the end of the film where you get a sense of how students feel as a result of their 1 week learning experience in Iqaluit. You'll get to hear some of their thoughts and experiences, what kind of stuck with them, what made an impression with them. And it's really the goal of this documentary was to have the experience through their eyes. And so we continue to show that documentary throughout schools, as well as a teacher documentary with teachers and educators alike, mostly to share in that rich learning. We cannot bring everyone to the north, but the opportunity to create these pieces allows us to share some of that rich learning. After a few opportunities of taking students north and teachers, we compiled hours upon hours of footage and thousands of pictures. And with a very passionate, committed group of educators, I was very honored to work with them in a way that I don't think has ever been rivaled throughout my career. They were definitely committed to this project, and I often refer to it. It really was a labor of love. The educators that worked with me, all but one had traveled to the Arctic with me, and we were able to create an ebook through the Apple platform. It's called Inuksuk, Sharing Experiences of Nunavut, and it is downloadable for free on Apple iBooks. Also, within my talk, I believe there's going to be 3 short videos connected so that you can get a little sense of what's in the book. Those educators that worked with me, James Flaherty, who's been a teacher for many, many years within the system where I work, I often refer to James as a filmmaker who happens to be a teacher, and he is the technical wizard behind the documentaries and the film, and the documentaries and the ebook, I apologize. And then there's Maureen Carolyn, Jennifer Powell, Paula Nevins, Joanna Newton, all of whom are contributors, rich contributors to this book. This was by far a collaboration. I was a lead on the project, but I never, ever would have been able to create this without the endless hours that each of us kind of contributed to this project. We're very proud of it. And one of our main goals was to make it with community and have many, many Inuit edit the document before we released it. Because the belief was that this knowledge was shared with us over about 7 or 8 years. It was not ours to keep, but ours to share, and as respectfully as possible. And many things were edited out that they felt that maybe weren't appropriate for us to speak about, and we completely complied, because that is another lesson I have learned. But I am hugely proud of that project, and I am so grateful to the Inuit, Ayu Peter, Johnny Isaluk, Mika Mike, who really kind of held our hand and allowed us to walk alongside and shared so much. I mean, many times we'd be invited to Mika's house for dinner with 18 students. This is, again, a common experience through relationship, but not a common experience on a student excursion. And we're fully aware of that. And we were forever grateful. So were our students. So when you see 3 of these clips, I'll explain each of them. So the first one is about hunting. So it's what we've done with the resource. It's an interactive ebook. It is meant to be used for the K-12 across the curriculum. It's kind of an opportunity for teachers to engage in their learning where they're at, or have students just play and discover, because there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of opportunity to draw within the book, so students can engage in that way. But many of the video clips, I will say all of the video footage, I believe, maybe a small percentage is not ours, but almost all of it was footage that we shot as a group from all sources, mostly from James Flaherty, and the images as well. The vast majority of the photographic images are ours that were taken over years and years of traveling. So it was a way to share that rich knowledge with a system. That was kind of the overriding goal of this project, to bring all that learning together in one area and one format, so we can allow other people to kind of take part in it. And the videos that we embedded, we wanted to make sure that they could be used in a classroom in a quick way, so they're not longer than a minute, each of them, except for the links to our documentaries, which are considerably longer. The first clip that I'm including in this talk is about hunting ptarmigan. And the particular day that you're going to see is with a group of students from a secondary school in Brampton. And these students came out on the land. Every opportunity we could to get students on the land, we did. The aim was to always have students understand how Inuit live today. The historical perspective in Inuit was important, but it was also crucially important for us to have students understand the rich life and the hunting life that is so much a part of Inuit culture today. So we would, wherever possible, and actually on every excursion, at least once students were able to get out on the land. In every instance, it was out onto the ice. So the clip you're seeing from the ptarmigan was taken in June, and there's still sea ice. And the students went out on snowmobile to just not too far out, but to kind of experience a full day being out in nature. And our Inuit guide would have hunted, and in this specific clip, he's hunted ptarmigan. Johnny Eastwood has hunted ptarmigan. He's skinning the ptarmigan and eating it raw, which is customary. And each of our students gave it a shot and tasted it. So it's understanding that respectful exchange and relationship that really tells me that there's rich learning happening. And he goes on to explain how Inuit really kind of need to live off the land and have so for thousands of years. So that is just one glimpse for our students to get firsthand to understand what hunting means to Inuit. That's one of the clips. The second clip that I've embedded in this talk is of ulus. And the ulu is known as the woman's knife, and how valuable it is to so much that is still done within the culture. Cutting foods, cleaning skins, all these opportunities. Our students actually took part in a workshop to make an ulu, because many Inuit can craft them. Some can, and it happened to be that our guide could. And he taught them the traditional way to make an ulu and its purpose and its use. So from beginning to end, they really got a glimpse of that. And the final one is a short clip about igloo making. Truly one of my favorite endeavors. I've had the opportunity to do it a few times, and I'm always marveled at the ingenuity of the Inuit people and creating these snow shelters. So our students will have taken part in a workshop. In this clip, you'll see that from an elder who, the other thing that's interesting is many Inuit ways of learning is not to ask a lot of questions, as I do, and I've been told to stop asking so many questions. Is to watch and learn and continue to watch. So very little was spoken by the teacher, by the elder who helped us that day, but boy, did our students learn, and they engaged in the process from beginning to end. So that is another neat opportunity. Now, igloos are not used all the time. They use common modern tents now when they're out hunting, but it is still valuable and necessary for many young Inuit to learn, particularly Inuit males, that's what I was taught, to learn how to build an igloo before they could marry. This was the traditional way. And so there are still quite a few initiatives teaching young people how to build igloos and just having that knowledge to continue to keep that culture alive. So these, again, are things we want to share with our students in every capacity that we could. My goal in planning the learning for these rich endeavors is really to have as much connection to community as possible. Whether it be going to someone's house for tea or learning how to go hunting on the land, or learning how to clean a seal skin, all these are really examples of current modern Inuit life. And that is really what we hope to do for our students.
For a drive, look for geese, and hopefully, if we're lucky, look for a seal. Right? We're not going that far, but it's going to be a nice day.
I'm looking forward to what we're going to see out there. I have no idea what it's going to be like. You know, it's springtime going into the summer. Ice is melting, and there's a lot of cool views out there. I've never been out on an adventure like this. I'm really excited for it.
Honestly, I'm just excited to go on this. This thing looks so cool. Like the speed that I'm about to go on.
So it's important that our friends in southern Canada understand what the North is about. It's not a cold, dark place. It's teeming with life. There's a lot of activity. There's a lot of people tied to the land. The majority of Canadians don't get an opportunity to go north of 60 and see the real Arctic. And by coming up and going not just to Iqaluit, but going to other communities outside of Iqaluit, gives the student a better perspective of what life in the North is about. And even if it's just a thumbnail sketch, at least they've had an opportunity to travel. So it's very important to have that understanding, both North and South, of not only the cultural uniqueness aspect of the North, but also some of the positive things that are happening in the North.
I had the pleasure of teaching these young people about some of our culture, our knowledge. This group was very amazing to teach. They were very observant and very keen to learn and to try anything, to try new things. And I was very happy to talk about my dogs and the dog team and the challenges a little bit about being in a bigger place now where there's a lot more newcomers, and talking about the land, animals, and how we respect that. So they were very keen to learn and had very good questions.
Seeing students' expressions and being here through their eyes and watching their first experience, it was very exciting. Everything excited them: the land, the people, the scenery, the culture. So I've been here a number of times now, and it was very exciting to hear their excitement, to feel their joy, and to be embraced by the community.
We have this impression that coming from the South, we're smarter, we're more superior, we have better technology. And coming up here, I wasn't thinking I was going to learn anything, just see a lot of cool things, but I've learned more on this trip than I have in all of my high school career about culture and people and society in different places. It's amazing what you can learn when you just open up your ears a little bit, when you get away from the noise, from all the people down south.
Main thing right now is how grateful these people are, because back home it's take advantage of a lot of things, and learning from all the elders, Mika and Johnny especially. Everything up here is used, everything here. You don't take granted for it, you live with it. Even the kids here, they know from a young age everything they have here is limited and they have to make the best of it.
I think the most important thing was just kind of like the Inuit way of living, not taking more than what you need, and like really respecting the land. They never like hunt or take more animals than what the community needs. And I think that's really important, since we're always thinking about getting more.
I think I would remember just being out here, just with everything that God gave you. It makes you really thankful for what we have, grateful for everything.
The scenery here is so breathtaking, and it's unbelievable how the sun like shines on the ice and how blue the water is, and I just have never seen anything like it.
I think they should just share their stories. Like the stories make a huge impact for any culture. Like stories are what keeps anything alive a lot of times. What they bring back could be just their experience. And a lot of times, that's all we need. catch an animal, we always give thanks. We always say thank you for gifting yourself to us, and now we won't be hungry, right? And also, when you give thanks to it in any form or other, everything has spirit around us, right? So when you say thank you, the spirit will go to its people or to its animal land. Right? So while I was walking here, I gave thanks. Normally when we catch geese or swans or big birds, we pluck them. But these ones are very soft, so we don't pluck them.
And then what you want to do is just go through on the bottom and all the way to the handle. So what you do is just using the handle to lift, pull it out. And you always have to be gentle with it because it can and will fall apart. There's your brick. And then we'll just put it over on the left there. Almost like a staircase. So maybe up north, still going around. Along that. So it's really part of the history and culture, but there's still an inward hospital. And then as you walk down, it's something that
we're learning about the Inuit culture so that we can pass that on to our students. But at the same time, it's taking the experience in an authentic way so that we can speak about the culture in an authentic way. So I'm hoping to deepen my own personal experience.
It's kind of all surreal right now, and I feel like I'm actually walking into a storybook. I'm going to relive a story, but I'm looking forward to getting to know their culture and their way of life.
Yeah, I think maybe just establishing communication between my class and hopefully some of the kids up north.
I'm really looking forward to learning from the elders. As a history teacher, I find too often that we teach a fragmented Canadian history, and I'm really looking forward to learning about this piece of Canadian history that's been left out.
Have to varnish it. Also sharpen the edges. And then pretty much let it dry. And then I've got myself an ulu from Nunavut.
Well, we're just getting loaded up to go out on land for a few days. The gentlemen are helping us load our stuff on a kematuk, which is a sled drawn by the snowmobiles here. So we're going to go out about 3 hours onto the ice, to the edge of the ice, to the flow edge, where we're going to do some hunting and fishing and taking in the natural sights.
As a teacher and an educator in Dufferin Peel, I feel great privilege, and being here allows me firsthand exposure, experience, and understanding of this beautiful land. It is truly exquisite. It's surreal, and to see it firsthand gives you a new appreciation. To talk to Inuit leaders in the community who talk to us about the significance of this land, to their culture, to sustain their people, it allows us to understand its relevance. It's a majestic place, and it's part of our country. So to take that back to our students, to possibly even have them come here and have firsthand experience, it changes our experience within Canada as Canadians.
Aku tuyu angu tibu ulu sulit tawa. Iya ya 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 iya ya ya iya iya ya ya.
A lot of people don't know what we do, where we come from, who we are. And for myself, what I teach, yes, I come down, I travel a lot of places to teach my culture, the games I've known for many years, and the livelihood I've had growing up with my parents, the way they taught me traditionally, respectfully, culturally, adaptability, sharing and caring, all these things, what people do. There's a connection between us and the animals. When we're hunting, we only catch what we need, right? So I'll catch a polar bear. I'll catch one polar bear. That would be enough to feed a lot of families. And also, if I caught a caribou, I'd share most of what I caught, but I'll only catch one or two that I need, right?
So good.
And to think that polar bear may be endangered, I always feel humbled to know that it's not. Polar bears will be there long after we're gone because they're so smart. They're so adaptable. They can adapt to anything, anywhere, anyhow. And I feel humbled by that thought.
European territory or the Arctic is part of the nation. And we are also very, what I could say is first Canadians and Canadians first. And I am very hopeful through these types of exchanges that the children everywhere in Canada, in the nation, and in Ontario should try and gain as much knowledge about the Arctic, about the Nunavut, because Nunavut territory and the Arctic will eventually be a big contributor to the economic well-being of the nation of Canada.
Inuit way of life has changed so rapidly in such a short time. You know, my mother, my grandmother coming out from living off the land into houses, for example, in so short a time. And sometimes I think we often forget we need to go back and reflect on this change because it has happened so fast. But for thousands of years, Inuit have adapted to change, adapted to the environment. You know, even our environment is changing. So I often educate young policymakers that come up north on the differences between North and South. Because there are significant differences, and especially when people are making policy on behalf of the North. But I also look at vice versa, that it's really important for Nunavut to learn about the South as well too, because it broadens your worldview, your mind. I think traveling South, I think, is one of the most important things a young person can do. They get to see things very differently and to know that there's more in this world besides their community.
I would love to see the connection of classrooms, the connection of the South classrooms to the North classrooms, to work perhaps on a common project, to have students come north and also have students from the north come to the south. I think that would just be an amazing experience, a real, authentic experience for all students.
It was eye-opening, it was humbling. I've had a chance to travel around the world, but I really haven't explored many parts of Canada. And having the opportunity to go up north into the Arctic, it just gave me a greater appreciation for Canada and being Canadian. I'm a recent Canadian. I only became a citizen in 2008. And I feel proud, like coming home. Like if you have a feeling of pride, basically.
In the last 7 days, I've been in the best classroom, and I've learned from some of the best teachers, whether it be Johnny in his garage making ulus, or traveling out on land with Alex, or visiting an elementary school and a young 10-year-old teaching me how to speak in Inuktitut. This experience has really opened my eyes, and I really want to bring all of this back to my students. I want to bring it back to making sure that our curriculum is complete and that our curriculum includes the Inuit people.
Yeah, I didn't realize what a great experience it would be. I knew it would be interesting, but there were times on the trips that were spiritual, prayerful, connection to a different culture, and even reconnecting with yourself when you're out on the land, and learning some of the traditional Inuit knowledge and skills and trades that they do. It was a diverse experience. It was something that I realized is that I don't know that much about the culture, and I really should. And I think we're obliged to come back and share as much as we can with our students and our families.
I just wanted to add a little other detail about the project and the book in particular. I hope you enjoyed those clips. We also were committed to translating the book into Inuktitut and into French. And it was a few years after the book was published that we were successful in that endeavor as well. Great thanks to one of our translation partners, Tunga Suvangit Inuit, which is an organization based out of Ottawa that helps support Inuit living outside of the Arctic. And it has been well received. It was a collaborative project working together to bring those translations to fruition. And our book is also available in those two languages. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the talk. I hope you enjoyed some of the work and the documentary and the little pieces from our book, and look forward to hearing from anyone who would like to chat some more. Bye-bye.
Wonderful. Well, that was Mary Ellen Riccardi, and that was from Nunavut. So thank you so much for connecting us with her, Pia. That was amazing. And also, if you have not yet gotten a chance to jump into the Slack, I've just dropped that into the chat again so that you can hippy hop into the long-running conversation on the PEI Slack channel. The hashtag we're using is PEI, the Equinox Share-a-thon. So you should be looking for that, and lots of good conversation happening there. So thank you very much. We've got about 4 more minutes before we move on to our next hour. We're going to do a little bit of organizational stuff to make sure that is all set up. So I see we do have our presenters, so we're doing well there. And let me pull up. I don't think I have anything I have to show, but let's make sure I've got everything else lined up. If you haven't had a chance as well, and if you're enjoying this, the other place we'd love for you to go is to our website. And I'll go ahead and show that in just a moment here. Let's go ahead and jump this up, because on the main page for Polar Educator, we want to have you scroll down to the bottom. You can see and learn more about our Polar Resource Book, which is digitally available currently to download, has some wonderful resources for both formal and informal educators, as well as information about our upcoming conference in Iceland in April. And then at the bottom is a button that says join us, and our membership is free. This is a member-driven organization, and we're so happy to have you here, and we want to encourage you to join us. So that's on polareducator.org, and I'll drop that into the chat as well. So thank you for sharing in this last hour. As I said, this is our about 18th hour of the 24-hour Share-a-thon. So I'll jump back out here. And we've got about 1 more minute before we get going for our next hour. And so I'm going to go ahead and pull this up here. We are continuing to be live on YouTube, where this will be archived, as well as if you want to watch it live streamed instead of in Zoom, you're welcome to do so. Yes, some of us are getting sleep. I don't know about others. It's a rolling group, so we'll see. I'm for bed after a couple more hours here, and I think Pia already snuck in some rest, so hopefully that works out well. All right, so going ahead here, we're almost to the top of the hour. And as I've mentioned, our website is polareducator.org, and you are jumping in towards the end of our 24-hour first, who knows if annual, but certainly the first fall Equinox Share-a-thon for Polar Educators International. We really thank you for joining us. We do want to share a little bit more about our organization, so we're going to play a little trailer that should give you a framework for this group.
Polar Educators International is connecting educators, polar researchers, and communities for a better understanding of polar knowledge. Earth's polar regions are remote, beautiful, and challenging places, and they have a profound influence on every one of us. We know these vast amounts of snow, forming ice sheets, sea ice, and glaciers, together with massive currents of cold water, contribute dramatically to the climate and ecosystems of our world, systems which in turn drive the health of our local environments and communities. Research shows dramatic change in the Antarctic, in our mountainous regions, and particularly in the Arctic, home to over 4 million people, which is changing faster than anywhere else on Earth. Scientists are confirming that human activity is playing a significant role in these systems, increasing the planet's surface temperature in ways that cannot be balanced out by natural processes. It is clear the urgency to engage the next generation in polar research and to rise to the challenges that a changing climate will bring has never been greater. United in our passion for sharing the importance and value of the polar regions, educators and researchers from around the world have formed PEI, an essential global network developing polar knowledge to engage a global audience facing climate change. We are collaborating to strengthen this community, building resources and relationships, and helping local audiences connect polar research to their everyday lives. Polar Educators International amplifies the voices of all those dedicated to understanding and protecting our extraordinary polar regions, and all Earth's inhabitants for generations to come. Join us.
Come on. There we go. All right. It never wants to let go. All right. So as I've mentioned, if you are here at the end of the last hour, this is part of our series of events leading up to our April 2022 Iceland Conference. Every 2 years, we have an in-person conference for educators. This last one from 2021 being booted forward due to COVID. We've been doing a whole series of online events to help whet the appetite for that loaded table, or hlaðborð in Icelandic. And if you want to learn more about Icelandic language, we have an earlier session on that you can watch on either our website or our YouTube channel. We are using our Slack channel for continuing conversation, as well as questions during the session. The hashtag in the Slack channel is Equinox Share-a-thon. You can go and join our Slack channel by going to bit.ly/PEI-Slack. I'm also going to drop it into the chat here, so you can click on that link and just go directly to it. Let me hop out and put up our information about our folks for this hour. Pia, I know you are there somewhere, but I can also go ahead and share the info for Agatha, whatever works for you. So what would you like to do? You're still muted, Pia, sorry.
Sorry. Yes, I'd like to introduce Agatha, who is from Poland and is a very valued member of our council. And she's already done a presentation earlier on. And today she's talking about the kit of 5 polar activities from Polar Star Project. And I remember Agatha in Cambridge in the 4th meeting that we had of Polar Educators International. And it was fascinating to see what amazing tools Agatha has developed with financing and working for the European Union and other groups. So you can tell us more about how you came about to building up these really valuable teaching tools that we are very happy to share with our public. Thank you, Agatha. The floor is yours.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
And I think we are going to have everybody else turn off our videos so that we can get the best audio
I
quality.
think we will start now.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so good afternoon, maybe, as we are in various. My name is Agata Gocik, and I'm from my institute has been running time, and we started with national initiatives where we found out that the polar topics are in fact the most inspiring for students. And so
seem to have a problem with the connection, unfortunately.
Yeah, let me
She's
see if
attending
I-
the conference and she's
trying to prepare.
I think we have lost Agatha. We'll see if she can come back in, because that is our connection problem there. I'm going to stop recording and see if that will help a little bit when she comes back.
Yeah. Well, she's attending a conference and she's in a hotel. So it's funny.
Oh, there we go. We've got her back now. So
Okay, off we go immediately out of the.
Yep.
I don't know, in the earlier presentation she gave, there were no problems whatsoever. And I think she was in the same hotel room when she did the other
Well,
one.
depending on the time, maybe it's starting to be the time when everybody's using the internet in the hotel now. What time are you guys in?
Yeah, that was. Oh, okay, here you are.
All right,
Oh.
Agatha. Let's hope we'll see if we can get you. I'll I turned off the recording. Hopefully that will help. We can't hear you yet. Agatha, you are muted. There we go.
Yeah, I think you may start the recording as now I'm on my mobile internet, so it should work without problem.
Okay. All right, we will try the recording. If that causes problems, I'll turn it back off.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I will start from the beginning. My name is Agata Kościk. I'm from the Institute of Geophysics, Polish Academy of Sciences, and my institute has been running many educational initiatives for a long time, more than 10 years already, with big initiatives. And we started with national programs, but dedicated to whole geophysics and natural sciences. But we found out quickly that what interests students most is polar part. And why we are focusing on polar research and polar regions, because my institute is running a year-round operating station on Spitsbergen, Svalbard. And the station is in operation longer than 40 years now. It was founded more than 60 years ago, but we started this regular observations 40 years ago. So having this opportunity to have the station, we were also organizing some online lessons directly from the station, and it gathered great interest from students when they could connect with scientists spending the whole year up north in the polar station and ask various questions, not necessarily dedicated to natural sciences, but also how is to live there, what they do, what kind of work they do. So today I will tell you about Polar Star projects. We created kits of activities. One kit is dedicated to polar research and the other is dedicated to star research. For the star research, there is Blackrock Castle Observatory from Ireland responsible, and we are responsible for polar part, but I'm very happy that we work in a big consortium because our partners have great background in pedagogic approach and in methodology of teaching. So thanks to that, we combine what is inter schools. So I'm really happy, and I encourage you to also look on other parts of Polar Star project, because we are not only proposing the materials, the toolkits. So as I mentioned, we are why Arctic research? We know that it plays a significant role in tackling global problems like climate change and can be directly connected to communities and our everyday lives. It's what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay there and make an influence on all communities in the globe. It's also presenting contemporary science, and this interest of youngsters is highly important here. And also polar research is extremely interdisciplinary because it's all research that could be done in polar regions. Polar Star kit of activities, we demonstrate significant role of Arctic research and climate change, environmental issues. And it could be used on various subjects at school. It covers topics from geography, physics, natural resources, environmental pollution. We have some art dedicated toolkits. So various teachers could make use out of that. And we've got two pedagogical approaches in the project. One is science as a whole. So we are mainly focusing in that part on what is taught, so content and curriculum, but we want to connect it as possible, as much as possible, to various knowledge that is already in students' brains, and that they know how it's interconnected, that there are, sometimes we are teaching phenomena on chemistry and physics, and students quite often do not recall that it's the same phenomena, but they are just looking at that separately. So this interdisciplinary approach is very important here. The consortium in a previous project, they created big ideas of science. This is a mind map, and they tried to one mind map, what big ideas of science should students have after leaving the school. Then there are 8 ideas of science, or big parts of science, and then each part has additionally middle ideas and small ideas, or basic ideas of science, where small pieces of knowledge go. But the main important thing is that they are connected, and we are trying to show the connections between various ideas of science in the project. And the other pedagogical approach is STEAM education, so how we are teaching students. So it's basically using science in action as many hands-on activities, inquiry learning. We are using also design thinking approach and art-oriented scenarios. So we have 3 types of approaches in the project. And now I will show you a small short powtoon about Polar Kit activities. Oh, yeah.
I'm afraid the connection is a real problem today.
Okay, so coming back to my presentation, yeah, I hope you were able to watch this short powtoon. If not, it's available on our website. So I will show you the website again after my presentation, and you may also watch other powtoons introducing to methodology and to STAR activities. Okay, so what kind of Polar Kids activities we have? So one is dedicated to Arctic amplification, and during this talk today, I will show you a little bit more about that. It's science inquiry kits. We've got Surviving the Arctic. this was done as design thinking kit. So we've got some technology inside and we've got some designing part. Students are asked to design proper clothing, but including all equipment that should be taken if they go on snowmobiles, if they go by speedboat or just boat, and if they go to the glacier. So they need to know what kind of weather conditions are there, what should be taken, what kind of additional stuff like wrap-ons or Helly Hansen costume should be taken. So this all is dedicated to designing the perfect wearing for different conditions. We've got Northern Lights. This kit is dedicated to art, so it could be used during art classes. There is some science inquiry, small component, but the final effect of the work is art-oriented, and students are preparing a kind of class journal with various pieces of what they wanted to express by being impressed by Northern Lights. We have Permafrost, which is science inquiry kit, and Plastic in the Arctic, which is also science inquiry kit. So a few more words about each activity. So surviving the Arctic, first we are taking students to the short trip to the Arctic. We are showing the Polish Polar Station Hofn and the conditions of living there. One of the overwintering ladies prepared this package. So she's basing on her experience, and she presents also some information how plants are adapted to the Arctic climate, how high are the trees, so-called trees, because we know that there are like 2-3 centimeters only, so smaller than mushrooms in tundra. And also how animals are adapting to such conditions. There is a very nice part dedicated to polar bear, and students are also, based on online available data, tracking some polar bears to see how they are moving around some parts of the Arctic. It's all done as a story between and dialogue between our bear and a star. So we have 2 mascots for the projects, Polar and a star, and they are discussing various things within this part. The other one is dedicated to Arctic amplification, but I will come to that. Here is a screen from this, so you'll see the parts here. The Northern Lights activity, I will also show you some parts of that. And permafrost. This is STEAM activity, so science-oriented, and students are calculating how much carbon may permafrost contain and how much can be revealed to the atmosphere due to thawing permafrost, how quickly this process can be maybe, and they are also comparing, so this is for the math part, they make some computation on comparing how much permafrost, how much carbon and carbon dioxide could be released from permafrost, comparing to what their country is producing. And this is done in the perspective of till the end of this century, so this almost 80 years, because they know that thawing permafrost is not that rapid process. However, it's faster and faster, but it takes some time. So they are making these calculations and comparison to what their country produces in terms of anthropogenic emissions of carbon dioxide with this natural process of releasing greenhouse gases from permafrost. And this is also a screen from the toolkits. We are using Grasp platform For those of you who attended yesterday talk, I presented this GRASP platform and showed some technical details, but it's user-friendly and it's easy to use the packages created by other authors as well, because it's published on GoLab. GoLab is a platform dedicated to STEM teachers, and it's on open licenses, so anyone may use it freely and also adapt it to the needs of the students. So this is important because you may, if you do not have enough time, which is very often for teachers, that they need to implement so many topics from the curriculum that there's no freedom for doing other activities in full. But even if you do that a small part, it's worth using that, and you may hide other sections. So I encourage you to use this opportunity. And the last is dedicated to plastic in the Arctic, as microplastic is extreme problem for everyone and for every environment, but also plastic goes to the Arctic due to ocean currents. So we have also on GRASP, we start with a story of 3 plastic bottles, and we want our students to think what happens with the plastic bottle that they are throwing away. So they are also encouraged to count your plastic waste, their plastic waste, and try to think of ideas what to do to minimize our plastic impact. Okay, and now I will focus on Arctic amplification. This was done by me personally, so it's easier for me to present this to you. So we know what is albedo. It's surface reflectivity, speaking shortly, and it very much depends on the color of the surface. So even if students didn't know the term albedo, it's no problem, because if you ask them which color hits faster, if they are wearing white or black clothes in the summer, I'm sure they will answer correctly. So then they also will know which color reflects more sunlight. But if you ask them to rank types of services, it may be a kind of difficulty for them. And I would like to also ask you, I hope I've got, yeah. So I encourage you to go to GRASP, to this platform where the activity is created. And in the first section, there is this small exercise dedicated to ranking types of surface from lowest to highest albedo. And in a moment, once you are done, I will show you how teacher may use it and what is possible to get out from the platform, so that the teacher knows the answers of all students, and he knows in what pace they are working, etc. So I hope the link is working for you. You need to type any nickname, it doesn't matter. And you need to rank, this is the first task in the first section. So rank types of surface from lowest to highest albedo. And we have, if you are not sure what kind of surface is that, because it's only photos, it's ice, fresh snow, asphalt, water, and forest. And I hope you had time to do that. So I will now go to the GRASP. This is what students see. Here we have this, name the frame. Exercise, and you are just dropping, and you click on this part. Okay, you can see out of that is if you go to members, and here are some standalone users. So for instance, I know Pia is with us, so I will have a look on and review PEI's work. So any moment, teacher may go to that part and see what was done. So PEI did one. Yeah, so you see that anyone could be checked here. So I'm not sure who was feeling that at the moment, because we were using that also with other group. So maybe not all of not yet done. But basically, if it's done, then you see the answers, and students may also check the answers. There is also additional information, so it's set as hint. If they want to know more, they may just have a look on this graph, and then they will find information about water, forest, ice, fresh snow. There's no asphalt because there are natural parts, but we may expect asphalt is very dark to be extremely low albedo. Okay, so coming back to the presentation. Yeah, I've got here this graph again, and also information how it's done. If you do that in the grasp and you do it correctly, then you've got additional information. So there is letter I, and you go for additional information for each of these surfaces. Okay, and now a video on Arctic sea ice, as it's extremely fast disappearing, and it has strong effects on albedo, and creates this positive feedback loop. So just to introduce Arctic sea ice extent from 84 till 2018, let's watch the video. Okay, so the sea ice extent, its area covered by the sea ice differs over season. This is very obvious. Winter extent differs from summer extent, and it varies from circa 6 to 15 million square kilometers on average. And I would like to ask you now to write on chats, when do you expect the largest and the lowest coverage? So which month, basically? You may put the whole date or only the month. Come on, guys, I know it's early, but basically it's good to have some tasks to do, not to oversleep. September minimum, March highest, yeah, perfect, of course. However, you may expect from students that they will look for the coldest and from the warmest month, and they will answer like July should be the lowest coverage, because July is the warmest month. So then we may also use climate graph, and if once they see where is the moment that temperature is below zero, starting to be below zero, it's September. So even though we have July, which is the warmest, and August quite warm as well, but in September, we still, till mid-September, we usually have average daily temperature above 0. And then in the second half of September, it's becoming below 0. So this is the reason that the extent is, even in quite cold September, can still decreasing. Okay, and one more very nice interactive chart that you may use with your students. It's also inserted in the activity. You may check the extent and you may calculate the differences from the record minimum, from the average over some decades, and comparing to what is calculated, what is measured from satellite observations for the current year. There is also a great video, the Arctic as a canary in the coal mine, dedicated to positive feedback loop, and what's happening when sea ice is decreasing. I think we could have a try, because it's worth watching if you don't know it.
The area surrounding the North Pole may seem frozen and desolate environment where nothing ever changes, but it is actually a complex and unbalanced natural system, and its extreme location makes it vulnerable to feedback processes that can magnify even tiny changes in the atmosphere. In fact, scientists often describe the Arctic as the canary in the coal mine when it comes to predicting the impact of climate change. Major type of climate feedback involves reflectivity. Wet surfaces like snow and ice are very effective at reflecting sun's energy back into space, while dry land and water surfaces absorb much more. Some of the soft ice melts, exposing the ground and ocean surfaces, causing even more melting and storm. And although the current situation in the Arctic follows a warming pattern, the opposite is also possible. A small drop in temperatures would cause a more increasing the amount of reflective snow and ice. This would result in less sunlight, absorbed, and need to recycle over. As in previous ice ages, Arctic sea ice is also responsible for another feedback mechanism through inflammation. By forming a layer on the ocean surface, the ice acts as a buffer between the frigid Arctic air and the warm water. But when it breaks or melts in any spot, escapes from the ocean, warming the atmosphere and causing more ice to melt in turn. Both of these are examples of positive feedback loops, not because they do something good, but because the initial change is amplified in the same direction. A negative feedback loop, on the other hand, is when the initial change leads to effects that work in the opposite direction. Melting ice also causes a type of negative feedback by releasing moisture into the atmosphere. This increases the amount and thickness of clouds present, which can cool the atmosphere by blocking more sunlight. But this negative feedback is short-lived due to increased Arctic summers. For the rest of the year, when sunlight is scarce, these moisture clouds actually warm the surface by trapping the Earth's heat, turning the feedback loop positive for all that come across. While negative feedback loops encourage stability by pushing a system towards the equilibrium, positive feedback loops destabilize it by emitting larger and larger changes. And the recently increased impact of positive feedbacks may have consequences on the other hand. On a warming planet, these feedbacks ensure that the overall pass at a faster rate than the equator. The reduced temperature differences between the two regions may lead to slower jet stream winds and less linear atmospheric circulation in the middle latitudes, where most of the world's population is. Many scientists are concerned that shifts in weather patterns would cascade fluctuations, becoming persistent cold snaps, heat waves, droughts, and floods. So the Arctic sensitivity doesn't just serve as an early warning alarm for climate change for the rest of the planet. As climate scientists often warn, what happens in the Arctic doesn't always stay in the
Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. And there are, of course, in the activity, there are some tasks for students to calculate various things, to work with these interactive charts, to think of information they heard in the video and formulate their own thoughts based on that. So I encourage you to have a look on that. And the other toolkit that I would like to show you today is dedicated to Northern Lights. There is also a very nice video from TED Talks dedicated to Aurora. So let's start with it, as it's really well done.
The northern and southern lights, also known as the aurora borealis and aurora australis respectively, occur when vanished particles from the sun's black go out of the atmosphere. The energy emitted is accurate, spectacle of light that mankind can model with. Some particle energy is equivalent leaving the sun and letting it in. Like any cross-country road trip,
Oh.
I think Agatha is going to try to rejoin us in just a moment. So we'll give it a second. I'm just going to pause the recording and we'll see if we get back there.
It's not only the high Arctic which has problems with.
Oh, yes. Well, the problem is for all of the people that sell us our internet bandwidth, there is eternally a greater demand for more audio, more video, higher resolutions. So we are never satisfied. You let us watch YouTube videos at low res, and now we want high res.
Yeah. Well, it was actually impressive what Sunniva Serbi managed in Svalbard to have those connections with satellites.
Yeah, no, that takes a lot of effort. But you notice she was saying that she was calling in, and then she would call to the station that then hosted all the others. So
oh yeah,
it was the least you could manage with the satellite connection, because those are not robust enough to really do video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, but anyway, it was wonderful that they were able to have that up there. Yes.
I mean, to reach about 100,000 students is just amazing.
Yeah.
Great organization.
Very awesome.
Mm. Well, she's in fact very interested in teaming up maybe with Shelley, because
Oh,
she
yeah.
would like the next project to be in the
Mhm.
Canadian Arctic.
That would be perfect.
Yeah, I tried already to put them in contact. Shelley said she was very busy making another video, but
Well, that's true. I mean, everybody, it seems like the quality of this year or the last year is everybody has, taken on so many projects.
that's true.
So
Yeah. Yeah,
anyway.
but these are amazing people that we have on council this year.
Well, I was going to say, and you found some wonderful additions. We need to encourage them to join council. And
absolutely, that's what the aim at drawing in these amazing new talents. And some of these people I didn't know. I was just introduced by other people. So it's how we cast our nets wide, isn't it?
And Pia, do you have an email for Agatha? Do you want to check in with her?
Sure.
She has not rejoined us.
Yeah, I'll send her an email. And our next guest, Liz Cooper, she's on board and she's happy and she's waiting.
There's Agatha.
So just to say that is going all right.
Oh yeah, no
okay,
worries.
I've met Agatha. There you are. She's back.
Yes.
Good.
Wonderful.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, I'm back again. This time it was the internet. It was my computer that I needed to restart. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I think no more videos. No more videos, only simple slides.
Sounds good. Here, I will still turn my video and audio off here.
Okay, but I'm not able to share my screen. Could you check?
Oh, okay. So I don't know if
it's connected totally, so probably.
Totally fine. Let me change I have the wrong things up here. There we go. Let's try that again. Does that work now?
Now it should work.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. We'll hope for good things.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so about Aurora, it was fascinating people for many centuries, thousands of years before we were able to explain the phenomenon. So it was also an inspiration for some artistic works and outputs. So yeah, sometimes people see different shapes on the sky and do not know how to explain them. So this is one of the images taken by Aurora photographer in northern Canada. So yeah, anyone can say, how does this shape look like to you? Because some people see an angel, some ghosts, or anything like that. So the author defined it as ghost aurora, and yeah, so here are also some suggestions that it's a witch or a goddess of dawn, which is in fact from that is the name Aurora taken. In this activity, we have a small activity before students start to create a piece of art. They are becoming a tribe. So we form a group and they work in groups of 3 to 4 persons. And they are trying to give explanation of polar lights, but taking into account some ancient beliefs. So before scientists could explain this phenomenon, some ancient people had some beliefs about that, and they were strongly connected with what they generally believed. So, yeah, now it's work. So the task for students is that they should imagine that they live somewhere near the Arctic Circle, but many thousands of years ago. And they may choose Northern Norway, Northern Sweden, Greenland, Iceland, or Northern America. And looking for some information on how people lived, what were the beliefs of this particular, in this particular part of the world, they should create a story based on that and how they explain the aurora phenomenon. And after some 5-10 minutes, they may share with the whole group. It's a nice task to do. However, we do not have time to do that, but we were doing that with adults as well, and it's really went well. So yeah, they are first explaining what the tribe is like, and then how they are explaining the aurora phenomenon based on the tradition, some characteristic and beliefs. So they make this folklore story. We also have a video, but I will not dare to play it, about some beliefs. This is on Polar Star YouTube channel, about beliefs from various regions about aurora. The other one is really nice. So maybe when I finish, I will try to play it, because we also encourage students to create their own aurora using a bulb and walkie-talkie. So this is really nice, and it's possible to create aurora inside the bulb, and it makes impression to students. And the final task is to create some pieces of art. It can be in various ways. Some painting. There are some examples of paintings that students may do, inspired by aurora videos that are also inside the activity. But it could be an interview. It could be a story, like this folklore story, or any other piece, also drama if they want. So it depends on their creativity and also what would be suggested by the teacher. So yeah, here is the Polar Star website. You may find all these activities there. And there is also this part dedicated to methodology, which I encourage you to have a look at. And I will show you very shortly the grasp again. Oh no, I do not have grasp at the moment, but how to find too much G here. So Gola platform is dedicated to STEM teachers, and if you look for some of them, here you see in other language versions, but you just click on duplicate space. And if you have an account on Grasp, which is freely available, it creates the same space on your Grasp account. So you've got it inside your space, and then you are able to modify, to edit anything there is inside. It takes that time. You may hide some sections. You may set as hints. You may delete some parts. You may add anything that is suitable for your students. Okay, for some reasons it doesn't work here. Okay, so you will need to believe me that it's easy, and you may use all the spaces of this part and see. Here we could also preview this section. This is the view that your students get. So you see the various sections here. There is also inquiry part dedicated to that. And at the end, we have also this create your own aurora. So I will try to play it from here. No, I'm looking for the video that's, where do I have it? Okay, so I will have a try from here. If we don't succeed, then we will just finalize with that, and I will come back for questions. You may write on chats at the moment if you have any questions.
We see northern lights on the screen behind me. It is a light phenomenon observed in the upper atmosphere near our planet's magnetic poles. Is the formation of the northern lights a simple process? Rather not, but I will try to explain it in a simple way. The auroras are the result of disturbances in the magnetosphere caused by the solar wind. The solar wind is a stream of charged particles, protons and electrons, emitted by the sun. Near Earth, the flight paths of these particles are deflected by the Earth's magnetic field. The change in the trajectory of charged particles occurs in the solar wind and in the magnetospheric plasma. The resulting ionization and excitation of particles in the atmosphere emit light of different color and intensity. The aurora-like phenomenon can be induced at home. I will replace the solar wind with a walkie-talkie, and the atmosphere, with an energy-saving fluorescent lamp. As you can see, the fluorescent lamp is not connected to electricity. When I bring a walkie-talkie and a fluorescent lamp closer, the aurora effect occurs. The white aurora is very rare. Therefore, I will use another fluorescent lamp. This one is glowing green. This effect is more like the natural aurora borealis. It is also important that holding the fluorescent lamp by the screw does not cause electric shock.
Okay, this time we were successful with that. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
So far, I would say there aren't any questions, but you are welcome. If you don't manage to put your questions in at this point, you can always use our Slack channel, and we can follow up there as well if we don't have that opportunity just immediately. Thank you so much, Agatha. That was wonderful.
Thank you, and I apologize for all these technical problems.
No, I'm just glad you were persistent. It worked eventually.
You were so professional. Many other people would have done that. So thank you so much, Agatha. See you at the next council meeting.
Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, well, we have a few minutes. So if anybody does have more questions, this is the time to drop them into chat. Otherwise, we'll start getting a little bit organized for our next hour's work here with the PEI Fall Equinox 24-hour share-a-thon. And if I do the math right, I think this is hour 19. I might be off. Somebody better check that if they're interested. So let me pull. I opened all sorts of things that she was sharing, so now I have to, of course, get my internet things back under control. All right, so.
Fortunate to have you, Joanna, to manage this. Really.
Oh, you don't want to see my, there's a reason I don't share the desktop, that I just share the one window. You can see with the number of tabs, and that's only one of my browser windows. So you don't want to ask questions about the rest of it. It's terrible.
Yeah,
But anyway, we have a final couple of minutes here. So I just want to hype a little bit. If you are just joining us, please go and check out our website, polareducator.org, to learn a little bit more about us. And we're glad you joined us and that you're participating in one of our events. And Liz, I have given you the co-host abilities so that when you're ready, we're going to do the quick intro and then you can share your screen, and you're welcome to drop questions in the chat or out loud, either one. But we're just going to give it another minute before we tick over to your hour.
By the way, I didn't plan my background to fit perfectly with the last talk, but it just so happened to be that way.
I was going to say, it's an excellent segue. Just go with it. That's perfect. All right. Well, welcome everybody. My name is Joanna Hubbard. I am the current treasurer and member of the executive committee with the Polar Educators International. I live in Anchorage, Alaska, so I'm coming to you from close to the Arctic, not quite there, although we have had some good aurora in the last few days. It's bodes well to be a good season, although it's a very early fall because there is already snow in the mountains and ice in the gardens and at sea level. That's not nice this time of year. The 24-hour Fall Equinox Share-a-thon is one of the projects we are working on this year as we lead up to our hlaðborð, our full table of professional development opportunities leading to our April 2022 conference coming up in Iceland, hopefully in person. We wanted to share a little bit about Polar Educators International and our goals as an organization overall. So we have a short trailer to share with you, but generally let me say I'm so glad that you're here and watching, whether it's recorded, streamed, or here in Zoom.
Polar Educators International is connecting educators, polar researchers, and communities for a better understanding of polar knowledge. Earth's polar regions are remote, beautiful, and challenging places, and they have a profound influence on every one of us. We know these vast amounts of snow, forming ice sheets, sea ice, and glaciers, together with massive currents of cold water, contribute dramatically to the climate and ecosystems of our world, systems which in turn drive the health of our local environments and communities. Research shows dramatic change in the Antarctic, in our mountainous regions, and particularly in the Arctic, home to over 4 million people, which is changing faster than anywhere else on Earth. Scientists are confirming that human activity is playing a significant role in these systems, increasing the planet's surface temperature in ways that cannot be balanced out by natural processes. It is clear the urgency to engage the next generation in polar research and to rise to the challenges that a changing climate will bring has never been greater. United in our passion for sharing the importance and value of the polar regions, educators and researchers from around the world have formed PEI, an essential global network developing polar knowledge to engage a global audience facing climate change. We are collaborating to strengthen this community, building resources and relationships, and helping local audiences connect polar research to their everyday lives. Polar Educators International amplifies the voices of all those dedicated to understanding and protecting our extraordinary polar regions, and all Earth's inhabitants, for generations to come. Join us.
This never wants to let go. And as I said, this is part of a suite of activities that we've been doing since summer, leading us towards our Iceland Conference in April 2022. One of the, and the online hlaðborð, if I'm getting it even close to correctly pronounced, we do have one of the earlier events with some of our organizers in Iceland giving us a really good both introduction to Iceland in general, but also to Icelandic language and pronunciation. So if you want to dig back on our YouTube channel, that's definitely one I would suggest. We are using our Slack channel in an ongoing, both during the 24-hour share-a-thon as well as after, to keep the conversation going. If you have not yet joined, you can go to bit.ly/PEI-Slack, or I am going to go ahead and drop the invite link straight into the chat so you can get it there as well. But we encourage you to use that in whatever way is helpful to connect with the people who've been involved all 24 hours. So thank you much. And I'm going to pass it over to Pia, who is our organizer for this hour.
Thank you, Joanna. It's a great pleasure that I introduce Liz Cooper, who's joining us from Copenhagen. And she is an industrial fellow.
Sorry.
Can you please get the slides through? Yes. Thank you. We have a slide for you. Doing a PhD, an industrial fellow at Copenhagen Business School, together with Visit Greenland. And she's a real new entry here because Liz was talking at the Orkney Science Festival just a couple of weeks ago, and I thought her lecture was so interesting that I immediately contacted her, and I'm very grateful that Liz accepted to talk to us about the same subject, which is how green Greenland is. Because we always think of Greenland as the ice cap and the island of ice, but Liz will show that it wasn't just in Viking times that Greenland was green, and that's why it got its name, but even now. So it's for me, it's been a real discovery, and I've found it very, very interesting. And you can get to the floor, Greenland of Norse and Inuit. Thank you, Liz.
Thanks, Pia. And hi, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending where you are. I'm just going to share my screen here. Okay. Yeah, it's 9 a.m. in Copenhagen, so it's a very convenient hour for me, but I hear that some of you are on hour 19 of this share-a-thon, so thanks for still being here. Yeah, my name's Liz Cooper. I'm going to talk about Greenland, specifically about two of Greenland's UNESCO World Heritage Sites. I think I will talk for around 30 minutes. And there will be some videos, hopefully, if they work. So it won't just be you listening to my voice for 30 minutes. And then there'll be some time for questions afterwards. Okay, so briefly, a bit about me to start with. As Pia said, I'm an industrial PhD fellow based at Copenhagen Business School. My PhD project is sponsored by Visit Greenland. And my PhD research is about sustainable tourist behavior in Greenland. I'm also a part-time research assistant on this development project called SciTour, or Wonder Seekers, which is kind of the reason that I was asked to do the talk at Orkney, which is why I was asked to do the talk here. And the project is a development project funded by the Northern Periphery and Arctic Programme, which is an EU fund. It's kind of relevant to the Polar Educators theme, I guess, because the objective of it is to help small tourism businesses extend their market reach into this market segment, which we call scientific tourism, which is targeted at tourists who travel to learn, basically. There are 4 country partners in the project: Greenland, Iceland, Finland, and Scotland. And the lead partner in Greenland is Greenland National Museum. And it runs until the end of 2022. Yes, okay, so I thought I'd start with some basic information about Greenland, since a lot of people don't know much about it. Maybe many of you know the story about how it got its name, Greenland, when Eric the Red sailed there and actually tried to name it kind of favorably so that his fellow Norsemen would be encouraged to go there to settle. But Greenland is only the European name for Greenland. Its original name is Kalahled Nunad, which means the land of the people in Greenlandic. So Greenland is located between the Arctic and Atlantic Oceans. Most of it lies above the Arctic Circle, which you can't really see on this map, but it kind of skims the top of Iceland. So if you kind of follow that round to where it would appear on Greenland, then you can see that a lot of the landmass is above the Arctic Circle. Greenland is an autonomous territory within the Kingdom of Denmark. So it used to be under colonial rule from Denmark. In 1979, Greenland was granted home rule, which meant that it gained control of some of its internal affairs. And in 2009, it was granted self-rule, which means that it got control of all of its political affairs, except for foreign affairs and defense. And Greenland does still receive an annual block grant from Denmark as well. Okay, so the entire population of Greenland is just 56,000 people. It's actually the least densely populated place on the planet. And what I think is super interesting about Greenland is that 88% of the population are indigenous Inuit. And you don't often see an indigenous population that's a majority in colonized or previously colonized nations. The rest of the population are mostly Danes. And then there's a few immigrants who've moved from other parts of the world as well. The capital city of Greenland is Nuuk, which I've put here 17,000 inhabitants in brackets, but that's wrong because Nuuk recently celebrated reaching 19,000 inhabitants, which is very exciting for Nuuk because they're really putting effort into trying to make people, a lot of people move to Denmark to study and then stay there. And they're putting a lot of efforts into trying to make people move back. So that was exciting. Another really exciting thing about Nuuk that happened recently is that it was named the world's first sustainable capital city. So that's a huge achievement for Nuuk and for Greenland in general as well, and for sustainable tourism. 80% of the surface of Greenland is covered in ice. So it is very icy. This is the famous Greenland ice cap, which is one of only 2 polar ice caps in the world. The other one is on Antarctica, as I'm sure you know. Yeah, and actually the landscape in Greenland is so rugged and huge that towns are not even connected by road. So if you want to move between towns, you have to fly or take a boat. And this inaccessibility is one of the things that makes Greenland a place for the most adventurous tourists. So pre-corona, our tourist arrivals on a global scale were still quite low, about 100,000 per year, which is not that big. Yeah, and talking of corona, the corona crisis brought tourism in Greenland basically to a standstill. Because being an island and with quite a limited healthcare capacity. They basically shut the borders down. So yeah, everything kind of came to a standstill. Nowadays, fully vaccinated tourists can enter Greenland again, but it's going to take a while to build up the tourism industry to what it was before. Right, okay, let's get to the UNESCO topic. Greenland currently has 3 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The first one to be inscribed was Ilulissat Ice Fjord, the top one on the map. This got UNESCO status in 2004. Ilulissat Ice Fjord is the channel through which ice that carves off of Ilulissat Glacier reaches the sea. Ilulissat Glacier is one of the most active and fastest moving glaciers in the world, often claimed to be the most fastest moving glacier in the world. But I don't know if anyone's sure about that. I think there's competition from Antarctica. But anyway, this glacier has been studied for over 250 years by scientists and has contributed a lot in helping us to develop our understanding of climate change. It's also said that the iceberg that sank the Titanic came from this glacier. But again, I don't think anyone knows for sure. The second UNESCO site that was inscribed is the one at the bottom, Kuyata. This one got UNESCO status in 2017. It's actually a collection of sites all around South Greenland, and all of them have significance for the Norse and Inuit farming cultures, which I will talk in more detail about soon. The third and newest UNESCO site is the one in the middle, Asavisuit Nipisat, which was inscribed in 2018. This site encompasses a huge area that stretches all the way from the ice cap to the sea, and it's been an Inuit hunting ground for at least 4,200 years. So in this talk, I'm going to be talking in detail about the 2 most recent sites, Asavisuit Nipisat and Kuyata, because they're both in much earlier stages of development, and they really complement each other in terms of the different but similar types of land use that have gone on there throughout history. But first, I want to show you a video that shortly introduces the first 2 of Greenland's UNESCO World Heritage Sites. It was actually made before Asavisuit Nipisat was inscribed, so unfortunately that one doesn't feature, but it just gives you an idea of the size and of the magnificence of the landscapes that we're dealing with in Greenland. I hope that this works well enough. The video is slow, so hopefully it looks fine. Or maybe you can't see that. Can you see that?
No, it's still the...
If you'll have to switch your share if it's opening in a new window. So you'll have to stop the current share and share the new.
Oh, okay.
That opened.
All right, doing that.
Pop-ups are always a little bit of a pain.
Yeah, I've only done this on 2 screens before, so I guess I didn't have the same problem. That works now, right?
Yes, we can see that just fine.
All right, here we go.
You may need to switch the audio from your headset to the computer microphone because we're not getting sound.
Let's try that.
Sounds good if you want to crank it up a little bit.
All right. So now I'll just talk without my headset and hopefully you can hear me fine. Okay. So yeah, I think that's a really nice video to start with to kind of demonstrate the contrasts of green landscape and icy landscape. And then the third UNESCO site, which I'll show you some images of later, is kind of another different landscape again. And yeah, it's just really easy to illustrate the beauty of the scenery with these drone shots. Actually, I was in Greenland last week with my colleagues from Visit Greenland, and we were sailing past this huge iceberg, probably the most amazing iceberg I've ever seen. It was like a perfect square, like a slab of ice, absolutely massive. And our videographer got the drone out to start filming it. And when he set it off, the drone just went straight into the water. So that's just like some of the casualties that happen when you're trying to film these landscapes. Sometimes the drone flies into the water. Anyway, a little anecdote for you there. Yeah, so that was the little intro video. Now I'm going to introduce you in a bit more detail to the South Greenland site, Gyota. Now, South Greenland is the lushest and most fertile part of the country. And when I say lush and fertile, we're talking average temperatures of around 8 degrees Celsius in the summer and about -5 in the winter. But South Greenland is home to Greenland's only forest, so it is very possible to grow things here. And as a result, Greenland has been home to a strong farming culture for over 1,000 years. Yeah, so you can see the little red box at the bottom there. That's where the South Greenland site is located. And then this map is a very zoomed in map of the different sites that are part of Kyoto, which are the 5 main sites are drawn in red there. Yeah, and this is the area where Eric the Red and the Norsemen landed in the 10th century. It was their main settlement. They also had a settlement somewhere up near Nuuk that was smaller. But they established several farms here in South Greenland. And the 5 main sites on the map here, they represent the most rich examples of their farming culture. Many of ruins of the farms still stand and they can be visited, but many of them have actually also been revived by modern Greenlanders to work as fully functioning farms. So what's really fascinating about this site is the meeting of different cultures and their connection with the same land while being central.
I'm very sorry, Liz. Sorry for the start. We don't.
Sorry?
No worries.
Everything's fine.
Yep, taken care of.
We don't see slides on the map. We see only YouTube screen.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah, at least on my screen, I see only YouTube with stopped video, UNESCO heritage sites in Greenland. Yeah. We don't see slides about what you're talking.
You just have to reshare the other one.
Okay, I'll stop and start again. I guess I have to do that between every video.
Yeah. Now the map coming. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Perfect.
Sorry for disturbing, but
no worries.
I tried to follow your presentation, but was not able. Thank you.
Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, so this is the map I was talking about. Yeah, and we don't actually have a video yet which focuses specifically on this UNESCO site. But I want to show you a video of one of the fjords in the area, which is called Tesemiuk Fjord. The fjord is actually located just off the bottom of this map. So it's not technically part of the UNESCO site, but I just wanted to show you it to give you an idea of the kinds of landscapes in the area. Okay, so now I'm gonna stop sharing again so that I can share the video with you. Alrighty. Yeah, now I'm hungry watching that video. Okay, so now to talk a bit more about the other site, as it is written in the Pesat. This is where it's located in the west of Greenland, where that red box is. As you can see, it lies right on the Arctic Circle, and it covers a massive area which stretches from the inland ice all the way to the sea. And this site is also recognized as a cultural landscape, but it's been historically used in a different way to the one in South Greenland. This is a more detailed map of the site, or zoomed in. It's actually the largest ice-free landscape in Greenland. And this is why throughout history, it's been a valuable hunting ground for many different groups of settlers, and it's still used as a hunting ground today. Humans have actually been hunting here for at least 4,200 years. This site has some really good video resources. So I want to show you a couple of short videos which are going to introduce the site much better than I can. The first one is like a general introduction to the site, and the second one is about hunting in the area, or how local people used to hunt in the area throughout history. I guess I'll just show you them both together. The first one is in Greenlandic, so that's pretty cool because you can hear the language. There are, of course, English subtitles. The second one is in Danish with English subtitles. So I'm going to share them with you now.
Нунарсуармиоqatigину kiorni tassia ngartitisoqaranga kas imatu isumaqarpoq nunarsua tamakkerlugu manna kultuurikkut nuna ima pingaaruteqartigisumavoq allaat kiorni tassiaqarfiittut аллатторсимаффининут илинеқарлуни kas имааппуннарсуармиоqatiginu таманут pingaaruteqartugu асиуссуинипписат аллатторсимаффимму имату илангуннеқарпоq уагут укиуни 4000 тоорнеруйуни аллаат 4000 фамморнеруйтикиллугит маннануна атугарисимаарпут пиниарфиттут инуисиуллиит саққаккултуори тамаанга пеққааранилли тасмаанииттарсимаппут таассумалу ам кингорна тоорсит култуори ам тамаанииттарсималлут уакалааллиситаагатагутуни Kisian am uwagunan manisiwa ugtuli kulsori mananuna atoktarnikuwa tamannalusuli takussutisaq ersaqqarissoruussa. Aasivissuit eqqarsaatigiinnarlugu takussutissat ersaqqaarissut suli takussaapпут kisianni amma nunamanna tamaa. Aasivissuarniinaani tas immanalaaniinaani sornersuarmu ingerlalluni amma suli takussutissani peqartoruussu. Sen am taannaannaangi lakisianni ullumikkut nuna atortarnaqa uagukalaallut ukiuni 4200 tulli suli atoratsigu soorunami nutaatut massaka ingerlagaluarluta kisiani nunap atortarnaqa suli taannaa taatassuma perputigivaa amma аллаттарсимаффин илаяа.
I think this is the right one.
Rensdyrjagten her på bopladsen, den foregik om efteråret, når rensdyrene i hundredvis eller tusindvis trækker fra det dybe indland og ud mod kysten. Så kommer flokkene forbi her ved Asivisuit Dasiat, og man har bygget varter af sten, sådan så at man hele tiden fra flere kilometers afstand trykker, lige så forsigtigt trykker de trækkende rensdyr ud mod bopladsen, og får rensdyrene samlet på et mindre og mindre område. Og til allersidst her i terrænet omkring selve bopladsen, der har man så skydeskjul bygget af sten, små halvmåneformede anlæg, hvor bueskytter kunne ligge og gemme sig. Og så det folk gør, når rensdyrflokken kommer trækkende, det er, at de begynder at vifte med armene og måske lave lidt lyd, sådan så rensdyrene bliver presset længere og længere frem mod bueskytterne, og til sidst så kommer rensdyrene så tæt på, så de bueskytter, der står gemt bag store sten og bag buske og bag skydeskjul, at de kan komme på skudhold af rensdyrene. Andre rensdyr vil trække forbi her, hvor vi er lige nu, og ud på en lille pynt i søen og forsøge at svømme over søen. Og der har man så haft fanger i kajakker, som kunne sejle efter rensdyrene og fange dem med lanser.
All right. I'm getting good at this stopping sharing and starting sharing again now. Yeah, so that was just a little intro to that site. I just think it's really cool to see how the techniques that people had for hunting in such a massive area. Okay, so then I want to just talk a little bit about the two sites in combination. Although obviously one of them is a farming landscape and one of them is a hunting landscape, they're comparable in that they both demonstrate similar use of the landscape across vast amounts of time and different groups of people. So in the south, the landscape's been used to farm in two very different periods of time. The Norsemen farmed mainly cows, while today's Inuit farmers farm sheep. This is a photo from a few years ago of a local farmer in the south. So yeah, you can get locally farmed lamb in South Greenland. In Asivisuit, which as you saw on the video is mainly kind of a tundra landscape with coastal landscape at one end and the inland ice at the other. So here people moved with the seasons rather than establishing firm settlements. But as I mentioned, people today are using the same hunting grounds as their ancestors used to. And the stories behind these cultural landscapes are a massive part of what gives them their outstanding universal value as UNESCO World Heritage Sites today. This is just a little cute little Arctic hare in Asifiswitnipisseb. And this is a statue of Leif Erikson, who was the son of Eric the Red, which stands overlooking the settlement of Kasviasuk in South Greenland. Probably many of you know the mystery of the disappearance of the Norsemen in Greenland, which is also part of the kind of storytelling behind the UNESCO site there. It's quite an interesting story. Okay, then I want to talk quickly about some of the challenges that are being experienced in the development of these UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The first one is human resources. Basically, there's a lot of development work to be done and simply not enough people to do it. And when you're working with such huge and undeveloped sites, especially in the case of Asifiswitnipisseb, which is basically an mostly untouched tundra, this can be a problem, especially with the increase of tourism numbers that can occur as a result of properties receiving UNESCO World Heritage status. The second challenge is climate change, which is of course a constant and increasing challenge for Greenland in general. Greenland is getting warmer and the landscape is changing. Climate change doesn't just have an impact on the landscape, but also on how people use the landscape. So for example, we're already seeing hunting patterns changing quite drastically in the north of Greenland, where reduced amounts of sea ice in the winter mean that hunters can't get to the same areas that they used to hunt. So it will be really interesting to see how climate changes change the use of the landscapes in these two UNESCO areas. Of course, many people are optimistic that the warmer climate will allow for more things to be farmed and grown. So there will inevitably be impacts, maybe positive impacts on the farming culture, as well as the hunting culture. And then finally, challenge number 3 is tourism. Well, being inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site obviously brings a lot of exposure to these areas. And with that, an increase in the number of visitors usually. In recent years, before the Corona crisis, we did see an increase in tourists to these areas, especially in cruise tourists. And this brings potentially more litter, waste, manipulation of archaeological features, and erosion of places without established paths, without signs, without infrastructure. So it's really important that we try to develop these sites in sync with the amount of visitors that are coming. But again, this goes back to the human resources issue. Do we have enough staff to get the sites ready in time? And then I think this is my last slide. I just wanted to connect the talk to the Saitor Wonder Seekers project, which I mentioned in the beginning. Wonder Seekers is like the external brand of the project, and Saitor is the original name. That's why it's got 2 names. It's a bit confusing, I know. But yeah, there are of course a lot of positives to UNESCO inscription. And one of them is that it hugely raises international awareness of the sites and encourages people to visit. And in turn, this creates an urgency to protect the sites and to introduce measures like creating signage and infrastructure. In Greenland's tourism industry, we're great believers that tourism done responsibly is positive. And in many ways, these sites can actually be more vulnerable if they're not inscribed as UNESCO World Heritage. because then there isn't necessarily the obligation to protect them. So how does this link to the development of scientific tourism in Greenland? Well, one of the central ideas behind the SciTour project is that scientific tourism is the kind of tourism that is beneficial and responsible. We're still working on properly defining scientific tourism in Greenland, but we want to take departure in local indigenous knowledge and try to kind of level the playing field in terms of what constitutes scientific knowledge. So that traditional ecological knowledge, which is deep knowledge of a place which is discovered over very long periods of time by people who've lived there and adapted to it, gains legitimacy in mainstream science. And this is where the UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Greenland can really be an opportunity, because they're so rich with traditional ecological knowledge, since they've been used by different groups of people for so long, and the knowledge of how to hunt and farm in them has been passed down through so many generations. Yes, so that was kind of it, I think. I've put some links there in case you want to read more about the Wonder Seekers project, about Greenland's UNESCO sites, or about how cultural heritage is being preserved in Greenland. The bottom one is a really nice website about that. And that's my email address in case you want to write to me, and the email address of Hans, who's the Greenland lead on the Wonder Seekers project. And I think we have still some time if anyone's got any questions. I guess I should stop sharing my screen now, right?
As I say, if you want to drop any of the links into the chat for people to grab, that's fine too.
Yeah, I'll do that now, actually.
Yeah. That was really something. I was fascinated by it the first time, and certainly even more now, because I don't think people know about the green side of Greenland. So that is very informative. And if there are some questions from anybody for Liz, I don't think there are. Now I have one.
I just
oh, hello, hello, Natalie.
hello,
Hi.
Maria P. Sorry
Hi.
for disturbing you. I just wanted to say that Liz's presentation was brilliant. It's a fascinating place. I remember my time in Greenland, and it's what are you doing? It's very important. So just keep going, and thank you very much for your presentation. So go ahead, Maria P. Sorry for disturbing.
I'm just very curious, also because a friend of mine from the Society of Women Geographers is actually the director of the UNESCO site. So there is a kind of connection in that way. Now, you were talking about the difficulty in making these sites more safe and more durable. Is it a problem of time, people, money? What is, how is the sequence to make a site actually usable in a friendly and sustainable way?
Yeah, I think it's all of the above, really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think particularly in the case of the newest one, which is so massive, it's just very hard to manage. Also because large parts of the site are not really, we don't really have a record yet of where the vulnerable areas are. It's in process, but it just takes a really long time because it's so huge. So there are teams going around making a kind of vulnerability assessment of what are the features that we like need to protect with the highest priority. Where can we not let people go? Things like that. So yeah, it's definitely time and people. Given that the site, that site in particular, is so huge. The one in the south, I think, is a bit easier to manage because it's kind of 5 smaller specific sites, and a lot of them have ruins as like their main feature. So then it's kind of very obvious that this is the thing that needs to be protected. But yeah, it's it's hard to know like which is the best way to do it. Do you kind of like create all of the infrastructure first and then get it inscribed, but then you're not guaranteed to get it inscribed, so you kind of need that inscription in order to make it a priority so that you can get the money to create the infrastructure for tourism. So yeah,
a kind of vicious circle there. What do you do first, in a way? I see. But independent tourism is something where, you know, these sites could be visited individually or independently by people. How do they actually get there? Because they seem to be fairly remote, and tourists are sort of arrived from one airport or by ship or something. So how does it actually work?
Yeah, you can fly to towns which are sometimes within the site or sometimes very close to it. And then basically in the south, it's a lot more accessible. There's an airport in the south, and then there's heliports as well that you can fly around and you can sail around. And some of the towns and settlements you can even hike in between. They have like kind of ATV roads that you can hike between. So that's quite accessible. You need to be a bit adventurous. You need to be willing to walk a bit, and then and a lot of the farms you can actually, they're also kind of like farm stays, so you can overnight there as well, which is pretty cool. In the as Nipa said, in the west, there's the international airport. The main international airport of Greenland is actually in that site. Exactly. So you can fly there and then you can just hike out and you're in it. But as I said, there's not that much infrastructure, so it's just a case of like kind of going wilderness camping wherever you want to go. You can go anywhere and you can camp anywhere. There's also a long distance hike called the Arctic Circle Trail, which goes from Kangerlussuaq to Sisimiut, which is a city that lies on the west coast of Greenland. That takes about 7 to 10 days.
Oh, wow.
That's kind of the perfect way to experience that UNESCO site, because you hike all the way from the ice cap to the sea.
Wow.
So you see all of the landscape in between. And there's most of the way along there's huts that you can stay in as well.
That sounds quite developed, because I know that you know Robert Peroni, and we had an interview with him in Maksalik or Tasiilaq, which is definitely a much more difficult place to access anyway. And I followed over the years his way of enabling the Inuit in Tasiilaq to develop their own sustainable tourism, and it's quite an achievement.
Yeah.
What about COVID situation? Did it how to call it, destroy all tourism on Greenland, or how do people survive now with COVID?
It pretty much shut down all tourism, yeah, because they don't have very much healthcare capacity in Greenland. I think they only have, or at the beginning of Corona, they only had like 4 ventilators in the whole country. So they couldn't really afford for anyone to get seriously ill. So they basically shut the island down, which is very easy because it's an island and there's only 2 airlines that fly into there anyway, and one of them's owned by the government. So
no any tourism right now, even from Denmark, people will not allowed to come.
Right now you can come again if you're fully vaccinated. Actually,
but the season already over, so the summer.
Yeah, the high season is June to September. Yeah, so especially for cruise ships, like there's been no cruise tourism for 2 years, and there won't be, and they don't start until June. So by the time they start again, it will be almost 3 years without cruise ships. And many of the settlements, the only tourism they get is cruise tourism. So that's quite dramatic for them. But yeah, people are going again now, mainly from Denmark, Scandinavia.
Did people get some support from government to support tourism activity for future?
Yeah, there were some aid packages, yeah. But I guess, I mean, kind of the positive thing about a lot of tourism entrepreneurs in Greenland is that they have other jobs as well. Like they see tourism as a very seasonal job, and then they have their other
they still have some.
Yeah, so a lot of them kind of just reverted back to what they used to do or what they tend to do in the off season. But yeah, it was particularly hard hitting for those tourism entrepreneurs who had kind of got to a stage where tourism was a full-time job for them. And then suddenly they had nothing and they didn't have that kind of other career to go back to.
Thank you very much. I think that we are maybe ready to move to the next person. Liz, has been a pleasure. And also our best wishes for your PhD project, which is also very interesting because it's linked to tourism. And would you like just to say very briefly, what is your PhD project?
Yeah, it's about, well, I'm trying to encourage more sustainable tourist behavior through applying behavioral science to tourism. So I'm going to test maybe some kind of nudging strategies in destinations in Greenland to see if it has an effect on how sustainable tourists behave.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, and hope we'll be in touch. Join us with Polar Educators International. It will be a pleasure to have you among our members.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Not many to go now, just 4. Yeah. And we also thank Joanna for the marvelous job that she's done. She's about 1 a.m. for Joanna in Anchorage.
Oh, no.
So, no, isn't it?
Just midnight.
Oh, just midnight. Okay.
Oh, you're going to turn into a pumpkin.
Absolutely.
No, Sophie.
No worries. I'll hand it over, Sophie, if you're ready.
Sure.
Well, I'm as ready as I'm ever going to be. Good morning.
So early in the morning.
Thank you, Joanna. Get some sleep and have fun Friday in school. I mean, that's going to be interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe the kids should run the class for you.
I'll just sleep in the back. That's how it goes every day.
On Friday. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful job.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sophie. I'm very sleepy because although it's midnight with Joanna, here I am in actually sunny Buckinghamshire, and it is, what is it, Pia? It's coming up to 9 o'clock. It's 8 UTC, but it's coming up to 9 o'clock in the morning here. But some of us were up rather late doing the other end of this incredible share-a-thon. The lady you're looking at on screen, Pia, is she's the organizer behind it all. So anyone who's still left with us, give her a little round of applause. She's been putting together this extraordinary content, and hopefully in the last, well done, in the last 4 hours or so, we'll tell you a bit more about Pia as well, and we have little chit chats maybe, and Pia's history with the poles. But I think you've probably gathered that she's passionate about them because she seems to know everybody and everything. Anyway, so I'm gonna run the PEI video trailer. Unfortunately, I have to listen to my own voice on that trailer over and over again, but it does have an important message about why on earth Pia and I are bleary-eyed this morning and why we decided to broadcast for 24 hours on this equinox and during this polar week to celebrate our extraordinary polar regions, to raise awareness that what happens there happens to us all, and that's why you need to know. So all you teachers out there, Wake up. And to all you scientists out there, thank you for all the hard work you do. And all the Indigenous peoples out there, thank you for all the hard work you do. And hopefully PEI will make the communication between all of us a little bit better. Right, let's go and find that video. Excuse me a minute and I'll share my screen. Okay, hopefully this is going to work. Apologies for any Zoom faces. I'm sorry, that's kind of what happens. You put your Zoom face on. Share sound, share screen. Get rid of all the rubbish that's on my screen. Oops, get rid of the signing in info. Try and bring this up into view. I'm sorry it's small, but every time we make it big, bad things happen on Zoom. So enjoy and let me know if you can't hear any sound.
Polar Educators International is connecting educators, polar researchers and communities for a better understanding of polar knowledge. Earth's polar regions are remote, beautiful and challenging places, and they have a profound influence on every one of us. We know these vast amounts of snow, forming ice sheets, sea ice and glaciers, together with massive currents of cold water, contribute dramatically to the climate and ecosystems of our world, systems which in turn drive the health of our local environments and communities. Research shows dramatic change in the Antarctic, in our mountainous regions, and particularly in the Arctic, home to over 4 million people, which is changing faster than anywhere else on Earth. Scientists are confirming that human activity is playing a significant role in these systems, increasing the planet's surface temperature in ways that cannot be balanced out by natural processes. It is clear the urgency to engage the next generation in polar research and to rise to the challenges that a changing climate will bring has never been greater. United in our passion for sharing the importance and value of the polar regions, educators and researchers from around the world have formed PEI, an essential global network developing polar knowledge to engage a global audience facing climate change. We are collaborating to strengthen this community, building resources and relationships, and helping local audiences connect polar research to their everyday lives. Polar Educators International amplifies the voices of all those dedicated to understanding and protecting our extraordinary polar regions, and all Earth's inhabitants, for generations to come. Join us.
Well, I hope you heard the sound there.
Yes, you did.
Oh, that's good. That's always
Yes.
good when that happens. Pia, do you want to introduce the next person while I quickly find the slide that shows? Oh no, I'm supposed to be telling everybody why we're doing this, aren't I? Wait a minute.
First,
yeah, I'll do that first.
Sure.
I'll do that first. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Zoom face again. Zoom face again. Right. I need to start sharing first. Sorry, it's been a very long night, everybody. Here we are. The word present is behind me on the screen, but hopefully it's going to present. Pia, let me know if you can't hear that and see that even.
Absolutely
right,
perfect.
So
that's perfect, Sophie. That's
great.
fine.
Yay. So just to introduce again why we're doing this, you saw little snips in that video of the various people that PEI work with and encounter at things like our International Biennial Conference, which happens once every 2 years, unless there's a global pandemic, in which case it happens once every 3 years. And at the moment, we hope we are heading to Iceland and Hofn, which we're all trying to pronounce correctly, where we're going to have our, I hope, is it the 5th one, Pia? Is it the 5th international or is it the 6th? PEI International Conference. The
we were
5th one.
suggesting that the 6th one should be in Pondinglet or somewhere in the Arctic.
Yes, and we're completely impossible to get.
Iceland, so Iceland is a good move.
Yes,
towards
there.
the
It's the first time that we've come out of the sun of Europe and dipped our toe, I guess, just our little island toe into the Arctic. So you might notice that some of the things that you've been watching over the last 24 hours, or if you go back over the video recordings that you watch, do have an emphasis on the Arctic. And that is because we're sort of heading towards there for our conference in April. It will be hybrid, it will be online and in person, because who knows what's going to happen? None of us do. So PEI is trying to get our heads around how to do that. Just to remind you, we have no money and no host. We're just a load of educators who are passionate about the polar regions, and we're volunteers. Pia and I are both on the PEI XCOM, and then there's a wonderful load of council from all over the world who are also contributing to this 24-hour event. So we call this our hlaðborð, which also we're all trying to pronounce correctly in Icelandic. So in Icelandic, that means a loaded table. This is our loaded table of online events leading up to our conference next April. And there are several more to come, including our registration day, which is going to be a bit of an online party. So all of the presentations during this 24-hour Equinox celebration are by polar educators and by researchers. You can chat in the chat box while you're here with us. That's great. And I probably won't respond, but other people might respond. Or if you want to start a dialogue about anything you hear, or continue a dialogue about anything you hear, do go using this short link to our Slack channel, which will enable people who are currently asleep to respond to you when they wake up. So slack.com. It's quite easy to join. It's yet another app. And then the short link is a bit.ly link with a / and then PEI in capitals, and then a hyphen, and then the word Slack with a capital S. And you should find that people have been communicating there already. So let's talk. The organizer of the hour, I need to go and find that slide. So I'm going to let Pia introduce the organizer of this next hour. So I'm going to stop sharing and I'll be back in a second.
Yes, thank you. It's with great pleasure that our next person that we got for the sort of tail end of these 24 hours of Share-a-thon is Dr. Elisabeth Schlosser. She is a meteorologist at the University of Innsbruck in Austria. She's actually German. And I met her when we shared a really interesting expedition of field work. The first time that there was an Antarctic winter expedition on the ship Polar Stern in the Weddell Sea. It was the Winter Weddell Sea project. It was back in 1986, and I was on board to write a book about it. And Elisabeth was only the second youngest person on board, and we've been friends ever since. But the thing that made her even more unique in her ways in connections with Antarctica, Elisabeth is an Antarctic person, is that shortly, not so that many years after our Polar Stern trip in 1986, she managed to convince the Alfred Wegener Institute, which is the German state polar institute in Bremerhaven, to actually send women to winter over in Antarctica. And that was a very difficult thing because they didn't want mixed teams. So they said to her, why don't you, if you want to go, you find women. And that's what she did. So they actually had a team of 9 women that worked in, that wintered over in Antarctica. And, you know, it's a kind of a historical record in both ways. One, because there's never been another all-women team in, at least at the German base Gerdau von Neumayer, which is on the ice shelf in the Weddell Sea, in the northern part of, well, northern if you think about Europe. And also because it was actually in the early 90s. And the difference between what is researched now and what it was then, I thought it was really fascinating to present the difficulties and the lack of communication. You know, like when I asked her, what was the communication for, you know, students? And she said, none. There was no way. We did it afterwards, but certainly not at the time. So anyway, let's get this really interesting glimpse of a past of research with Elisabeth Schlosser, the first and only women overwintering in Antarctica.
I was just checking that I had actually shared the sound, sorry. Here we go then. Can you see? You can see the video, great.
Yes.
About the first overwintering in Antarctica of an only women team. And this was the first and only, and it never happened again. And I will tell you why. And meanwhile, this was 31 years ago, even a bit longer. And it still seems to be interesting because of the only women thing. And it just happened that the Germans built the station Neumayer, the wintering station in Antarctica in 1981. And for the first 9 years, there were only men working on this station. And of course, there were women who applied, including myself, but we always got a rejection. And then when I applied in 1988, I got a rejection too. And then they said, oh, well, sorry, we couldn't consider you this year, but we would be happy to have you among the applicants next year. And I thought, what's going on? Are they kidding? And then it turned out that 2 of my later to-be colleagues had talked to the head of the institute, the Alfred Wegener Institute, which is responsible for Neumayer Station. And he simply refused to send a mixed team for whatever reasons. They just feared problems. So he said, okay, if you find a team where all the positions are occupied by women, you can go. And that's what happened. So they found the team. It wasn't so easy, and there were some changes in the beginning, but in 1989, in December, we just went. And at that time, we didn't fly. Nowadays, they fly from Cape Town, but at that time, we went by ship with the German icebreaker, Polar Stern. Very famous, still very modern ship. And it took us 10 days to go from South America to Neumayer. And on the way home, it was 10 days back to Cape Town in South Africa. So when we arrived at the base, we flew by helicopter from the ship to the base. And this is what you see when you approach the station by helicopter. And most of it is actually just some summer stuff. Here you see the helicopter landing place and then the balloon container. And this is only the summer camp. And the actual base, what you see of the base is just these tiny little dark spots here, because the station was 10 meters beneath the snow surface. And you can see the entrance here in the middle. And here are 4 entrance towers, which only had ladders, so you could climb out. And this is how it was built. It was built in a actually basically H-shaped steel tube construction with containers inside the steel tubes. And this was only another entrance where you could go down with big vehicles. And in these steel tubes, there were containers, and the containers made the rooms for the people, and also the mess, which is the living room and the kitchen and everything. And it was built at the surface in the beginning, and then it just gets blown in by the wind, because the wind blows all the snow there. And so after a little while, in our case, it was after 9 years, it was 10 meters below the snow surface. So the crew always consisted of 9 people. First of all, the doctor, then 2 meteorologists, 2 geophysicists, one cook, a radio operator, and 2 engineers. And you can already guess from these kind of occupation that it was not so easy to find women for this. I mean, doctor is easy, cook is easy, but to find a female radio operator who was also willing to stay in Antarctica for 15 months was not so easy. Also engineers. Usually the ship crew came from shipping companies, and they of course had ship engineers, but to find women for these jobs was not so easy, and that is simply the reason why it never happened again. It takes some effort to find this crew, and if you just take the applications and see what comes in, you always get more men than women. It just happens that way. So it was not because we were so bad and such a non-successful crew. It was just simply that most of these occupations are still basically male. And for us, it was actually not such a thing, oh yeah, we want to do something special. We go just as women there with an only women team. For us, it was the only chance to get there. And we wanted to go to Antarctica and winter there. And this was our only chance. So we did it in an only women team. And then we stayed there in one summer. Of course, in summer, we were together with the men anyway. So it was mixed in summer. But then in early March, the ship disappeared and left us there. And we had to survive our own. There was no way to get out by plane or so. So it was, we were a little bit nervous, but we were also looking forward to the winter and to the whole thing. So I'm the one in the blue jacket here, or the others were in the red overalls. And you can't see the base because it's underneath the snow. Now you can see the base from the coast. So Nonna at that time was basically an observatory. We didn't have any special scientific experiments. But I wouldn't say it was only an observatory, because it's very important to have long, high quality time series of meteorological data to be able to assess climate change and to understand the climate system. So we had a meteorological and a geophysical observatory, and additionally air chemistry measurements, and also we did some glaciological measurements, so investigations of the snow and the ice. And it was just a tiny little hut with all these instruments here. Nowadays it's twice as big and has much more instruments. But these tiny little things you see here in the background, that is an instrument to measure CO2, and this is still the same after 30 years. I've seen it when I was there last time. So that's quite nice. And of course we had to go there every day and check everything and do all the necessary things. And we also had a meteorological mast where the temperature, humidity, and wind speed was measured. And there used to be a 50-meter mast, but that has just been destroyed in the year before. And we weren't too sad about it, because otherwise we would have to climb up like this on the 50-meter mast. And I think for me, the 10-meter mast was enough. And you see it's a bit tilted, and because there are very high wind speeds at Norrmaja and there are very bad storms, and often something happens. And the main instrument you have was not the computer at the time, but the snow shovel, because you had to dig out everything after every snowstorm, and that was our main occupation. So this is what it looks inside. It was actually much more cozy than I had expected. This is our living room. There was some festivity going on. This is not the normal dinner table, but some party, but yeah, we had lots of books and videotapes for watching movies if you wanted to. And then also everybody had her own room, which was basically one container. And you had your own room with bedroom, with bed and wardrobe and the desk. And you could close the door, but it was so acoustically connected. You could hear when your neighbor turned the page of a book when she was reading. So you had a little bit of privacy, but not exactly as you would have wished for. So, and by the way, I saw these types of blankets still 30 years afterwards too. So some things survived. And yeah, this was my room. I had my pictures of the mountains at the wall, and it was nice and cozy. Then one question that we were often asked was, how did we get our water there? At that time, it was so that drinking water was brought with the ship. So we had all the drinking water in bottles, but the water for washing and showering and stuff like that had to be melted from the snow, because we were surrounded by so much water, but it was all in frozen form, of course. So here you can see what it was like in a snowstorm. Actually, you can't see much. This is the lid of a tube that connected the snow surface with a little reservoir that was heated down in the station, 10 meters lower. So you had to first fight the wind and get the lid off the thing, and then you had to shovel snow into this steel tube, and it should be enough that that was enough melted water for whatever we needed. And on a good day, it looked a bit better. This is the comparison of today and when we were there. This is, you see, it's a very small, actually just 1 meter diameter, so steel tube. And most of the case, it was either completely covered by snow, like you saw in the picture before, or there was often a very large crater, and the snow was so hard in winter that you needed an ice axe or at least a spade to just loosen the snow a little bit. It was not always like just easy shoveling. It was sometimes, but the majority of the cases there was some difficulties. And there was only one person that had snow shoveling duty, and the one who was on duty, could use the washing machine, and also could take a shower as long as she wanted, but normally we were supposed to take very short showers because it was hard work to shovel all the snow, and you really start to appreciate the water that comes out of the tub at home. You just turn it on and then the water comes. But nowadays it's all done by a piston bully. There's a huge reservoir in the new station, and so now the washing machines there are running almost day and night, and you can shower as long as you want, and it's very different. But in the old days, there was this thing, and that was it. So it was hard work. And of course, we had some, apart from the work, we had some free time in the evening or so, and the men used to watch 2 movies every night. And we said, no, that's boring, we don't want that. So we had all kind of activities. And for example, we had a refreshment of our first aid course, or we also had an aerobic class with music. There was one of the scientists had a professional trainer license, and she tortured us twice a week. At first we said, oh, it's so strenuous, but then we realized we really felt good afterwards, so we liked it. And we also had a dancing class. So sometimes on Sunday mornings when we had breakfast only at 10 o'clock, we would put up some Strauss waltz and do a little dancing before we had breakfast. So there were all kinds of activities. And then on the 21st of May, which happens to be my birthday, the sun disappeared. Since Neumayer is not at the South Pole, but at the coast, which is more than 2,000 kilometers north of the coast, Antarctica is very big. The polar night lasts only for 2 months. So it was supposed to come back in mid-July, which it didn't do. But during the polar night, you see it's still a little bit of light at noon, and it's not black the whole day. And also dusk and dawn last very long. So you get all these beautiful colors. And sometimes when the weather was nice in the polar night, it was much, much better than a snowstorm in summer, because visibility was good, you could see something, and it was beautiful. And you won't believe it, but there are almost every color. I mean, there is almost every color in Antarctica, even green. There's green in the sky and in the water. So we also worked, of course, the whole time, also during the polar night. So this is an example when we were drilling a sea ice core. And also the meteorologist, I'm one of the meteorologists, I have to say, and we had the advantage that we had to go out every day. No matter what the weather was, we had to go out because we had to take care of the air chemistry lab, which was 1.5 kilometers away. And there was a hand line with bamboo pools, which connected the station with the air chemistry lab. So we could go in any weather, even if there was a hurricane, we could still go, and we did. Whereas other people like the cook or the radio operator, when the weather was bad, they sometimes didn't go out for a whole week or so, because when it's 100 kilometers per hour wind speed and visibility 2 meters, you just don't go for a little walk. So we were lucky, we were forced to go out, and it was good. And you learn to play a little bit with the wind, which was nice in a way, because it came always from one side. Sometimes it was very gusty, so it could make you fall down, but you knew it came always from the east, so orientation was not so. And you found the right angle after a little while, and you just walk with this angle, and then you didn't fall. But then after 2 months, the sun didn't come back because the weather was so bad. So we had to wait for another 2 weeks until the sun finally came. But then, of course, it's a wonderful feeling when the sun is back. And you realize what you have missed before. I mean, there were shadows again and shade and all the light. And when you saw the sun, you were just happy. It was like being freshly in love or so. It was really beautiful. So that was very nice when the light was back. And then I wanted to tell you something about this thing here. It's called white out. And many people mix up white out with a blizzard, because in the blizzard, of course, everything is white too, and you don't see anything because there's snow in the air and it's like visibility of 2 meters or so. But white out is completely different. For white out, you don't need high wind speeds, you don't need snowfall. It just happens when you have a completely overcast sky and a snow-covered ground. And then the light is reflected between the cloud cover and the surface, and it's reflected back and forth all the time, so that you have a completely diffuse light, and you don't have shadows anymore, no contours, no contrast. And you see a little black thing in the distance. It could be a house in the distance, or it could be a matchbox just 2 meters away. And it's annoying for walking because you don't see the little obstacles in the snow. There are these like little sastrugi, little obstacles in the snow that the wind creates, and you just run into them or you fall and stumble over them. And it's very dangerous for flying, especially helicopter flying. So that's white out. And here on this picture, you see how it works. I mean, this man seems to be standing on the hand of my colleague, but in reality, he was standing at 30 meters behind her and a little bit higher than she was. So, but I think this picture demonstrates very well what white out is. So that's one thing in summer when it's light. And then I was asked to tell you a little bit about educational activities. But of course, you have to remember this was 1990, last century, last millennium even, and there was no internet. So we didn't have any video conferences or live interviews like they have nowadays. We could make phone calls in the beginning, but then our SATCOM broke down, our satellite telephone, and then we were back to shortwave radio. And if you have ever tried shortwave radio, it's not really fun because usually the connection is bad, and then it's just to hear the voice of the people at home, but you can't really communicate. But that also made us communicate more with our neighbor stations, with the British station Heli and the South African station Sanae, and also with the Eastern German station. So we had a lot of communication with them on the radio, and that was quite interesting because they had the same conditions as we had. So we could talk to them and they would know what we were talking about, whereas the people at home, they had no clue. And of course, before the winter, there was a lot of press attention because it was the first only women team, but they were just asking the same questions all the time, like how could we survive without men, and how would it be with the men in summer? That was their main interest. Whereas, for example, I was in a children's TV show afterwards, and that was very nice because they asked intelligent questions like, where do you get your water from? If you melt the snow, isn't it dirty because of the vehicles? And do you celebrate Christmas in Antarctica? So that was very nice. I enjoyed that. But the normal press was just more annoying than, but definitely not educational. And then the fate of the base was basically clear because 10 meters underneath the snow surface, there was very high pressure of the ice because the ice is flowing. And it was clear that at some point it had to be given up. And this was the case 1 year after we were there. You can see all the deformation here. And this is mainly dangerous because of the cables that are running there. Deformation itself wouldn't be so bad, but it could destroy the cables and that would be very bad. So in 1992, there was Neumayer 2, the new base, which was also built underneath the snow surface. And then finally, in 2009, the new base Neumayer 3 was built at the surface of the snow surface. So this is not underneath the snow anymore. You can look out of the windows, and it is built on poles. You see here these blue poles. And this is, the idea was that the snow can blow underneath so that the station wouldn't be covered like the old bases. And also these poles are sort of the legs of the base, and they can, so the station can be lifted every year. And that is done every year. And only the amount of lifting is larger than they had expected. But anyway, so this is a very big difference compared to the old bases. You can see here the entrance to the basement where the vehicles are, but anything else is above the surface. And this is a very big difference. Also, there are more scientific experiments meanwhile, and it's more than an observatory now, because they have all these projects in summer going on also about penguin research and all kinds of things. But I was lucky enough to go back there 27 years after my last time in Antarctica. And I found that the life at the station has really changed a lot, but one thing has not changed at all. And that's the incredible beauty of Antarctica, of the nature there. And so as often as I could, when the work was done in the evening, I would go to the sea ice or to the coast. And the first weeks we could go down on the sea ice, but then when it broke off, of course, it was too dangerous. And there were icebergs and seals and penguins. And when the sea ice was gone, there was water, and it was very beautiful when all these ice shelf edge was mirrored in the water and in the different light. And also, this is no Photoshop, this color is real. And I could have sat there for hours just watching the light change. And I feel privileged that I was able to work in such an environment. And I think the fascination of this cold and lonely, but yet incredibly beautiful continent will never leave me. So I hope I could give you a little impression so that the people who will never have a chance to get there know that this last piece of nature that is more or less untouched by humans needs to be protected in the future. With that, I would like to thank you for your interest. And if you want to learn a little bit more, I had a blog when I was in Antarctica last time. It was just a summer expedition, but you can look at my website and there's the blog about that expedition. Thank you.
So, Elizabeth, I'm very curious. How was the situation when you spent 15 months all the time with women all the time?
As I said before, it wasn't exactly our choice, but I think no matter if it's women or men, the most important thing is that you have at least one friend down there. Otherwise, it can get very lonely. And I was very lucky because I had 3 friends. All the scientists were real friends I could trust and talk to, and I liked them very much, and they liked me. So that was very good. And of course, you don't get along with everybody the same. So, but if there's 1 or 2 people which are a bit difficult, as long as you have a friend or 2, I think you're fine. And we were often asked what was the difference between an only women and an only men team. And I think generally it always depends on the individual people, of course, but there's one thing. I mean, in the women's team, we would never have left anybody completely on his own. Like if there was a problem, we would try to solve it and talk about it. And sometimes we talked a lot and sometimes we talked too much for my taste, but we would talk about it and we would solve it somehow. Whereas the men, when there was one winter and there was a guy who was he didn't communicate with the others anymore. He just went in the steel tube, you could go outside along the containers. So he would go outside along the containers to his little, whatever, workplace. He wouldn't eat with the others. He would just be alone for the whole time. And that would never have happened in our wintering. So wow. If somebody had a problem, we would try to take care of her and in some way solve the problem. And I think that's one main difference. And of course, later, I mean, in summer, we had mixed teams, of course. I mean, not a team, the whole summer campaign consisted of men and women. And afterwards, we tried to convince the head of Alfred Wegener Institute to send mixed teams. And what we used to say, we said, the sum of the problems is constant. Because you create new problems, of course, because there are relationships and between people, and they can be difficult and they can be painful and whatever. But also, people behave better. The men don't curse when the women are around, and so it's a different way of living together. So you create some new problems, but you also eliminate some other problems, and the sum of the problems is constant. And I mean, I know several couples who met down there, who wintered together and who are still together, who married and are have lived happily ever after so far. But 10, 20 years or so. I mean, that's more than many other couples manage to stay together. So there can be very happy meetings. And I think, I mean, it didn't happen in my case, but I think it must be beautiful to just experience all this together with the person you love. So I envy all the people who had that. But I think women specific, as I said, more discussions, more talk, and more maybe thinking of the other person in general. But otherwise, for me, it was very strange to see children again afterwards, because it was not only no men, but it was also no pets, no children. So when we were in Cape Town, it was very strange to see little kids and dogs and stuff like that. So that was amazing too, somehow.
Well, also, from what I remember when we were together on Polar Share-a-thon, when we actually arrived in Cape Town, it was strange to see people that we didn't know, because we had been spending 3 months, even with a big crew like Polar Share-a-thon had. But I remember just saying hello to perfect strangers because we were used to that.
Yeah,
that's very interesting.
Yeah, and then of course we had the radio contact to the other stations. So there was a British basis, mainly Heli, but sometimes also even Sydney Island or Faraday or so, and then the Sane guys and the Eastern German guys. And I mean, it was nice to talk to a man once in a while. Sure. It's just different. So, and it's normal, it's natural to have men and women. So I enjoyed this, and I think I made friends with one of the Heli guys and 2 of them afterwards. I mean, meanwhile, it's 2 of them. And it was nice to talk to them because, as I said, they knew what we were talking about. And we said, okay, there was a snowstorm, we have to get out of bed with a shovel in our hands. They knew what we were talking about, whereas at home, they had no clue. So that was nice too. But we never saw them. When we were in Antarctica, we never saw them.
But you met some of them afterwards?
Yeah. Back in England.
Yeah. Now, another question. Did you actually get tired of being in Antarctica for 15 months?
I never got tired of being in Antarctica. You did get tired physically and maybe even mentally, because it was just 15 months without any vacation, without any weekend. We were working like 365 days per year, and plus 3 more months, because it was 15 months in total. And we never had a vacation. Like the British guys, they went on vacation during their wintering. So they would go off with skis or whatever, stay in a little hut somewhere and stay there with 1 other guy or 2 other guys for a week or so. And when it was a blizzard, their vacation was okay, staying in a little hut in a blizzard. But they got away from the base. We never got away from the base, and we never had a single day off. So we did get tired. But like a feeling that I want to go home, I don't want to be here, I never had that. I was a little bit homesick for the mountains, of course, because Neumann is just flat. It's just flat ice shelf. But we did have the icebergs, and the icebergs are just beautiful, beautiful too, especially in the light when the sun is low or during the polar night. It's hard to describe. It's just very, very beautiful. The shapes and the forms. And if you walk around an iceberg, we did that once in the summer last time when I was there. We just parked the ski-doos and we walked around the iceberg. And every 10 degrees, you wanted to take a new photo because the iceberg looked completely differently. And that was just amazing. I like the icebergs better than the penguins. Most people, oh, let's go to the penguins, let's go to the penguins. Yeah, they are nice and they are cute, but I prefer the icebergs. They were just beautiful.
Well, also you
could see them from the base. Sometimes they would fly when we had inversions and mirages, but you could usually see them when the weather was good. You could see them from the base.
But you also are an excellent photographer as well. So
it's one thing I regret. I would have liked to take better photos.
Well.
And nowadays, I envy the people nowadays, like in this mosaic expedition in the Arctic that I just had with Polar Share-a-thon. I mean, they had all this digital photography. They had to take photos in any light. Whereas we had slides and when it was dark, and I also never tried to take photos of auroras. I just wanted to stand there and watch and enjoy it, and I was completely in awe when I saw them the first time. And then to play with the camera and think about exposure times, I didn't want that. I just wanted to, and at that time you couldn't make good photos anyway. So the photos you took were not good. So
it's all part of the 30 years that have passed between.
Good year in terms of auroras, and sun activity solar activity was very high, except for the bad weather, of course. But when the weather was good, we saw very nice auroras.
Wonderful.
Even though we were 10 meters below the snow surface, but.
Are you still in touch with the women that were on your team?
Basically, one of them who is still in polar research, and she will go back to Antarctica next year too. The others, they live in a different world now. I'm in touch with some of the men who came after us, but yeah, I don't know. I think there are not so many of us who are still living in the polar areas in their minds. Or who still long for Antarctica. There's only me and my friend Stella who will go back soon, and she had family and everything, so it was different for her for 20 years. But now the kids are grown up and she's back in the field, and so we have still the same attitude towards polar regions.
So are you planning or hoping to go back?
I would like to, but there's probably no chance. I mean, I will stop working as a scientist next year, and I plan to work as a freelancer. And so the ultimate goal would be to become so successful as a freelancer that I could go to Antarctica and write an article about it. But that's a very high goal. So I don't know if that's going to, if it's easy to, and not easy to achieve in any case, but if it's possible to achieve it at all, I don't know. But that would be nice.
Yes, well.
But on a scientific expedition, probably not.
Well, we wish you all the best, and thank you very much for participating in our share-a-thon. And we'll be in touch soon. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I wondered if you wanted to just say a few words before we go into
into the film.
To Jose's piece. Yeah.
Well, basically, Jose Xavier sent us also a film about Antarctica, so I thought it was a good place to put it here with Elizabeth, who absolutely loves Antarctica. And the film that Jose sent us is called The Latitude 60, and it was an educational project during an Antarctic fieldwork that was done from the James Clerk Ross, the British icebreaker, and it goes back to 2007, but it's a very interesting and informative short film, so enjoy it.
Thank you. That's great. Let's see if we can play it now. And why aren't you playing? Oh, yes.
Okay.
realmente está a ser espetacular esta experiência. Temos aqui alguns icebergs, estamos já a sul dos 60 graus sul e vamos ficar por aqui mais uns dias. Também se mesmo a chegar à zona, à extensão de gelo, ou seja, a zona a plataformas de gelo em que não é possível ir mais a sul, e a partir daí vamos até à convergência antártica a estudar, utilizando vários aparelhos como redes de pesca para apanhar e caracterizarmos várias espécies e o ecossistema marinho da maneira como é que funciona aqui na região antártica. Estamos agora rodeados mesmo por icebergs, o navio está mesmo ao pé da zona onde existe bastante gelo, porque a partir daí é que vamos a mostrar as áreas onde nós podemos conhecer mais as águas marinhas ou como é que funciona o ecossistema marinho. Mas o que é fascinante aqui é realmente a quantidade de icebergs, os pinguins e focas, ao outro lado estamos rodeados por eles, faz-nos pensar que realmente este planeta é muito bonito. É fantástico, nota-se bem que a paisagem é fabulosa. Temos aqui um iceberg de várias toneladas de peso. Incrível. Podem ver os pinguins, se conseguirem ver. Neste cruzeiro nós temos cerca de 30 cientistas, desde oceanógrafos, geólogos marinhos, vários outros cientistas que estão a estudar quer as características dos oceanos, quer também a própria estrutura da cadeia alimentar.
Very few people get the chance to come down here. And okay, there are some wealthy people that manage to get down here as tourists, but they don't get the access to the sites that we get to see. They don't get the hands-on that we get. They can go and visualise it, but they can't actually take something out of the sea and physically look at it and see it living and moving.
O ecossistema marinho, ou a biologia, a vida que existe aqui no Oceano Antártico, restringe-se, tem um papel muito importante em que o krill, o camarão do Antártico, realmente tem um papel fundamental na cadeia alimentar, em que os pinguins, as baleias e as focas dependem direta ou indiretamente deste recurso.
I'm Rachel Shreve. I work at the British Antarctic Survey and I'm working on all sort of levels of the food web right down the bottom. So the copepods, they are little tiny animals that live in the sea. They're kind of just about visible with the naked eye, about 3 or 4 millimetres.
Oh, fantastic.
And then I'm also working on krill, which I've got a little jar full here. And this is basically whale food. These form massive swarms in the ocean, and you get these massive whales, blue whales, who you can feed on these krill. And I'm working up the fish level of the food web to see what they feed as well.
Aqui as temperaturas, aqui deve estar agora já a 0, menos 5 graus negativos. É indescritível, é mesmo estar noutro planeta. É demais, é mesmo demais. É 60 graus sul, ou seja, um pouco mais a norte. Aqui o que nós podemos ver faz parte das Ilhas Orcadas do Sul. É a ilha de Sydney, onde há uma base britânica, de British Antarctic Survey, maioritariamente fazem investigação na ecologia de pinguins, ou seja, saber onde é que os pinguins se alimentam, de que é que se alimentam, e estão a utilizar realmente tecnologias de ponta, como rastreio via satélite. Aqui neste cruzeiro nós estamos a tentar estudar diferentes tipos de habitats nas regiões polares, zonas mesmo no sul, com a extensão do gelo, outras áreas que são zonas mais intermediárias em que a quantidade de gelo não é assim tão grande, ou seja, não é possível o navio passar à vontade, e depois entre outras zonas completamente mar aberto. E depois ainda as zonas da convergência antártica, que é quando as águas geladas do Oceano Antártico se encontram com as águas do Subantártico. E aí nós podemos encontrar também comunidades marinhas completamente diferentes. O nosso objetivo é, consoante estas diferentes comunidades ou habitats marinhos, perceber de que maneira é que, se houver alterações climáticas, o ambiente marinho se altera e de que maneira estas comunidades também podem ser afetadas. O nosso objetivo é compreender como é que várias espécies de peixe estão distribuídas em toda a coluna d'água, desde junto ao fundo até à superfície, e de que maneira é que podem estar disponíveis a vários predadores do topo da cadeia alimentar, como pinguins, focas e albatrozes. Os meus estudos têm aplicações extremamente úteis, quer ao nível de conservação dos organismos marinhos, ou seja, ajudar a preservar organismos como os pinguins, as focas e as baleias, mas também tem uma aplicação prática ao nível de gestão das pescas, ou seja, ao perceber quantos animais dependem de determinadas presas, de peixe, ou lulas ou crustáceos, de que maneira que podemos ajudar os pescadores a capturar a quantidade suficiente para o homem, mas também preservando o ambiente.
Share-a-thon has been cracked up by this perhaps.
Hoje devemos estar muito perto da Geórgia do Sul, por volta de 55 graus sul. Este é o nascer do sol na Antártida. Algo que também é muito interessante é a vida que se vive no navio oceanográfico. Nós temos uma equipa a trabalhar para nós, desde um capitão a vários engenheiros e também cozinheiros, que realmente têm um papel muito importante, porque proporciona aos cientistas não estarem preocupados com outras coisas além da ciência.
I'm Dirk Briggs and I work for the British Antarctic Survey.
And what are you doing on board?
I'm one of two bird observers, and our job is to try and count all the birds that we see. And the idea behind it is so that we can add our piece of jigsaw to all the other science that's going on.
Do you count seals as well in Wales?
Yeah, seals, cetaceans, pretty much anything we see.
And how is to do polar science or coming here? How do you feel as a scientist, a British scientist?
Oh, well, it's great. I mean, to have the opportunity, I mean, it's what it's all about. You know? I would go quietly mad if I didn't have the opportunity to come to this. So it's fantastic. Yeah, this is why
também é fascinante em relação aos animais que vivem na Antártida, que são animais extremamente bem adaptados. No caso dos pinguins, têm uma camada de gordura e de penas que os protege com o frio. Por exemplo, os peixes têm uma enzima que faz com que as suas células não congelem, ou seja, conseguem sobreviver a temperaturas da água que o ser humano não conseguia resistir. A nadar nestas águas sobreviveria apenas 5 minutos. Eu não sei o tamanho das vagas, mas realmente está um
Well, first, may I apologise for being pink, anyone who's still here. It's very bright, sunny day, and I've had to put the blind down. The blind's pink. But if that doesn't persuade you to become a polar scientist, nothing will. What a lovely, lovely film. It helped me do my morning exercise as well, but lovely combination of how breathtakingly stunning it is in the polar regions, how important the work is, and how it's just a brilliant career. So I know we've only got 2 viewers at the moment, but maybe people will watch. Do you have anything to say? We've got Joanna and we've got, who's that? Natalie.
I just would like to ask, do you have a right video quality? I didn't have it properly. So on my screen it was quite slow, but it was nice to see it, but the quality of the film was quite bad. I don't know why.
I can send it to you, Natalie.
Yeah,
I got the original. I can send it.
Sorry about that. We can't really see that, and I didn't have the chat up. I apologise for that. Maybe we'll try and run it again at the end if we can.
Yeah, but I got the main idea and what's happened, but still it was not the same quality what I expected.
I think what we're seeing is different to what you're seeing. I'm sorry about that. On a Zoom note, I did try to sort of download these things onto my desktop, because then sometimes they run better from the desktop, but they're just too big.
But nice to have this exercise.
I know, because we have been quite sedentary, sitting in our chairs. But
we need it.
Yes. Yeah, and I took Jose once. I used to work at the Scott Polar Research Institute, and I took Jose into school once to do a class with me in a local school nearby, the Scott Polar. And when we left,
where are you now?
I am in Cambridge still. Yeah. Right now I'm in Buckinghamshire, but I am still based in Cambridge. So say hello if you ever drop by. When you come, I'm freelance at the moment. But yeah, so when we left the school, everyone from the teachers, the pupils, and the secretaries all said, "Could he come back again?" So what I want to say by that is, not only that he's great fun, but he's a great educator. He's just knows how to communicate things, to make the right kind of blend. I don't want to go on too long, so we've got to play the video again and go on to the next hour. But I do remember that he bought just simply an object, a polystyrene cup that he had taken down, that he got someone to dive down with, so that it had shrunk under the pressure. And we just started all our conversations from this idea, and immediately the children began to understand what kind of pressure there is lower down in the ocean at the bottom. And that gave, he's a great educator. And I didn't want to pass on without saying, my goodness, what an extraordinary presentation by Elizabeth as well.
Elizabeth, it was perfect.
Wasn't that
just
just? I know.
My regards to her. Yeah,
absolutely. And didn't it make you think? Well, do you know what? It's about time another all-female team went down. And maybe we could get more recruits this time, and perhaps that's something PEI can help with. Take some educators as well.
Now it's completely another world and another attitude to women who is in the science and the research. So, but in 90s it was very brave.
Yes, I was in 1983, 84, 85. I was studying geophysics, and I was one of only 2 women on the course. There were no female lecturers at all. And a couple of the things I remember were, first of all, that we had to do a metalwork class, because you had to make your own instruments in those days, or at least be able to mend the instruments that you took somewhere to do measurements. And the thing we made was a cannon. And at the time I was thinking, I don't think
that's what you need.
A female lecturer would have chosen to make a cannon. But anyway, And the other thing I do remember being told was that women can't use microscopes because their eyelashes and their hair are too long. It's too long.
Oh my goodness.
It just kind of creeps, it just kind of crept in there. But what I did really find amazing was this idea of loneliness. And I think in those days when you were a woman in these fields, you wanted to just carry on as normal, focusing on the academic study and get on with things. And somehow the atmosphere around you didn't quite allow that. There was always some kind of, barrier there. And you do feel very lonely as a woman. So I really felt the power of this all women team. And I was also just thinking, well, aren't the scientists who go to the poles now wusses? Because first of all, having to go down 10 meters and live underground, under ice, sorry, not underground, the sounds must have been extraordinary, because the ice moves. I don't know if anyone listening here realizes that the South Pole moves, and they have to literally move the pole every now and again, because the ice isn't static, but extraordinary, really. So,
and I seem to understand that Joanna Plenzler was with Elizabeth. From the chat, I think.
Oh, Joanna, thank you for joining us.
It says in the chat, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for a wonderful lecture. You are talking about it just like it was yesterday.
Amazing.
And not 30 years ago. So
well. Thank you. We're going to clap. We're going to clap you. The 3 women who are left standing here are clapping you, Joanna and Elizabeth. And we think you're quite extraordinary. And please do write the book. Or
let's look at the blog, because Elizabeth was really taken by Antarctica.
Fantastic. Do continue. Do continue the conversation in the blog.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe now we can have the conversation with Natalie, who's the one to follow.
Yes.
Actually, I have luxury to follow your events, because I'm plan to be with you, and I have a pleasure and I have opportunity right now to be with you. So nice.
Let me find
Because you
Natalie, so sorry, I'll share my screen here, and just so you can, everyone can see another picture of Natalie and who she is. If I can just figure out how to share my screen. Just a moment. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute.
Well, it was very good.
So many windows.
That Natalie was actually in Moscow, and then she was in Oslo, and so she recorded her contribution in Oslo, and then went back to Svalbard. So it's a beautiful photo, by the way. So Natalie, why don't you say who you are and what you're doing? I mean, it's, if we have the original, why having me? You know.
Right now,
just say, you know.
You know me very well, but I can say right now I'm on Svalbard, so I'm sitting in my office. You know where it is, and we still have some kind of light, but it's getting darker and darker. I'm a geographer, as I said in my presentation. So, and I already 15 years I'm on Svalbard. And I enjoy this thing and do research in sea ice and laser scanning and risk assessment for sheep. And that's why I was very interested in what Lisa said about Greenland. We experienced the drop down, the all tourism activity here on Svalbard, but interesting to see what's happened in another world, but we are continue our research and but still here. And COVID actually changed our life on Svalbard at the university almost dramatically, because we needed to adjust our teaching schedule, because we don't have opportunity now to have so much student and so much guest lecturers and past. So, but we survive, and we still
we have an ex-com member who's on leave at the moment who managed to have a baby. So she lives on Svalbard, but I think she managed to get to Norway to have the baby and then come back to Svalbard. But yes, during COVID and lockdown, she had her lovely baby. So
you must know her,
if you watch this, hello Nilu Singh. Do you know Nilu?
No, who is Nilu?
Her husband is Sridhar, who works in
Sridhar, of course.
Yeah, so Nilu's his wife, and they just had a baby.
I saw her quite 2 days ago, and so she's well. She's doing well, and
please give her our love.
Actually, I saw them both when they were moving down to Tromsø just to get a baby. So I say them good luck. And recently I met Nilu, so I pronounce her name a little bit different, but
oh no, I probably do it wrong. That's correct. Anyway,
but now
that's great.
I know whom I speaking about.
Fantastic. So, so yes, and Nilu connects PEI with IASC, with the International, what is it? Arctic Science Committee. Sorry, I get my acronyms right. And also, of course, APEX, the Association of Polar Early Career Scientists. So Nilu, if she has enough feet, she has feet in all of these these spheres, as the wonderful scientist she is and educator she is. So that's great. I love being part of this community because we all connect somehow. Fantastic.
It's wonderful how all this
and we have to get
connection
Natalie to be part of it as well.
Natalie, absolutely. Please do, and help us work towards connecting communities and science and education.
In fact, I was on a ship with Natalie. We did 2 field trips in 2016
Actually, yes, it was twice,
2017. The second time in Polar Sussel. And they had students, because we went to help with the students who were doing a semester at unis, but they came from various parts of the world and just did credits for that. So it was a marvelous experience. And especially for the second lot, I was already talking about Polar Educators International, because I was just putting in my application to become a member. just when I finished to be director of the Italian Polar Institute, and it freed quite a bit of my time, so I could occupy it straight away with polar
And we don't think you've
education.
stopped working since, have you?
Well, but it's a very nice cause. That's a very good cause. And I think, Natalie, you would just enjoy the purpose, the friendship, because I mean, education, that's your job, but it can be done with another type of support, and we are all very good friends as well. So that's what is most important. So please join us, get online.
Well, you can see how committed we are, because what hour are we on now, Pia? This is our 22nd hour of broadcasting
non-stop
across the world, live stream on YouTube and Zoom if you'd like to join us via Zoom, so you can chit chat with us. Polar Educators International is celebrating the Equinox and Polar Week with this 24-hour broadcast to raise awareness of the importance, not just of the extraordinary polar regions, but also that they affect all of us, every one of us. And I'm going to play your presentation, I think.
I think so.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Hello, dear colleagues, dear polar researchers and students. My name is Natalie Marchenko. I am geographer. I work at the University Center in Svalbard. Already 15 years I live in Arctic and enjoy Arctic conditions, do research in sea ice. By the way, on the background picture, you can see us investigating sea ice property in marginal ice zone. And about this, I will show you my presentation. Now I starting to share the screen with my presentation, opening presenter motor. So the title is Marginal Ice Zone Field Investigation in the Barents Sea. And here is the map of tracks of our ship. And you can see our ship, Polar Sicily. But before, I would like to introduce you to my university. The University Center in Svalbard. It's located on this island, Svalbard, on the halfway from Europe, Norway to North Pole. Between Greenland and Novaya Zemlya, it's real gate to the polar ocean, area of increasing strategic significance, and it's well suited to observe climate change and use nature as a laboratory. And here is the picture, the photo of our university in the middle night of a polar day in April. And you see it's covered all landscape covered by snow, and we're located here in the middle of Svalbard. UNIS is our abbreviation, and we have very good opportunity to go to the sea and research sea ice on the research vessels like this, Lancer, or like this, Polar Sicily, and do full-scale testing of sea ice. There are 4 departments in our university: Arctic Biology, Arctic Geology, and Arctic Geophysics, and Arctic Technology. I present Arctic Technology. All our students have a good opportunity to see real Arctic, and all our courses has a field component where, when our students have field work in the Arctic. And the motivation, why we investigate sea ice in marginal ice zone. The first, knowledge of sea ice state distribution a characteristic and movement is interesting both from practical point of view and fundamental science. And western part of Barents Sea is a region of increasing industrial activity. Oil, gas exploration, you see the map of gas and oil field goes far north up to the Bear Island, and it can be accompanied by traditional fishing and transport activity. So the information about sea ice requested by industry and safety authorities. See, here you see the route of ship, transport ship, and here the fishing in yellow and the passenger vessel in blue. Nowhere in Arctic transport activity and navigation goes so far north as in Svalbard area. So it's some kind of testing area, how Arctic navigation will look like in future. Will we have accident or not? It's up to us. Here is the map of open petroleum activity and different variation, how we can make a ice age line from different point of view. And here is our map, our tracks. It's exactly on the cross section of this different line. And here you can see a sea ice map of our area, Svalbard area, such map using of transport authorities and researchers. On this map, sea ice shown in different color depending of sea ice concentration. Red is very close drift ice up to 100% concentration. Further you see further south, orange, yellow and green area with a decreasing concentration. But this map shows us concentration. But how ice look like in reality? What are the ice property and possible threat? Might be we can have accident like this in 2007 in Antarctica with a vessel explorer. We should investigate it. Another motivation from fundamental science, you know, sea ice now considering as a mirror of global process, global warming, and reflect global warming in the most impressive way. On this map, made it by NASA with animation of sea ice covered map, you can see variation. I stopped it on 1819 as time period. You know, sea ice very dynamic phenomena. It's varies from a year to year, from season to season, with maximum March and the minimum in September. Again, sea ice map such as give us ice cover, but what is the real ice status and trend locally and globally? It's a question. Will we have in future such view like polar bear lying on the ice floe and the cruise ship goes by? It's a question on which we would like to answer. That's why we investigate sea ice property in real ice during sea ice cruises. And the students in our university, in Arctic Technology Department, have a unique opportunity to take part in such investigation. And especially on course AT, Arctic Technology 211 course, Ice Mechanic Loads and Structure and Instrumentation. This is the name of the course. Students have a unique opportunity to go with us on the ship and have real Arctic experience. During 10 years, 2006-16, we use research vessel Lance, which gave us opportunity to go into the ice in red zone, investigate sea ice there. Since 2017, we use Polar Sicil. Here on the right side of the slide, the view of this vessel, and we concentrate our research in marginal ice zone here, where ice met to the open ice water and concentration getting less and less. We investigate this interesting natural phenomena, sea ice tongue stretching far north, almost up to the Bear Island, to 75° north. And on this slide, you see the vessel, the like walking moment, how we walk on ice, and you see track of vessel in 3 years. What method do we use and used? We use drifting buoys installed on ice floe to see ice movement. We see ice mechanical test. We see laser scanning, by the way, here, me standing on the heli deck of Polar Sicil, picking up a 3D point cloud of ice floe composition. Here is our students doing ice drilling to see how deep ice stretch under the water. And this picture buff capturing by scanning and picture down capturing by drilling and underwater video gave us opportunity to make a 3D model of ice floe like on this picture. And also we do comparison with sea ice map and current state, like time-lapse series showing real ice floe composition. I will show you the results of our 3-year expeditions. The first results, the comparison of sea ice categories on the map with real state. We cross the ice tongue stretching to the south 2 times in northern part and in south part, and see how ice look like in reality. To tell you the truth, firstly, Captain was not sure. He didn't want to go into the ice, believed that all orange area on the map, it's very dangerous. And after that, he crossed it and see that it's not so dangerous, but you should be careful and you should understand the properties and what is the sea ice floe is in reality. And here is the slide summarizing our investigation. What is red zone? Dense ice field consisting of small and big rigid ice floe. Orange zone and yellow zone presented here on these 3 slides. The difference is that orange is more concentrated area and the yellow less concentrated, and on the, you see the description here, and on the north part you will meet more frequent rigid ice floe with ridges like this, and on the south part of the ice tongue you will meet less and smaller rigid ice floe. And on this down part you see green peripheries and iceberg. It's true that you can meet iceberg and ice-free water are so far south as 76 degrees, and iceberg can be up to 10 meters high. And as this rigid ice floe is a special characteristic for a marginal ice zone as Barents Sea, we made special investigation of this rigid ice floe, and that is presented on this ice slide. Again, I will repeat, we made laser scanning to pick up the geometry of ice floe above part, and we made ice drilling to pick up and to investigate underwater path. And on this table, we summarize the results. You see the photo of the investigation, and you see obtained 3D model. In my short presentation, I will specially would like to specially underline this column, this line number 8 with sail and draft characteristic. You see that the underwater part can be up to 4.5 meters deep. And such ice flow can be very dangerous for offshore construction and for vessels. All our results were published and presented on the conference and in journal papers. Here this slide showing the investigation of ice tongue in 2019. In March 2019, ice tongue stretched to Bear Island, and ice with almost 100% concentration surrounded Bear Island. But before our expedition in April, a strong south wind destroyed this ice tongue and pushed it to the north. And we didn't have opportunity to cross it again, but we had the opportunity to investigate again this marginal ice zone. In this place, we didn't have opportunity to moor our ship to ice floor, but we use other technique. We delivered staff, students, and equipment by rubber boat on ice floor. It was quite challenging, but doable in safety way. And we did investigation like this on ice floor. On this slide and this photo, you see how deep and how big is underwater part. And here us measure the ice on this ice floor. And in 2019, we made another investigation of ice flow thickness. This investigation were initiated by captain of Polar Sister ship. Looking on this screen of his vessel, he guess what is the thickness of this flat ice floor. He has some clue, but he wanted to have confirmation, which that's why we made such investigation, again deliver students and equipment on ice floe by rubber boat, measure the ice thickness. And here is the summarizing picture of our procedure. I did the laser scanning of ice floe composition, picking up the geometry of sea ice, and the students made a drilling, and in several places on the ice floor, summarize the results of each floor in such table. Here is the drawn picture, how it looks like. And here the summarizing picture table of all floor investigated. And here you see the floors, the process. And I would like to keep your attention on the first column. You see sea ice thickness. Even for flat ice floor, ice thickness can be up to 2 meters and 1.5 meter in average. This is how sea ice look like in marginal ice zone in this time of global warming and ice shrinking. And I would like to share with you my practical consideration looking on ice flow composition on the screen of polar sisal, and after measurement with ice thickness and the size of the ice floor, because I am involved in several projects on safety, preparedness, and navigation, safe navigation, search and rescue operation in the Arctic, I remember such photo. It's photo from 1989, cruise liner, Maliner, Maxim Gorky had an accident when all passengers were needed to be evacuated from ship to the ice floor and lifeboat. What's happened? On the way from Germany via Iceland to beautiful Magdalena Fjord on Svalbard, the cruise liner Maxim Gorky luxury ship met ice field. There were 575 passengers on board, 73 of them quite old, and more than 300 crew members, and just on the halfway, on the big distance of settlement of a Longyearbyen vessel met ice floe field. But thinking of that it is first year not so danger ice, captain kept the speed and met big ice floe which damaged ship in the foreign part, and the ship began to sink, and only one way was evacuate all passengers and part of the crew on the ice floor. Actually, standing on ice floor were more safety than be in a lifeboat, because all this ice flow were moved, were in the moving, and the ice lifeboat can be crushed. But this story has a very happy end due to skill of rescue team of research of rescue vessel Senja and helicopters. All passengers were picked up and delivered from ice floe to Coast Guard vessel Senja. By the way, this is the ship sinking. The ship also was saved by welding. But such accident can happen. And with this last slide, I would like to thank all the team, Polar Sisal team, crew, UNI staff, students on Arctic Technology 211 course, Research Council of Norway, for help and collaboration during the research. I would like to say thank you, Maria Pia Casarini, for opportunity to be part of Polar Educator International, and thank you very much, all of you, for your good attention. I stop sharing this presentation, and I wish you good luck with all your researches and all your life.
Just wondered if we should pause there and just say thank you so much.
Yes.
Natalie.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Such sophisticated ways of looking at the ice and yeah, and assessing what it's doing. It's amazing to use the science to look at the ice and then think about risk.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Sure. Again. We must become part of us anyway.
Yes. Yeah. Do join PEI and think about coming on our council, because there's a whole new dimension that you add, and we're working on the Polar Resource Book, bringing educators and scientists together to create resources for an updated version of the of, oh dear, what was it called? I can't remember.
Polar
The
Resource Book.
long title. Yeah, we call it the Polar Resource Book, but it was created in 2010 during the last IPY, and we're trying to work to review the science in it and update the science in it, but also to add new areas. So I'm not sure how much there is about risk and ice, and I can see a lot of kind of parallels with Indigenous knowledge about ice here as well. So I think
Absolutely.
you have to join PEI.
Absolutely. I'll make sure of that.
Okay.
And also you might enjoy what's follow, because that's one of our council members, Valeria Tacca from near Milan, and she was actually for 6 weeks in Svalbard. She won a competition to take part in the school, the summer school, and she was helping the geological work of scientists. So she's just coming after you. I put you together because it was Unis and Svalbard.
Thank you.
Sure. So maybe
Yes,
we can.
let's go ahead.
Yes, right. Yes, so Valeria is a teacher in the Italian school system, but also she is doing a second degree in geology right now. She has a grown-up daughter.
Let me introduce myself. I'm a secondary school math and science teacher in Italy. I'm a part of the wonderful Polar Educator International organization, where I am also a council member. I recently decided to enroll at the university in Italy in the Faculty of Geology, and this summer I attended one of the summer school at UNIS, a specialized university-level education in Arctic studies in Svalbard. With this short presentation, I would like to tell you about my experience as a student of the course I attended from mid-July to mid-August. The course was on environmental change in the high Arctic landscape of Svalbard. UNIS is located in Longyearbyen, the main town of Svalbard, an archipelago located in Arctic Ocean. Our study places were around Longyearbyen and Kaplinne, where we did a week-long fieldwork. The days following my arrival at UNIS were dedicated to the safety training. Polar bears are at home on Svalbard, and therefore there is always a chance on encountering them while hiking. I learned how to behave if I met the bear, get away as far as possible, and how to load and use a rifle. It is mandatory to carry a weapon with you on every excursion. In a group of 5 people, at least one had to own and carry a rifle. The safety course continued with the survival tests in the event of a shipwreck, since we had to be transported several times with a boat. We put on survival suits and jumped into the freezing Arctic water. I was quite worried, but to my surprise, the air left in the suits allowed me to float calmly without feeling cold. It was a very fun experience. After the safety course, we started with observations on some of the geomorphological features of the area around Longyearbyen, such as debris flow. Debris flow is a water and mud flow with the characteristic structures as you can see in the image. A large debris flow is located very close to the cemetery. In the future, there may be other phenomena of this type, so they are thinking to move the cemetery to a safer area. The first hike was an excursion on the glaciers around Longyearbyen, such as Longyearbyen and Hofn. We made ablation measurements of the glacier surface by making a deep hole in the ice and inserting a pole. Periodically, we had the task of see how much ice had been lost by measuring the length of the outgoing rod. We collected criconite sample present on the surface of the glacier. Criconite is a dusty formation, a combination of small rock particles and bacteria. Criconite is therefore the result of a particular interaction between the mineral and biological world. Criconite absorbs solar radiation, it has a low albedo, and promotes ice melting, forming cylindrical holes. The second excursion was to Hofn, on the other side of the Adventfjorden. We crossed the fjord by boat and make a geomorphological observation of the area. We have seen evidence of ancient marine terraces. These are all the limits of the sea surface, and you can see in the red line. And this all the limit of the sea surface when the crust was pushed down due to the great weight of the ice caps during the last ice age. After the deglaciation, there was the isostatic rebound effect. The crust rose due to the lower weight on it. We saw evidence of a remain of marine shells within fan structures in the old marine terrace. The third excursion was to Bjørndalen, a valley overlooking the Isfjord. We observed the morphological structures of the area, and also here we saw the ancient marine terraces. There are evident phenomena of erosion of the coast, you can see in the image. And this erosion have forced some houses to move inland. We finally started preparing the scientific equipment that we had to bring to the field at Kapellinet. We have tested and packaged the tools, checked the functioning of new instruments, checked the new cameras for the time-lapse, and got the survival suits necessary to enter the cold waters of the streams and the lake. And finally, the day of departure of Kapellinet arrived. Our accommodation was in the Isfjord radio facility. In the past, it was an important telecommunication link between the Norwegian mainland and the inhabitants of Svalbard. Our study target was the Linnendalen Valley, the Linnenvatnet Lake, and the Linnenbreen Glacier, a complete glacial, fluvial, lacustrine, and periglacial system in the high Arctic setting of western Svalbard. There are no roads, and therefore everything was carried on the shoulder. Cans, material for the boat we used on the lake, scientific instruments, rifle, and more, all anchored to our backpacks. Arriving at the lake, we arranged the zodiacs, and we were ready to start the intense day of measurements. As you can see in the image, it was sometimes necessary to remove water from the boat. During the excursions, we were always very careful to observe any presence of bears in the area. Kapellinet is a place often visited by polar bears, also due to the presence and nesting of various birds. One day we had a visit from a mother bear with her 2 cubs on the east side of the lake, and for safety reasons, that area of the lake has been declared off limits. The days were very intense. Fix the weather station, collect of loggers that measured the temperature at different depths of the lake, download the data stored during the previous year, and a core of about 60 centimeters of sediment from the bottom of the lake was also collected to study the VARV, annual rhythmic repetitions of sediments, used for paleoclimatic studies. Lake sediment traps at different depths were also collected to study the type of sedimentation that occurs in the lake. The time-lapse cameras have also been set up and ready to monitor the lake to observe when there is the ice formation in autumn and breakage in late spring. We have made excursions around the lake to observe the typical geomorphology of periglacial environment, such as rock glaciers, fluvial fans, rock avalanches, and we measured the active layer of the permafrost, a layer that thaws every summer. The snow trees were repaired and assembled. Snow trees are structures with arms to which light and temperature sensors are attached, and they are used to study the deposit of snow fallen during the winter, and how and at what speed the snow melts during the late spring. Stream discharge measurements were carried out on the stream entering the lake. This stream carries the melting waters of the Linnebreen Glacier. Fortunately, the water level was low, but survival suits were still indispensable. In the evening, the return to Isfjord Radio was always very exciting. We were surrounded by wonderful landscapes with beautiful lights and colors, and with the typical permafrost circle structures. The time has come to leave for Longyearbyen. The field work is over. Everything was placed in the crates loaded on the boat. We did a lot of science. From the analysis of our data, we have seen that the Arctic environment is changing, and also very quickly. The glaciers are rapidly losing mass, and the front is retreating. The surface temperature of the lake has been increasing in recent years. The rain, compared to snowfall, is increasing. And this is unfortunately another sad story to tell. It was a truly fantastic experience. Also thanks to the wonderful group of students who were always enthusiastic about facing the challenges we encounter every day. Furthermore, I do not want to forget the precious contribution of our professors, Mike Retelle and Steve Roof, who have contributed to make us part of a high-level scientific project in the Arctic. Thank you very much for your attention.
That's a very nice presentation from Valeria Tacca.
Sorry, I'll unmute myself. There we go. Wow. Well, Valeria is, am I unmute? Yes, I'm unmuted. Valeria is also a PEI Council member, a very, very valuable PEI Council member. Contributed an awful lot to the PEI core values that we developed last year. Pia, what were they again? Welcoming. We hope we are. Welcome everyone who's just joined us.
We should learn by heart.
Yeah, we should.
After 24 hours, I'm just
yeah, we haven't had any sleep.
I'm very impressed. I have to say that I've been nodding off.
We haven't had any sleep. I'm just trying to think.
My friends. That's
yeah. We're at 20, yeah, about 20 something hours right now. So I know that we have, what do we have here? I might have to go and find them. I'll mute myself and go and find the core values. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. Right. And what both amazing presentations, so plenty to talk about. We won't start the next hour till 10 o'clock UTC. So you've got 10 minutes to chat and I'll go and find the core values.
Yeah, I had just added, if we wanted to, again, the piano concert of Ludovico Einaudi, because that was done, in fact, in the fjord in Svalbard. But I think chatting is more fun, so we can forget about that. It can be found in another one, so that's okay, in the previous place. So thank you, Jose, for joining
it's a
us.
pleasure to come back. One of the questions is, how did PEI manage to have that 24 hours? Was it you, Pia, that stayed awake all through the night?
Well,
or you had some
more or
Japanese
less,
Australian friends?
Well, I think everybody did their part.
Okay,
and
great.
luckily we have Joanna in Alaska,
Ah,
and we have
fantastic.
Betsy in Arizona on Pacific time. So we were lucky to have at least the technical part sorted out. So, but even Joanna went to bed at midnight, left at midnight, and it was okay because she had a working day at the school. So she came in her afternoon, which was okay to give a relief to Sophie and to the people in Europe. So,
yeah, but it's great. It's great in any case. So it's
yes, I tended to, you see, because being the sort of lead and organizer, I had a lot of people that were my people, so I was interested in being there, even if it was recorded, just to be there. So I snatched about 45 minutes of sleep here and there, so that's okay. But it is an amazing experiment that we've done, I think. So,
for
sure. Yeah, is it the first time that's the whole day, the whole
Yes, that's why we will learn what went well and what went less well. So, but since I enjoyed greatly to gather such a variety of contributions, I think that we could consider, we have to talk about it at XCOM level, but it could be interesting since we like to identify with the solstice and the equinox anyway. Maybe we could do a mini share-a-thon, like 6 hours for each of the 4 times, which sums up as 24 throughout the year. And then each member can bring other members so that it's not just a small group that does it, but a much more open idea. Anyway, it's an idea
like
that
a mini workshop every 4 or every 3 months.
Yeah.
And yeah, it'll be nice. Well, yes, one thing that I appreciated in this share-a-thon is that it's flexible. You know the agenda and you fit in according when you have time available. Because most of us during the 24 hours, either we're sleeping or working or traveling or doing things. So I would assume that if we have the share-a-thon was great because you can see when you can join in and contribute, or at least watch what you could watch.
By the way, can I ask the question, because we have 2 links to Zoom and also to this Slack or something like that. What I don't understand, how does it work? It seems that we all in Zoom, but how the other link supposed to work?
I'll unmute myself. Okay, so all these different links, I know. So this is basically, I don't know how Zoom are feeling about us right now, but this is, we're probably going to get the record for the longest Zoom meeting ever. So we have a link to the Zoom meeting, which is the one that when you registered with your name and it said, please can I have the Zoom link? That's what that sent you. And when you use that link, you're here with us in the Zoom meeting. The second link that we have been sharing via Twitter is that we're also broadcasting live on YouTube. So we are streaming this live on YouTube for anyone who wants to dip in and dip out. There's less interactivity if you do that. You can leave comments, but you can't really join in the chat like we can. And then the final link, the Slack channel link, PEI have, Slack. So PEI have just started trying to look for mechanisms by which we can have continuing dialogues and conversation. So it's another application within which you sort of join a little forum of people chatting. So the first thing you do is you register on Slack, which is free. And then you find the PEI Slack channel.
Yeah.
And you should be able to see what people have said, or if there are questions asked, you could answer them on risk, or you could pose a question. So it's a way for us to continue the dialogue and to keep the
so
dialogue.
It's for future.
It's now,
now.
And future, because it's such a shame to lose such an exciting time together and wonderful. I mean, look who we've got with us right now. We've got Trumpso joining. Hello Trumpso. And we've got, is it Nigiri? We've got the far east of Russia joining us as well, which is amazing. So the Slack channel is Svalbard and Portugal in the sun, and Coimbra, in Portugal in the sun. So so we wanted to try and capture some of this energy and maybe carry it on. And I don't want to talk for too long, but one of the most one of the key PEI drivers at the moment is that we're working towards our next conference, which fingers crossed we can go to in person in Iceland, in Hofn. And because we're dipping our toe into the Arctic for the first time, we've been very safe up until now in Europe with our conferences, but we've moved closer to the Arctic. And because PEI this year have become a part of the organising of the Arctic Science Ministerial, we have 3 deliverables, Arctic Science Ministerial deliverables. One is the conference, to run the conference. One is to continue work about the Arctic in renewing and updating the Polar Resource Book, which was first published in 2010 during IPY. And the third is generating a global conversation looking at the intersection between science, education, and Indigenous knowledge. And we've never done something like that before, but we thought we would take that responsibility on. And this is why we're looking at things like the Slack channels for capturing people's thoughts and questions so that we can begin to generate this global conversation. And hopefully eventually we'll have sort of World Cafe style events, but we've got a little bit of working out to do before we get to that stage. But
we are only human. But the one thing also, if people are interested in what this ASM3, the Arctic Science Ministerial, has been giving us as some kind of stimulation to do this, is that in 2 hours time, the last hour, that is to say the one at 11 to 12 UTC, we actually close this Share-a-thon with the Arctic Science Ministerial talking about it, and with the organizer from Iceland that is joining us live. And also we are showing a video of the presentation that our then president, Julia Dooley, gave at the Arctic Science Ministerial. I must say we were very proud because really we were asked to participate. And that was really, I felt very proud of Polar educators to be asked to be part of this education side of the Arctic Science Ministerial. So if you want to learn more, absolutely from the person that organized everything, that is to say, Lindsay Arthur from the Ministry of Culture in Iceland, she will be talking live in about an hour's time. So do join us if you have time. That could be very interesting. And that's the basis. That's why I put the Arctic Science Ministerial at the end, because really it gives us, it's what PEI's future is moving towards, to actually implement all the things that we said, the deliverables for the Arctic Science Ministerial. And of course, the more people can join us to do that, the happier we are, because old friends like Jose, new friends that find that our ideas and our commitment they like what we do, please join and to grow PEI, because really PEI is us, is all the people that put their time in it for the success of polar education.
Yeah. Sorry, I've gone very pale here. I think the sun the sun came out. It's quite good because you don't see the bags under the eyes from the lack of sleep. We have not forgotten the Antarctic. PEI is dedicated to the Antarctic, and Jose, you missed 3 or 4 of us saying how wonderful your film was. We showed a short film. It's called The Latitude 10 or something?
Latitude 60.
Latitude 60, I got the number wrong, but it had great music, so we did our morning exercises to it. But I said afterwards that it was a great advert for anyone thinking about becoming a polar scientist. Basically, it was a wonderful mix of how awesome the polar regions are, how incredible the opportunity to do science and to do science in an environment like that is. And it also demonstrated what a fine educator you are, because we all learned a lot. Yeah, so thank you for that one. Okay, just a quick glimpse at our core values then. So I hope we're demonstrating these with this 24-hour event that we're running. I hope that you can see that we reach to different areas of the world to be credible and to provide teachers and educators and science communicators with robust scientific foundation and evidence which can be trusted. I hope you feel welcomed here today. I hope you can see the passion that we all share for the polar regions and for education. And if staying up for 24 hours doesn't mean we're dedicated, then I don't know what what does. But
sure.
Okay, I'm going to talk amongst yourselves just for a second, and I will line up a lovely image of the next lady that I'm going to introduce. Yeah, we'll be back in a second. Okay, talk amongst yourselves. You talk, Pia. You talk, Pia.
I've talked for 24
Don't leave dead
hours.
airspace. Oh, I know. Okay.
I need.
Well,
okay.
you could all introduce yourselves to each other just briefly in that case, if you'd like to, and I'll go and line up the presentation.
Well, I'm very interested in seeing this Arctic school.
Yeah, me too. I was looking.
Yeah,
at it.
Alona, welcome.
Yay.
Alona Yefimenko is a latest acquisition on the Council of Polar Educators. We are very happy and proud, and thank you for joining us for the final hours of this crazy share-a-thon that we've decided to do. And can you please introduce your guests then? Because of this wonderful panel coming from the East is definitely your doing. So please do tell us about them.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank you for for arranging such a very, very nice and important event. And personally, I would like everybody to understand of who we are, the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, where and how we live, and why the indigenous knowledge is important when addressing the Western science. Indigenous languages are bearers of indigenous knowledge, and we want you to hear stories of our elders and young generation. We also hope that we will be able to teach you some of the languages that we use in the Arctic. Nelson Mandela once said, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his own language, that goes to his heart. This teaches us that learning a language does not just give us more communication skills, but also a way of understanding different perspectives and the way different cultures see the world. And today I want to introduce my friend, my very, very close and old friend. Her name is Zoya Ramna Vilka. She comes from the Nenets reindeer herders family, a nomadic group of people from Nenets Autonomous Okrug of Russian Federation. She's an indigenous scholar and expert on indigenous knowledge. She received her education from the universities of St. Petersburg of Russia and Tromsø in Norway. And last year, she successfully defended her PhD thesis on indigenous knowledge transmission by Nenet women. She is also a documentary filmmaker and a teacher, and an author of many publications with huge ideas for future change in educational system. I'm very happy to introduce Zoya. Zoya, please, where you are.
Sophie, are we supposed to record on the computer as well?
Okay. Do you hear me now? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alena, and thank you very much for inviting me to join you and all to you researchers, thinkers, and I think I'll just shortly say to you a little bit about my research, and I'll shortly explain what did I found out during all those years of doing research in the Arctic. And in areas of the Nenets people, you know, they are living on the region about 1 million square kilometers. So it's huge, difficult to transport people and goods there. But if, of course, when you think about in perspective of nomads, how they have been doing it during thousands of years and managed to survive and still being capable to maintain sustainable reindeer husbandry. So you can see it today as a part of the system called traditional knowledge or indigenous people's knowledge. So what did I found out in my, let's say, 4 years working with women and especially those who works with children in tundra. And I've sent you some pictures. I don't know if you're able to see it, images. Yeah, sorry. So there is one perspective, because I was speaking usually with women when they was out and working, either pick berries or find wood and making food for the kids and husbands. So what I found out that this way of life is under the great threat because of different impacts, both social, but also what we have now called as climate changes. They usually do not use such words as traditional knowledge or climate changes because they do not have in vocabulary of their own what they say, languages. But what they saying, they say that we are now have unstable weather. So within this kind of perspective, you can see that changes are kind of going quicker and faster last years. And we also see that this is threatening not only people, their way of life, but also animals. They're also threatening also causes difficulties in terms of building sustainable and continuous sustainable development in reindeer husbandry. So I wish you all good luck and thank you very much to let me speak. And just the last image on this girl, she was 5 years now, but she will start in boarding school. And what I was looking in my PhD, I found out that she will, in terms of kind of like 10 years perspective, probably still able to talk in her native language. She will continue visiting her parents in tundra, but what she will probably do, she will not choose this way of life. You know, go back to tundra and work as a native indigenous reindeer herding woman. So this is what I found out also on the western side of Nenets areas, that now it's threatening the way of life because women are not going back. So this is what I found out with this let's say, research. And then another image, I don't know if you're able to go to a second image. Yes, here you can see this is a waste territory and there is no trees, or you see it's a tundra, it's called Arctic tundra, and the main, feature of Arctic tundra, that there is no trees. So it's difficult to find, and this is willow trees, very close to this either small lakes or rivers. So you can see how far away and how difficult it is to carry this firewood, and they really depend on it. So I've been observing it, and it's one of those biggest parts of working or labor for young girls as well, to go out and pick firewoods. So this is also part of indigenous knowledge on how to build it later on in the capacity. So they always know that, okay, in a few days we will come to the place where it's a lot of firewood, so we pick them and then we'll keep it for our other places where is no additional firewoods. Okay, and the next image. Yeah, there you are. And this is how they're using sledges and the reindeer to carry everything. So just imagine that you can carry everything from your house to your food supplies for like 3 months or 4 months ahead. And then there is no possibility to get an additional supplies like medicine for the kids or bread, fresh bread. So everything should be carried on 7 or 8 sledges. So this is also a part of the work and the planning capacity of women kind of working process, because she's supposed to know how much products she needs, how much medical aids or something she needs, and then do she need something else in particular, for instance, if she has a baby or she has children a bit older, and then of course everything connected with like rifles, equipment for men. Those are men kind of working areas, but for women it's very important that she has, like in terms of like 4 or 5 months ahead, she should know that okay, so I have this one, I have a salt, I have a sugar, I have tobacco for my husband and stuff like that. So I was trying to ask them if there any possibility like that, those style of life can be changed drastically, so they don't need to do all this stuff, like a move every second day during the summer, and then again in the winter twice a month, and then build again this dwelling and build again everything from from the scratch every now and then. And they say that they are most happy people when they are on the move, so they are real nomadic people. So I think I'll stop here now, and if you have any questions, please, so just don't hesitate to ask me. Thank you.
I'm going to leave that last image up on the screen, just so we locate ourselves. We can still see you, Zoya. Can I just say, first of all, thank you very much for joining us, because I know you're feeling unwell. I don't know how much you said about yourself, but you were born and spent your childhood with the nomadic Nenettes. So can I thank you for speaking English to us today, and speaking English so beautifully and communicating about your way of life in English so that we can understand, and hopefully others can translate into their own languages and understand as well. So that's the first thank you. We feel very privileged that you're here. Does anyone have a question for Zoya? She's an anthropologist she has a foot in, but you have a foot in both worlds, really, both the world of the Arctic and then this academic study, this scientific study field, which is also extraordinary too. So please ask a question. Maybe Gareth has a question. Great.
It's not a question, Sophie, but it's a comment and some appreciation. Zoya, let me introduce myself. I'm Gareth Rees. I'm at Cambridge University in the Scott Polar Research Institute, and a lot of my research is about how vegetation at high latitudes responds to climate change. And I was lucky enough to do fieldwork in the Nenets Okrug about 20 years ago. So seeing your hearing your talk, Zoya, and seeing your images was very wonderful for me. So thank you very much for reviving some happy memories for me. That's all. It's not a question. It's just thank you. I love it.
I can unmute myself. Thank you. As you see, you have friends here. Do you want to talk a little bit more about this idea of being sent away to school? My own experience of this was when I first started work at the Scott Polar Research Institute. The first exhibition that I had to do run the education program around was of dolls, and when the dolls arrived from Nunavut, I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at. But then the women who had made the dolls arrived from various places in Nunavut and told their stories, and I think I was moved to tears many times because their stories were essentially about how making the dolls and the clothing for the dolls out of the materials in the Arctic that would traditionally be used to make clothing was a way of mothers teaching children how to do the appropriate stitching and how to deal with the various materials and cure them and get them ready for making clothes and making them waterproof. And the bits I think that moved me to tears were that these were women who were reclaiming those skills, who had been denied those skills initially because they'd been sent away to school and because they'd been removed. And I remember them making the point that often this school term started exactly when really they were needed at home to begin the process of preparing for winter and gathering things and making things while the weather was good. But I wonder if you want to say a bit more about this idea about being sent away to school. I think you left your home, your nomadic home, and went to school. So perhaps you could say a bit about that and then maybe extend it into your research.
Yeah, thank you for interesting question. It's a huge, because I did it like in 4 years, just in order to find out how this school system affecting Nenets, especially nomadic society, in terms of social impact on their life. And as an anthropologist, I was trying to look at it from the perspective of people themselves, like we call it carriers of the traditional knowledge, of indigenous knowledge carriers. And then I was trying to, working within, call it anthropological or ethnographical research. So I was trying to build up kind of relationship close to each other, not like on top of each or other way around, with children about, let's say, 14, 15, 16 years old, adolescents, and a little bit elder. And I was asking them particularly about how this, let's say, 10 years in school affecting on the possession of indigenous knowledge. And I was not only looking at indigenous knowledge as part of, let's say, a bigger perspective as a system, but I was trying to understand what those adolescents themselves put into when they're speaking about, oh yeah, I'm a reindeer herder, or I'm a great on fishing, or girls say that, yes, I really love these patterns because I learned it from my grandma, especially particularly with these patterns made from reindeer hides. So I made kind of, a little bit extended, in a Western perspective, you could call it as insider-outsider position, because I was remembering myself when I was kind of very young, let's say 7 years old, and I was put into this Russian kids class because of some mixed, because usually they divided into two, one indigenous children class, and then you have a grade of the Russian kids. And then I'll see all those European faces. And I got a kind of slight of panic. I was thinking, how I will learn how to divide those faces because they're all the same, you see? So that was my first experience. And then I was thinking, okay, we are not stupid. We learn all those animals outside. You see all this reindeer are different. I will learn all these Russian children that they're also different. So I learned it at the end, but it was a bit funny because when I'm talking to somebody else and then they say, really? Is that really so? Yes, it is. The European faces are the same for you guys as our faces are the same for you. So, and then I spoke with this boy in Yamal. I think he was like 18 or something, and he was totally albino, the white. He was born in reindeer husbandry family, and I was speaking to him and I asked him, how is it to be different within this kind of very small society? You see, the community, it's only about 40, 50 persons plus. And then he said, there is no problem for us, even though we are different, but we still are the same. In our heart, we are reindeer people. And they call themselves children of reindeer because reindeer is so important for them. And they will never, at least according to this boy, that the differences and the changes during 10 years of being and staying in boarding schools made something with you, of course. But if you are born in tundra and you have been living together with reindeer, you will never, ever, forget it. It's just something in your heart and your soul. And this is what even though now I'm like speaking with women or in their retired age, like 60, 70 plus, and then they say, no, I'm mostly happy when I'm in tundra, and even though they've been living the whole year in a village or working as teacher or a leader of different types. So I think there is something with this way of life that make you such a strong personally, that even after so many years in boarding school, the system doesn't manage to change the person drastically.
I'm usually speechless when I'm not usually speechless. Actually, most of the people here will say I'm not usually, but to listen to this is, when I was listening to what you were saying, my mind drifted to my own daughter, who is 17, and she is so immersed in what we would call visual culture, using her telephone all the time, sending pictures of herself all the time, receiving pictures of herself all the time. And this visual culture that she is part of changes the way she is seen to the extent that she becomes anxious about it. And I think she has great anxiety about being different. And it's quite difficult to fight that in a social situation. So I can completely understand how moving from one social situation to another for a long period of time does impact you. But I am, once again, struck speechless by how you spoke about being a reindeer herder is in your heart. And I think I'd like my daughter to learn about what's in your heart. And to remember there's a much bigger world than just this small screen with endless exchanges of images. It seems to me she's trying to look like everybody else, which is such a shame, because the beauty of it all is to not look like everyone else, and not think like everyone else, and not exist like everyone else. So thank you. I've talked too much, but has anyone else got a question or a comment? I can see that we have some school children sitting waiting patiently for us in the far east of Russia, but would anyone else like to ask a question of Zoya?
Yeah, I just want to answer your I think you should send your girl to tundra to us one summer, so then she will change the image of what is it?
Can she do it next summer in her gap year after her A-levels? Pandemic pending, of course. We don't know what's going to happen with the pandemic, but yeah, absolutely. And that,
I think every kid should go there and see it themselves. Then they will understand how it is.
And there's, in what you have said, is a deeper and very important thing for polar education, I think, which is this idea of exchange. During this 24 hours, we've seen it quite a lot already in terms of teachers and educators going into the world of polar science, for example, you know, and learning from scientists and exchanging with scientists. And we've heard that that improves both sides of what people are doing. At the very beginning of the 24 hours, we heard from Shelley Elverum, who is passionate that when researchers work with Indigenous peoples, they learn from each other and they improve the science. Not just the knowledge, but they improve their science through this exchange. And a lot of the time, this has been easier with young people, with young children. They seem more open to the idea of exchange. But it seems to me that educationally, this idea of exchange is really very important, and it's very easy to make another culture an other culture, you know, different from yours, unless you have this exchange, like the doll makers coming to Cambridge.
Sophie, I have an idea. Why don't the Polar Educators International adopt some of the communities in the Russian Arctic or other places in the
only if they're willing to adopt some of ours, which would be much more horrible, I think. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Maybe it's a wrong word for that, but
twin, like a twinning sort of thing, so you can exchange. I think that would be amazing, and everyone would learn a great deal. Yeah, what a fantastic idea! It's a great way to end that session. I'm sure, Zoya, that we will have people listening to what you've said through the recordings that we've made, which will be up on the PEI PEI YouTube channel, I think. And I'm sure you're going to inspire more conversation. And I hope that you will be part of our global conversation, looking at the intersection between science, Indigenous knowledges, and communities and education in the future, in the next couple of years as it evolves. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, big claps. Now I'm going to go and no, I'm not. I'm going to ask Alona to introduce Slav. I'm hoping that he is there. I could read his bio if you'd like, Alona, or you could just deliver it, because you know where he's from and what he's done and who he is, and we are extremely privileged also to have him with us.
Yes. Vyacheslav Shadrin is a chief, chair of the Council of Yukagir Elders, which is an indigenous group of Sakha Republic of Russia in Siberia. He takes an active part in indigenous movement in Russia since 1989, and he is one of the leaders of the umbrella organization to indigenous peoples of Sakha Republic. He is also a research fellow at the Institute of Humanities, Research and Indigenous Studies of the North, Russian Academy of Sciences. His research focused on history and culture of Arctic indigenous peoples, indigenous rights, ethnology, expertise, social impact assessment, climate change, traditional land use, traditional knowledge. And he travels all over the Arctic as an expert on indigenous knowledge on human rights, and he has many portfolios. So in 2015, he was awarded with the Paul K. Farabin Award. A world of solidarity is possible in UNESCO in France, and he is a very remarkable person as a human being. So I'm so happy to introduce him to you and the school. He's now in the in Neringu, but he's himself will tell about it.
Hi, Alona. Hi, Sophie. Hi, everybody. I want to greet you. And let's speak about our educational system. Preserving traditional knowledge is a crucial and vital question for our peoples. Education of the indigenous peoples is important for the preserving of traditional knowledge and indigenous languages. Since the late 1980s, we have taken steps to transform the colonial educational system into a system that is close and responsible to the needs of our peoples. And I give some examples about this educational system on example of our republic, Republic Sakha-Yakutia. And in our secondary education system, we have three types of schools for indigenous peoples. First is an ordinary type, is a national schools in places of traditional residence with the study of the native language and culture. And there are near 42 such schools in the total. Unfortunately, we don't have schools with full education on the indigenous languages. But we try to have it on the future. We have national schools for all the indigenous peoples of our Yakutia, and we have two Yukager schools in Andryushkin and Nelimnaya. We have event schools in Berezovka, Sebenköl, Topolina, and other places. We have three Evenki people's schools in Yengra, Khatystir, and Tyanya. We have Chukchi school in Kalimskaya and Dolgan school in Urinkhaya. And all these schools are the basics for our peoples, where teaching native languages and cultures. In these schools, educational work is being carried out to preserve and develop the languages of the indigenous peoples and preserve traditional knowledge. However, there are also a number of schools where native languages play only an additional role, and such schools are in the majority. We have witnessing a negative trend towards the reducing of schools where the native language is taught as an academic subject. The second type of the schools is non-ordinary. It's a nomadic schools. For almost 30 years, we have been developing a system of nomadic education. The experience of organizing, which was presented and supported on the international level. These schools are organized in the places of traditional activities or on the stationary basis, or move together with reindeer herding communities. In these conditions, children preserve the traditional livelihood and stay with their parents. We have 12 nomadic schools now. And the third type is schools of advanced level, which train future leaders of the peoples of the Arctic. Today, I want to give the floor to the teachers and students of our school Arctica in town Neringu. Please, Arctica, I give you a floor.
So greetings, dear friends from South Yakutia, Neringu. Hello. 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 So,
Hi, so lovely to see you.
glad to see you. Glad to see you. So, my name is Antonina. I am vice principal of the Arctic boarding school in Neringu. And today with me, my colleague Svetlana and our students. So some words about our school. Our Arctic boarding school was opened in 1999 for indigenous students of the North. In our school study the students for nationalities Yukadis, Chukchi, Dolgans, Eventi, and Events. So, as for this school year, the students from 18 regions of our Sakha Republic and 2 regions of our Russian Federation, Amur region and Khabarovsk region, studied at our school. So, as for how our students live in our school, they love their school very much, and I think they will tell you themselves about their life in our Arctic school. I introduce my colleague Svetlana and our students. Please, we will begin to tell you about our life in our wonderful school. Please.
Hello, my name is Svetlana. We are so glad to be here, and just a few words about our dormitory. We live in 4 floors. There are Soringa, Osita, Geran, and Gitron. And our students want to tell about this community. Okay, so let's start. Our students.
So our students will want to greet you in their native language. Okay, so please.
My name is Verdelin Yaroslav. I'm from East Nizhny district.
I'm Milena. I live in Usyansky district.
My name is Gabriel. I'm from Usyansky region.
My name is Nadona. I'm from in Aleksandrsky district.
I'm Slav. I'm from Iceland origin.
My name is Elvira. I'm from Aleksandrsky district.
My name is Stepan. I'm from Iceland region.
My name is Alexa. I live in Chigansky district.
So, and our students want to greet you in 8 languages, native languages. Chukcha language, yes. Aventa language. Dokan language. Yakut language. Yugagir language.
Здорово, Гяу.
Aven language.
Добрый день.
Russian language. Good afternoon, dear friends.
English language. So our school is famous not only education, and we have sport, fun activities, and we want to tell you about game Nori. So and Stupro will show you game.
What's your name? What's your name?
Stepan.
Stepan. Where
Stepan.
from?
I'm from Amikon.
Oh, Amikon region. Okay. Please. Your favorite game is?
Nori.
Nori. So, show us what is Nori.
The Nori is a game of our ancestors. Exercise for marginality. And for coordination of movement. Game rule.
In our festival Bakaldin, it was a week ago. So Stepan was the winner of this Nori game. Thank you. So, Stepana, continue please.
So furthermore, we have find decorated studio is a guard. So our goals was to tell you about food. So
Alona and Alexa.
Hi, Alona and Arisa.
Hi.
Our studio. Eric started Nikolai Germanovich Trofimov, name is widely known in our republic. After reading the idea, the errors, event, continuation, heroes, even apples.
We will present our collection, Avenki Apples.
There were costumes. Where are the costumes? So costumes of the hero Zerochen, Sudani, Bakaldin. Where is Bakaldin? So Bakaldin costume. Solingochanga. Solingochanga, where is Solingochanga? This costume was Solingochanga's name. So what is? Nurbachan. Where is? Nurbachan's costume and? So these costumes are from the heroic epos, Avenki epos. So, and this costume is this in our studio. We have talented teacher who she helps our students to make these costumes, and these costumes are from natural materials. So, and our Christina teacher and our students will make this ensemble and this collection themselves, our students and our teachers. And this collection is from heroic epos, Avenki heroic epos. So
can the children use with the translator speaking in their own language? Could the children tell us how it felt to make those costumes, to prepare the materials, and to do the stitching?
So our teachers help, and we have women. They come to our school from the settlement from Aldan region. Aldan region is near our Nermri town, and they help our students and our teachers to realize their idea. So thank you.
Did you enjoy making? Did the children enjoy? Did they like it?
Yes. Okay, thank you. So next,
Our student wants to song, national event song. His name is Daniel. So, okay, listen and enjoy.
Every student in our school is the star, and one of them is our Gabriel Sudalov, the star. So, and now please. He wants to sing. He wants to sing. What do you want to sing?
Hedge.
Hedge. It is the event round dance. Please.
think maybe you have heard about our school, Arctic boarding school, and now you know what is the Arctic school in our, so and now, and if you maybe you have some questions or maybe some, where is our context? Please contact us with us. Demonstration, please. Give us demonstration, please.
Antonina, maybe one question for you.
You want to show you our contacts.
Before this contact, I want to ask you one question. You say that your school is boarding school, and many people in the world are now afraid or in trouble of the boarding schools. What about the system of boarding school in what you can say about in your school?
Our boarding school is as for our boarding school. So the system of our school of our boarding school is so our students live in the communities. What is the community? Community is in the community the students live different ages. So, and the elder students help the younger students to live in the boarding school better. So to study better. So and
Antonina, sorry, maybe is it possible that pupils answer on Russian and you translate?
So okay. Как вы живете вообще?
Как вы организовано ваше самоуправление в школе?
Наши общины живут по национальным общинам. У нас в школе Арктика существует 4 общины. Это Геркил, Геван, Осигда и Солинга. Геркил отображает в стендах венскую культуру, Геван галганскую, Осигда венкийскую и Солинга чеченскую.
So our students live in 4 communities. So for example, the community Girkil, in English friends. So they study event traditions and event culture. So the community Gevan, it means it is in Russian sunset. So they study, they are interested in what culture? Dolgan. They study Dolgan culture and Dolgan traditions. So, and the third community's name is Osikta. Osikta, it means star from the event language. So, and the Osikta students, they study what language and culture? The Evenki traditions and the Evenki culture. So, and the fourth community's name is Solinga. Solinga from the Evenki language means sunrise. So, and the students from the Solinga, they study what culture? Chukot and Yukagi Dolga. Chukot, the Chukchi and Yukagi's culture and traditions. So, and this community, the students from different communities, they study and then they represent themselves to each other, the culture and traditions from different nationalities. So this way.
I have a question too.
I don't know.
У вас есть возможность есть традиционную пищу? Если есть, то какие у вас любимые блюда? И второй вопрос, кто преподает языки? Потому что я знаю, что вот у вас чукчи есть, там и вены. Сейчас по-английски скажу. Do you have the opportunity to have to eat the traditional food? If you have, then what kind of favorite dishes you have? And the second question is, who teaches the native languages in your school? Because you have many groups of different kinds of languages.
Okay, thank you for your questions. So, as for national food, yes, maybe okay. So they have opportunity, but during their holidays, our students. Some students have opportunity to realize their and to become present from their relatives. This national food, but in our menu we have only some food, national food. So, and as for teachers, Evenki and the language, the teachers from the Evenki and the language teach our the gradators of our school teaches Evenki language. And the Evenki language, there are teachers from Nevingri, from Iyendra. Iyendra is 60 kilometers from Nevingri. So, and as for other languages, Yukaga language, we studied with the teacher from Yakutsk represents, teaches us. So, in distance form. And we study Dolgan and Chukot culture also in distance form.
Bacheba, I Pitkareli.
So, thank you so much for your interest and for being with us. Bye-bye.
Does anyone? Oh yeah, you should. I guess you should go. What time is it there? What time is it? Are you hungry?
8 p.m.
Oh, you must be hungry. Are you hungry? It's time for your supper. We are so privileged to have you with us here on this. We have been broadcasting for 24 hours. This is the very end of our broadcast, nearly. Just one more session to go, and that was fantastic. We hope you are okay with us sharing what you've just performed for us and said to us to a wider audience, because we have captured it on video. I hope you're okay with that. Let's check that you're okay with that. But we would like to share this with all the people who are asleep at the moment, because we have polar educators all around the world who have been joining us and then going to sleep. So we would like to share with more people if you are all willing. So we will check with that. But you look extraordinary, children. Your costumes are extraordinary. I hope you had fun sewing and stitching and learning. And I hope to meet you in person one day. One day. Slav, do you have anything else to say? Shall we let the children go and have their supper, their tea? And
I want to say that all these pupils are from our indigenous people's families. Some of them are from the reindeer herders families. Some of them are from the fishermen families, and then another from the hunters families. And all of them have a very close connections with their peoples and preserve their culture, preserve their languages. And I hope and I see future leaders of our peoples. My best wishes to you.
yes, and can I also say thank you so much for speaking.
Thank you so much.
We did very badly. We did very badly learning your languages, so maybe we have a lesson to learn here as well. So thank you. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, молодцы.
Thank you.
Молли, Элисимет. И контакты ваши, пожалуйста, контакты покажите. Please,
Thank
your
you.
contact.
My contact or the children's or the
If some
yes.
people interested maybe want to contact with you, please give your contact.
Ah, yes. Can I send them to you? Because what we'll do now is we'll chase up, we'll show the video in our meetings, and we'll follow up with you. So we'll send you all of the contacts. In fact, let's work together on a project where we where we get this done, because this would be, to have these kinds of exchanges would be amazing, Slav. So we very much appreciate you connecting with us today, and let's do something really great. Let's get some contacts and some exchange going. Alona, did you have any last words to say? We're coming up to, well, at my time, we're coming up to 12 o'clock, but we still have one more hour left with some other presenters. But Alona, did you want to finish up?
I just wanted to say that it was a wonderful event. I am so happy that the connection was excellent, and the children were so happy, and everything worked well. And once again, I want to encourage everybody to engage the indigenous communities and the young generation, and just we continue to do the work we do now, and learn from indigenous peoples.
Yes. Thank you. We feel it's at the dawning of a new era for Polar Educators International. We haven't yet made enough connections with schools in the Arctic, so this is the beginning of something new and very exciting for us. There are no schools on Antarctica, so we just a lot of scientists. So it's much more interesting to connect education across the circumpolar and to the rest of the planet. So thank you so much. Fantastic. I didn't show the PEI video at the beginning of this this session.
Okay. Well, there wasn't
But
time.
I will now. I promise. I'll just line that up here. I'll hand it over to you to say goodbye.
I just want to say goodbye. As the lead of this event, Alona, you've been absolutely great in lining up so quickly such an excellent group, and we are very, very privileged. And I think you know that the whole of this share-a-thon is going to be presented in 3 days' time at the pre-COP 26 in Milan. I'm going in presence for that event. So that's an activity that has been approved by the Italian Ministry of Ecological Transition. So you'll be seen by the people of Milan in Italy as well. So thank you very much for enriching enormously our share-a-thon. That really was an amazing group that you put together. And thank you very much, Mr. Shadrin. Was really great. I've seen you in other contexts, so I know you and I know of you. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Pia, for organizing the whole thing.
Pleasure.
We appreciate
a real pleasure.
Give a message to the at the.
Great, Pia. Shall I carry on recording, or shall I just stop this recording? I think I'll stop this recording now.
Stop
just
this one, and then we
it.
start with Lindsay when she. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think it told us the recording has stopped. Thank you, Slav.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Zoya. Thank you, Alona. You are very welcome to stay to listen to Lindsay and her experience of the Arctic Science Ministerial if you would like. And we will definitely be in contact with all of you. So thank you.
Yes. See you.
See you.
See you.
See you. Sleep well. Sleep well, Slav. Okay, I'm going to share my desktop, and we will go back to the presentation. Ooh, I've just done that again and not checked the sound. You'd think we'd have learned that lesson by now, wouldn't you?
Well, I think we are a
Share
bit
sound.
tired. By now, we are a bit tired.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh yes, this doesn't work terribly well like this, does it? I seem to be having a call. Alona and 3 others want to talk to me. That's not going to work, is it? This is the P. Is that big enough, Pia? Can you see
It's
that?
very
big enough?
small.
Yeah,
It
no,
is
that's not
actually,
going to
yeah.
work, is it? Well, let's try this one. Let's have a go at presenting it like this.
Okay, that's it. That's okay.
Do let me know if you can't hear the
That's
sound.
fine.
So welcome, I have to start properly. Welcome everybody who's here and everyone who's watching live on YouTube and everyone who's watching the recording to the last hour of 24 hours back to back of PEI broadcasting live, actually from the polar regions as well as about the polar regions to celebrate this equinox and this polar week. I hope you will, if you have joined us at all, you will have seen how passionate and dedicated we are about the polar regions and about sharing information about the polar regions. And they are not a million miles away, because whatever happens in the polar regions, including the changing climate and what impact that's having, will have an impact on the rest of the world. So I'll just play this little video to introduce PEI, and then we'll introduce the next speakers for the last hour of our share-a-thon.
Polar Educators International is connecting educators, polar researchers and communities for a better understanding of polar knowledge. Earth's polar regions are remote, beautiful and challenging places, and they have a profound influence on every one of us. We know these vast amounts of snow, forming ice sheets, sea ice and glaciers, together with massive currents of cold water, contribute dramatically to the climate and ecosystems of our world, systems which in turn drive the health of our local environments and communities. Research shows dramatic change in the Antarctic, in our mountainous regions, and particularly in the Arctic, home to over 4 million people, which is changing faster than anywhere else on Earth. Scientists are confirming that human activity is playing a significant role in these systems, increasing the planet's surface temperature in ways that cannot be balanced out by natural processes. It is clear the urgency to engage the next generation in polar research and to rise to the challenges that a changing climate will bring has never been greater. United in our passion for sharing the importance and value of the polar regions, educators and researchers from around the world have formed PEI, an essential global network developing polar knowledge to engage a global audience facing climate change. We are collaborating to strengthen this community, building resources and relationships, and helping local audiences connect polar research to their everyday lives. Polar Educators International amplifies the voices of all those dedicated to understanding and protecting our extraordinary polar regions, and all Earth's inhabitants, for generations to come. Join us.
Okay, I'll just I hope that explained why we're all here. Nice to see you still here, Natalie. Nice to see you, Lindsay, as well. I'm going to let Pia introduce you while I just line up whatever is in the magic folder to show to people.
Yes, in the magic folder there's only Julia. The short contribution of Julia. So we just, I can't hear you. You're mute.
Unmute my
okay.
audio. A bit of a Zoom moment there. A bit of a Zoom
Okay,
moment. Sorry.
don't worry.
Shall we record now?
I would say so. Yes.
Okay. I hope, Lindsay, you don't mind, but we're.
Is that okay?
We are. I'll try and find how I record. I don't want to stop the live stream. There it is. There it is.
Okay.
Record to the cloud.
Oh, the cloud. Okay. Well, okay. Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us for the conclusive hour of our 24-hour share-a-thon of Polar Educators International. I really chose to have the final hour on the ASM3, the Arctic Science Ministerial, because really it was our participation at Polar Educators International to the ASM3 for the fourth strengthened side of the ministerial meeting that really gave us an opportunity to think about our direction and where we wanted to go. So it has been a huge growing initiative for us to pinpoint where we wanted to go, and our deliverables are really giving us this direction. So it is kind of fitting to finish off with you and the Arctic Science Ministerial. And I would really like our listeners who may not know much about it to learn it from the person that actually was in charge of it and knows more about it than anybody else. So the floor is yours, Lizzie. Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much, Pia, and thank you, Sophie, and just for inviting me to be here. I can definitely attest that PEI has been a very active member of the Third Arctic Science Ministerial, and I just think it's really wonderful to see how these larger international frameworks can help organizations as well as countries like really help prioritize their priorities as an organization or a country in terms of how they interface with the kind of international Arctic research landscape. So it was wonderful to kind of bring PEI into the ASM family this year, and hope that, you know, many years to come, that this continues to be sort of part of what PEI does. And yeah, I think it's been really good. So I have a presentation that is not nearly as entertaining as the previous, but I can share that now. Oh, it looks like you need to enable me to share, if that's okay.
Mute my audio first so that I sound like a human being. Now I need to go to I need to go to security. I'm having a Zoom moment. I don't want to enable. There we go.
Perfectly deserved.
Does that
hours we are just about.
Does that enable you to share your screen? Great.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That's great. I can see it.
You
Super.
can see it now.
Can everyone else see it who's here? I hope so. I don't know. Jose might have disappeared for a bit. Fab.
Okay, so you know, my intention here is just to kind of run through what the Arctic Science Ministerial is and how it was structured, and how PEI and other kind of education frameworks fit into that, and hopefully bringing a bit of a special focus here to how education fits into the overall kind of ASM scene. So for those of you who don't know, the Arctic Science Ministerial was an initiative that started with the United States in 2016 and was hosted in Washington, D.C. And the basic structure of it is that it happens every 2 years, although this was kind of disrupted because of COVID with ASM3. So the second Arctic Science Ministerial took place in Berlin in 2018. And that was jointly hosted by Germany, the European Commission, and Finland. And so what ASM2 did was kind of start this new context of having an Arctic state that was currently in the chairmanship position of the Arctic Council, as the US was when they had ASM1, and then Finland with ASM2 would then partner with a non-Arctic state to co-host this event. So that's how Germany and the European Commission came into the scene with ASM2. So in 2018, Iceland and Japan agreed to host ASM3, which was announced at ASM2, and that's when our planning process really began. So we had originally intended to hold ASM3 in November of 2020, but it was postponed because of COVID, and eventually it did take place in Tokyo this year, in May of this year. And we had a really successful hybrid meeting where we had people both on site as well as joining online. It was a multi-day event, so we're really thankful that it actually came together in the end. So these are just a few photos from the actual event that happened in Tokyo in May. So just to kind of give some context here, what we initiated was something called the ASM3 science process. And the intention here was to bring in scientific input from the countries, from the 28 different countries who participated, as well as the 16 international organizations. So that includes PEI, as well as the 6 Arctic Indigenous Peoples organizations who participate as permanent participants in the Arctic Council. So these were all sort of the invitees to who participated in the ASM science process. And this is really the foundation of what the ASM is. We receive all of the scientific input of all of the different projects and international collaborations and opportunities happening around the Arctic in terms of scientific research. And then we kind of categorize them all into themes. And that's where all of the outcomes from the ASM are really established. So we have a final report with a synthesis of all of the projects. We have the joint statement of the ministers that are signed by all ministers who participate. We had a webinar series that resulted from all of this, which PEI also participated in. And then we also have an actual database, which is kind of a new deliverable to this ASM of mapping all 434 projects that resulted from this ASM process that are now searchable online in an open access format. So these were the themes of ASM3. Our overarching theme was knowledge for a sustainable Arctic. And I just want to kind of bring some special attention to theme 4 here. Each of the ASMs have had individual themes, but they're really kind of iterations of the previous ones. And what we did here with ASM3 is we saw all of the themes as not really hierarchical, but rather we view them in kind of a cyclical nature that each informs the next. So you could end with strengthen, or you could begin with strengthen as kind of the foundation for how each of these themes informs the next. For ASM1, there was a focus kind of on education, but that theme was then removed for ASM2, thinking that it would maybe be achieved in other means. And we saw for ASM3 that it was really important to bring back this focus on education. So that's also a reason why it made so much sense for PEI to join the ASM process at this point, because we really wanted to focus more on education and capacity building and education in a lot of different formats. So there's kind of some special emphasis there. The way that we reviewed and kind of synthesized this whole science input through the science process, we had a science advisory board of experts from around the Arctic, mostly representatives from different international organizations, to help us really comb through and understand everything that was submitted. So their work was tremendous, and we're very grateful to them. Essentially what we did, there were kind of different ways for people to give feedback under each theme. And for the countries and organizations like PEI, there was this really formal process of both submitting their Arctic research overviews, as well as any project updates of things that they have going on. And it's those projects that are then available in the final ASM3 report, as well as mapped in the ASM database that we have online now. But we also held quite a few community workshops, which because of COVID all happened online, although they were intended to happen in person. But they were really successful. We had hundreds and hundreds of participants from around the world, and early career researchers to, policymakers who are inside ministries and everyone in between. So that was actually really successful. And then we also had just some online feedback forms too, just to capture even more information from those who wanted to give it, because as we know, time zones is a real challenge to attend all of these things. So we had to kind of create multiple streams of input to capture all of the science that we wanted. We also sent out a cooperation and collaboration survey that's kind of trying to get at the state of international cooperation. What are the gaps and barriers to research in international cooperation? And so that's also emphasized and synthesized in the final report. So this is just kind of a look at how the science process worked. As you can see, we have these categories of governments and indigenous peoples organizations, as well as international organizations, and then kind of the wider international research community. And so how they gave that input, and then sort of what those final results look like in the ASM process. Again, just kind of a look at what did all these forms look at? This was all a development of the ASM3 process, where we're really trying to formalize the scientific input for this process, so that we can begin to institutionalize, what the ASM is and how it functions, which helps us track progress on projects and participation over time. So for ASM3, we had 434 projects submitted, which is the most so far of any of the ASMs. And it was a really big task to work through it all. But, in the end, I think it just made the whole results of everything much richer. All of these images are available in the ASM report, so you can find those there as well. And that's freely accessible and downloadable on the ASM3 website. So as you can see, we kind of divided up the projects submitted by themes, and we're talking today about theme 4, strengthen, which is kind of the bucket under which education fits. And there's a lot of room for growth there. I think we saw this theme as a very high interest. Education is a high interest of a lot of the different projects submitted. Many people would like education to be a component of their project submitted, but they're still looking for pathways and connections for how to bring that education component into their research. And I think PEI is really serves as a tremendous connector in that case there, of how we could, perhaps amplify that connection between the research going on and the education component that could come into it. So as I mentioned at the top, we kind of have these key outcomes of the ASM process that I'm just gonna breeze us through right now. So this is the final report and the joint statement. And then we have these online resources as well, the ASM3 project database, accessible as the international opportunities and resources, as well as all of the recordings from our webinar series. So this is just a look at the final report. Again, it's available on the ASM3 website. And a big chunk of the report is the science summary, which is the synthesis of all of the science that was submitted through the science process. And we break it down by theme. What's special about this report is we've tried to make everything in the report easily searchable, and all of the links are live in the report. So it's really a useful tool and not just kind of a online PDF that helps you connect to all of the information and projects and organizations that were submitted. So we hope that that's a useful tool for people and that you can share it widely. And, we tried to make it really online reading friendly. So it's not just something that sits on your bookshelf. And we also just have some more statistics to share. That's kind of a breakdown of the project submitted through the themes and by country, and that sort of information is interesting and useful. And then we come to the joint statement. A really specific focus for the joint statement this year was that we wanted to complete our whole science process before the actions of the joint statement were decided upon and discussed at a policy level, because we wanted those actions to be well-founded in the scientific feedback that we received through the science process. So this is not, just some sort of nice language that's been signed by the ministers, but we wanted strong actions associated with each of the themes. And you can download the joint statement also on the ASN3 website. Theme 4 is where organizations that have a focus on education, like PEI, are specifically called out. So, really looking at one of the near-term actions being encouraging multinational participation in field station and ship-based research, and looking at some of the international organizations that are associated with that, but then also encouraging, the development of Arctic strategic communications initiatives in collaborations with organizations like PEI. And so seeing PEI as a really strategic partner for countries to try to come through on promises around actions with education. And so, there's a really direct link there with some of the objectives that we have in fulfilling connection to education, and organizations that already exist, like PEI, with this wide global network to actually enact those actions and connect with their audience and members who are already in place. A big bulk of the report too are these Arctic research overviews. This is basically your phone book for understanding what organizations and countries are doing in terms of Arctic research, what their infrastructure is, what they want to highlight, what they have, in terms of collaboration tools and uses. So this is a super useful tool, and PEI is also highlighted here. But it's your directory to find cooperation opportunities. We also highlight in the report our webinar series, and that you can still find all of the recordings. This was something that we did in partnership with the European Polar Board. So all the recordings are on YouTube. We have a specific webinar that was focused on theme 4 within education overview. And PEI participated in that. And we also had some specific workshops as part of the webinar series, and all of those are also recorded and available. And finally, we have this part of the report that's called Moving Forward, and this is where we really identified a lot of the gaps and barriers in research, and education and outreach was definitely an area that could be expanded. In education infrastructure, in terms of connection to rural education and the ability of local Arctic residents and Indigenous peoples to practice education that is relevant to their communities. That's one big component. And then connecting the global network of Arctic educators and those who want to know more about the Arctic. These are, two pieces of education that are really important to kind of the forward movement in the future development of Arctic research. Finally, just what I've been mentioning, one of the new deliverables of this ASM was this ASN3 project database. All of the projects can be searched. You can look through location, keywords, countries, however you want it. And this was a huge effort made by our friends and co-collaborators in Japan at the National Institute of Polar Research in Japan to make this database happen. We hope that it's widely used. We hope that it is updated for future ASMs, but this is a wonderful collaboration tool for organizations, especially like PEI, that are looking for project collaboration or research or connection for early career researchers around the Arctic, where you can just search, find out what projects are happening there. You can get in touch directly with the project leads, and that's all available and accessible through the database. So that's pretty much the end. And just a reminder that we have the ASM3 website that we're still working to update with all of the kind of final products and make it more searchable for all of these resources. But you can find there now the report, the joint statement, links to the database. All of that is available at asm3.org. So with that, I hand it back to my capable colleagues at PEI.
Thank you, Lindsay. Now we can see the full extent of what you were involved with every time you got those phone calls from PEI saying, what do we do next? We don't know what. I think this has just been, I mean, I don't know if you agree, we have got something else to play. We've got Julia telling everyone about what PEI proposed, but this is clearly quite a different Arctic Science Ministerial for a number of reasons. Number one, what's happening in the Arctic is suddenly right in front of everybody. Perhaps maybe when the whole process of Arctic Science Ministerials began, people still felt it was a distant place. And yeah, maybe there was a bit of climate change stuff going on, but we didn't have to pay any attention to that. But suddenly, now obviously politics has swung around, and right now we're just approaching COP26. Who knows what might happen there. So first of all, I'd like to thank you, because I think that in embracing all of these fiddly bits, including PEI, embracing all of these, not quite so simple bits, I think actually that you've played a huge role in making this process more meaningful and hopefully more impactful. But I'd love to hear, I wonder whether you knew what you were getting yourself into just when you accepted the job, by just looking at ASM1 and ASM2 and how you feel about how different ASM3 might be in comparison. And possibly you could look forward to ASM4.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I think it was a wonderful opportunity for Iceland and Japan to cooperate on ASM3. That was a unique relationship, and I think we were luckily really aligned with what we wanted to do with it and how we wanted to prioritize the role of scientists and educators and researchers in this ASM, and hopefully really draw that full connection from the researcher to the policymaker and what happens with everything in between. So that was a clear objective for us, and we just wanted to do it in a transparent and inclusive way that really prioritized kind of a bottom-up approach to our learning and the scientific input into the final products of the joint statement. So we sort of decided on that from the beginning, and then chose those as sort of our guiding principles, and how we could follow that through. And it was a big task that was certainly not made easier by COVID, because we had planned all of these kind of in-person events at ISAR 6, ASSW, ICAS 10 to have these kind of meaningful personal connections. But we were really lucky to get to cooperate with EPB through this webinar series, because I think that brought back a lot of that personal connection with the larger scientific community that, we were worried we were going to miss.
That's the European Polar Board, for anyone who doesn't know what the acronym means.
European Polar Board, who were just wonderful collaborators with us, and they helped bring that piece back into the picture. And this is only the third Arctic Science Ministerial, so what we had hoped was that we could do something to build some of the institutionalization of this ASM, and hopefully make it easier for future organizers that they have, this kind of context and playbook that can, be implemented in the future and then built upon and do things that we weren't able to do. So we are working now with the next hosts for ASM, and Russia and France have agreed to host ASM4. We're going to be holding the official handover of ASM3 to ASM4 in just a few weeks here in Reykjavik as part of the Arctic Circle Assembly. And so France and Russia have been, wonderful and eager early partners in this. So we're really looking forward to what comes next.
I have a question for Lindsay, which I wanted to ask for a very long time since I first had a chance to talk to you. What made you go to Iceland to do your work? Is it for the ASM3 or is it a permanent job and ASM3 went into that?
Yeah, well, this gives me a chance to highlight the wonderful polar education opportunities here in Iceland, because I came here for my master's in polar law, which is a really wonderful program at the University of Akureyri in the north of Iceland. And I highly encourage anyone who has an interest in the international law in the polar regions, so looking both at the Antarctic and the Arctic, to consider this program. I learned everything I need to know there. And so it was through, being a student in Akureyri and then moving down to Reykjavik and starting work at the Ministry of Education, Science and Culture here at the time that Iceland and Japan agreed to work on this. And I have a background in East Asian studies and speak Japanese and lived in Japan and worked at a Polar Cooperation Research Center in Japan. So for me, it was a really wonderful, just personal moment to bring together my polar and East Asian education background. So yeah, that's my just individual story in that.
Oh, thank you for sharing it with us, because you did it with such competence and such also lightness of touch. That was what we really appreciated, because we really were a bit lost. I think we filled up about 60 pages or more, and because it happened in the summer, and it was the summer just after the lockdown.
Yeah.
I remember, and I was in central Italy, in Fermo. I remember that we ExCom, the sort of vice president's group with Julia as president, we met practically almost every day.
We did.
Almost. It was about 4 times a week. And when we didn't meet, we had this wonderful Google Drive in which we were sort of improving. And at one time, I remember I was writing in sort of my color, and suddenly I see this pink color. That was,
there were lots of us typing.
And she was erasing what I was writing, and I was writing.
It's international collaboration. What do they call it?
Exactly. And now you know also sort of what the ASM planning process is like as well. And I think that's what makes it all worth it. I know, especially in the time of COVID, we were all facing a lot of challenges with how to get these really big objectives done in this totally new landscape for all of us. But, having the phone calls that we had with organizations like you guys, that's also what makes it worth it, because you're building personal connections. And I don't think any of this would be worth it if we didn't end up with some personal relationships on the other side that we can build upon and actually take action on the things that are important. So yeah,
I'm glad
difficult.
You said that, because we're not policymakers, we're educators. We're sort of at the coalface, and we work on building relationships with children and students and each other. So that's great. That's good.
Yeah.
But I actually believe that it's a bit what Peter wrote in his book, A Farewell to Ice, as I want to give a bit of
plug.
Actually, we use it to lift the computer. But anyway, sometimes the laptop is too slow. It's too low, so you lift it. But what he was saying is that really politicians have to be called into account by the public. And if there isn't, the education that starts when kids are in primary school, and you sort of catch them when they're young, kind of thing, and then working their way up, they will be the ones that will learn at influencing policies. I mean, just look at the Fridays, the movement of Greta Thunberg, how it took off. And that wasn't definitely anything political. It was, but it achieved a very strong political status. So I
Yeah,
think the
no,
future
I
is
think
more.
that's exactly right. And I think actually, you know, when I think about our focus in this ASM is bringing that education focus in, we were fortunate in Iceland that our Minister of Education and Science and Culture, Lilia Efrosdóttir, like she really cares about early education. So when we talk about that connection to education, for her, she's not just thinking about higher education, as many do, especially when it comes to Arctic research, but really thinking about youth and future. And, you know, for her, that's the connection to our climate discussion. So I also have to give tribute to her for giving us the kind of mandate to bring that education focus back into this ASM, because, you know, as you said, like not all politicians are interested in that. So yeah,
maybe
we were lucky.
if we get to Hofn, if we thank you. If we get there next year to Iceland to our conference, then maybe we could meet her face to face and say thank you for that, and she can meet some educators who are passionate, dedicated. Can't remember the other values, Pia, but I keep forgetting them. But welcoming, passionate, dedicated,
dedicated and competence also.
Competent, yes, competent, well informed.
Well,
yeah,
but certainly we don't want to lose touch with you, Lindsay, because you really have been a marvelous asset. And in fact, the one deliverable that has come out from our involvement with ASM3, which we still have to think up and think it up seriously, is the World Cafe, is the global conversation. And we are putting the foundations of it, having this amazing new council, which is in fact has got quite a number of indigenous people, like you have seen just what happened in the hour before. It was just amazing how that input is absolutely necessary. And we really owe it to the way that ASM3 has been managed, because you know, it could have been just you know, lip service to education, but you didn't need to be that. So maybe we want to maybe want to give a last voice to Julia and her wonderful presentation at ASM3.
So Julia Dooley, who I'm not sure she's on at the moment, but she was the outgoing president of PEI and has been president for a number of years, holding the flag there. And under her guidance, I think we have reached out and begun to be a bit braver about how we connect with polar science and with the indigenous peoples and with policymakers. So through the ASM3 process, we came up with 3 deliverables, and we also got together, as Pia said, many times to think really hard about what we felt was the most important thing about polar education. And I think that's why we called this this presentation Taking Polar Education Upstream. So over to Julia and her presentation. Let me know if you can't hear the sound, please.
PEI is very grateful for the opportunity to be here with you. Founded in 2012, Polar Educators International, or PEI, was created by dedicated members of networks formed during the International Polar Year as a direct outcome of the Montreal Conference under the theme, From Knowledge to Action. By leading dialogue and collaboration between educators and researchers, PEI aims to highlight and share the global relevance of the polar regions. PEI represents all who work to inspire appreciation and build knowledge of the polar regions, their connectedness to all Earth systems, and their importance to all humans across latitudes and cultures. A PEI member is anyone interested in making the poles accessible, promoting understanding and stewardship of the polar regions, and seeking to grow polar literacy. Our community of scientists, educators, graduate students, community activists, museum educators, policy researchers, digital communicators, early career scientists, artists, cruise ship citizen science practitioners, and myself, school classroom teachers. We work together to accomplish our goals and the education of future global leaders. The 3 C's of PEI's core strengths are how we connect the qualities of scientific and educational organizations, defining our unique position, which allows us to provide a deeper understanding of current polar sciences to a global audience. We are deeply committed to PEI's ethos and wish to see it expand, reaching an important place of influence. This ambition can only be fully achieved if we have a secretariat to take care of the daily running of PEI, leaving its members the freedom to increase its influence in the polar world and the world of education in its widest sense. Whichever institution is in a position to host a PEI secretariat will gain the experience of a large number of educators coming from diverse backgrounds and qualifications, but with a common goal: to make polar science in the polar world available and to grow partnerships with Arctic and Indigenous organizations. PEI works with partners to support and connect people within and outside of the Arctic. As a community of practice, polar educators support and learn from one another. Given the means to build capacity, we connect an essential, stable, and trusted network contributing to Arctic research, providing platforms for exchange of good practice and professional development for researchers and educators. A firm administrative base will enable PEI to achieve another goal, using its connections to keep Arctic literacy up to date and relevant, and to take the concept of polar engagement and education upstream in the Arctic science process. This can be accomplished by building goals into research proposals that include community members and learning opportunities in fieldwork, data collection, and more diverse publishing and engagement activities. PEI believes that polar educators and learners have a role to play in all of the ASM 3 themes: observe, understand, respond, and strengthen. We have submitted 3 deliverables for the project. Andre mentioned the first one, thank you. We propose to share an updated digital version of the Polar Resource Book with our partner organizations. This work is in progress. We're about halfway, well, beginnings, and now reaching out and seeking new funding opportunities to start working on some of the work of the new book. They'll provide easily accessible tools to strengthen teaching and communication of important Arctic science. Next deliverable is our, thank you, Iceland 2022. It's supposed to be 2021, but of course with our current situation, we have put that off a year. So we're going to have our next 5th international conference to Hofn, Iceland, with themes focused on polar education relevant to knowledge for sustainable Arctic, offering a direct opportunity for 50+ participants. In the meantime, we will host a full table of online events to build interest and excitement. Our first event will be our lesson in Icelandic, so I can learn how to pronounce this word. That will be happening later this month. Our events will be running from April through mid-October, leading up to our in-person conference sign-up time. It's got a little something for everyone. The second event will be a virtual walk to connect the miles from our previous conference in Cambridge, UK to Hofn, Iceland, so 2,000 miles or so. We've got some great other things coming up. Little something for everyone. Our third is a global conversation. It's going to be a network weaving opportunity based on a concept of a world cafe to bring conversations to the table that address identified gaps and barriers encountered in the strengthen theme. Big on the list was inclusivity and upstreaming education, building resilience in the Arctic. So we'd like to invite people to be part of that table conversation. So you can find more information about that on our website coming up. Thank you.
I remember how much we practiced on that, because each word had to mean something. There wasn't space for one extra word. So,
yes, it's a big step for PEI, because, as I said at the beginning, we are basically teachers and educators. We're not paid in any way to sort of be part of PEI. So to have the courage to step forward and make such a bold commitment is new for us, but we're determined. So anyone who knows anybody who might want to host a secretariat, please put them in touch with us, because we can offer a lot, and we're not going to ask very much. We're just going to ask for someone to help us with the, basic admin and a bit of help with the website, I think. So that we can get on with doing the other things. But obviously, if anyone knows anyone who'd like to offer more than that, that's great. That's great too. We could do with a paid president.
Yeah, well,
if you imagine that our president has been doing her job, well, both presidents, the new one too, are doing their education jobs, as well as PEI, you'll know that the dedicated word means what it says.
Yeah, but, we all believe in what we're doing. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it. Nobody.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So
yeah, absolutely. Here we are. Yeah,
24 hours away.
Yes. Well, I'll for one last time, I'll just share that slide presentation, Pia, about why we did this, for anyone who is out there watching live on YouTube or watching a recording. We've been doing this, as Pia said and Julia said, hlaðborð of, maybe we'll ask Lindsay to pronounce that. How would you pronounce hlaðborð, Lindsay?
Hlaðborð. You did a good job.
Oh, thank you. You sound just like the Google Translate thing. Excellent. Which is a loaded table of events. We felt that because we had to postpone our conference, that we ought to have a sort of pathway to Iceland. And we very much hope we can go there in person, at least some of us. But we will run that conference, which runs from the 11th to the 15th, I think, of April. We will run it in a hybrid fashion, and we're trying to work all of that out now so that we don't have to cancel it again. If everything does lock down again due to this global pandemic, we'll reach out to you online, just like Lindsay knows how difficult that is to reorganize at the last minute, but we are going to try and work out a way of doing that. So the 11th to the 15th of April, just to let you know a bit about the conference, I think we are now settled on a title which is something like Stories in Ice. We hope to make the most of being in Iceland, and one of the ways we're going to do that is that being inspired by the fact that it's really quite a long way from Reykjavik to Hofn, about 4 hours, we've extended that even further by hiring a bus. And so part of the workshop is going to be sort of nomadic, where COVID permitting and COVID restrictions permitting and COVID precautions permitting, we will travel that distance with a narrator, and by stopping along the way and seeing various things. We're all very keen to actually get on the ice, so we're hoping to get on the ice as well. Uchtor, who is part of the conference organising committee, has been a scientist on the glaciers, monitoring the glaciers for many, many years. So we're hoping to visit a glacier, but also many other spots along the way. And we'll also have a bus journey on the way back. So it's quite a different endeavour for us. We've never done that, but we're going to make use of the journey. And then we hope that the in-person bit will be as fabulous as PEI conferences always are, that we'll meet new people, that we'll meet those people face to face, that we will work together to co-develop resources and to share the resources that we've developed, and to get hands-on planning and developing and sharing activities that we know work in the classroom or outside the classroom or in a museum or wherever it is you're a polar educator. So this 24-hour broadcast has been part of our journey to whet your appetite to come to Iceland in April next year.
I'd like, if possible, Sophie, there should be a tiny bit in the to be broadcast as the closing thing. Like I was in South Korea, and what they did at the end of a beautiful peace bar meeting was music.
Okay,
and
I'll play the INUD or whatever, however you pronounce it. I promise I'll go and find it. You might have to talk while I go and find it.
It's just in the same. It should be together with Julia's in the same. It was included.
I know I'm not.
If it happens, okay.
I'll find it.
If not,
I'll find
I'm
it.
sure you do. I'm sure you will.
Promise.
Yeah.
So I'll leave this slide up, even though I'm not in present mode. Sorry, I'll just leave this slide up at the end, which is the opportunity to continue a conversation. So for anybody who's watching a recording, it'll still be this will be up and going, the Slack channel. But PEI are trying out Slack as a way of asking questions, engaging different people in dialogue around the world. So if you do have anything burning to say, if you've been inspired by anything during this 24-hour broadcast, please do jump on Slack. It's yet another app that you have to register with, but also will help us engage. And before I do the next bit, I just want to say thank you to our president. I'm just going to click on these. Thank you to our president, Betsy Wilkening, who hopefully is still sleeping in bed in Arizona at the moment, but who wobbled several times during the process of planning 24-hour broadcast, saying, what on earth are we trying to do this for? We're all teachers. How are we going to manage it? But here we go. We did it. We blooming did it. I can't swear online, but we did it. 24 hours. Continuous of broadcasting by polar educators and polar researchers and Indigenous communities about the polar region. So thanks to Betsy for having faith in us. Thanks also to these three lovely people here. Pia Casarini, who you have here live. We have Betty Trummell, who is also in bed. Where's Betty at the moment, Pia? Whereabouts in the world is she? She's in the USA, isn't she?
She lives on Cape Cod. Betty is the one on the extreme right, but she was in her cabin in Colorado, and just now she is actually on a plane going to California for a wedding. So she had to leave and go to California for a wedding. And
very good.
The
lady in the middle, it's Joanna.
Alaskan, Joanna Hubbard.
Joanna Hubbard.
Also a very, very good technical help, and she's teacher.
Also asleep.
Yeah, well, she's the one that stayed up until midnight.
And she'll be teaching in school today. Cool. And then Ram is actually here with us, but I'm Sophie, and Ram's there wearing his yellow jacket in his image. We tried to be the backup team, keeping things going in the background.
You are always into everything, Sophie. I mean, founding member, designer of the logo. We must say, you are the designer of the logo. So.
I'm wearing it. I'm wearing the logo. Exactly. I'm proud of it. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing. I'll let Pia finish off, and I'll just go and find the beautiful INOD music. Does anyone else want to say anything? Please chip in.
I'll say something if it's okay, because I'm sort of so sad to be coming at the end of a whole process, and it's wonderful to see what the process has been, because I know Maria Pia, I've just been too busy to do it sooner, but it's inspiring, and it's so inspiring to see young, beautiful women talking, because most of the time in Facing Future, the people talking are old. I'm not prejudiced, but they're old men with grey hair. And it's just nice to see something else happening. So it's so inspiring. I will definitely contact my local schools and see whether the kids can get involved in polar education. And good luck and love to all of you.
Thank you, Nora. Let's get the teachers just to look into our website. They can enroll. It doesn't cost anything, but they can then benefit of the Polar book that is online, free to download. And now we are going to get another book by one of the presenters from Canada that I actually met about a week ago through a friend, and she has written this book about the life in the Arctic as an educational tool, and she had got it translated in French and in Inuktitut, and she wanted it to be free. So that book is free to anyone to download. So these are the kind of connections that we like. So let's get more, just spread the word. Spread the word that we exist and we believe in what we are doing. Correct? Correct, Sophie?
Correct. Correct. So I didn't leave that Slack channel thing up, did I, in the end? But I've gone to find I can't pronounce his name. Ludovico Einaudi. Pia managed. Yeah, Pia. Well, you can introduce him if you want, and I'll share my screen.
Well, it's just this is just the end, because it's kind of a process. He's very interested in ecology, and he was asked by Greenpeace, or he offered. Greenpeace in 2016 was campaigning to get the waters around the Arctic to be declared as an international untouchable place. And so he lent his ability as a very famous composer and pianist to the point that the Greenpeace took him in Svalbard. In fact, it's the fjord just outside Longyearbyen, with his precious grand piano Steinway, and put it on a platform, and he performed a piece he composed called Elegy for the Arctic. And it is on YouTube, so you can listen to it. But I thought I wanted for our share-a-thon. And of course, I don't want to get any problems with copyright. So I actually managed to get through Greenpeace Italy to get the copyright permit from Greenpeace Spain. And so this is totally legitimate that we have it here. So I think that is a fitting conclusion to finish this 24 hours with some beautiful, very moving music. For the Arctic, you will see actually a glacier coming down, the Val Brain Glacier, something like that.
Fantastic.
And I think it will be a fitting